Prologue. Bait. Bait. Damien screamed his mate's name as he pulled away from the hands that sought to restrain him and ran towards the inferno that used to be his home. The heat from the fire hit him like a tangible wall, searing his lungs, his skin, his eyes. A sane man would have stopped, but he was not sane. His mate was in there. He could feel her pain. She was trapped under something, the fire was scorching her flesh. The intensity of it had him staggering, his body instinctively recoiling. She was fighting, trying to block their mental link, trying to keep him from knowing her agony, but he would not allow it. They would vow to share everything, the good and the bad. He pushed back with his mind, seeking her out while he struggled to get closer. Throwing his arm over his mouth, he used his sleeve to filter the air as he forged ahead. Behind him, voices were shouting, calling his name, but he ignored them. Bait. He had to find her, had to save her. This was his fault. Bits of burning ash, blown about by the hot air current, fell around him, stinging his skin, burning holes in his clothes. The acrid smell of smoke filled his mouth and nose. He fought to breathe, coughing as his lungs protested against the unpalatable air. Squinting, his eyes watering from the smoke, he searched frantically for an access. A window, a door, but they were totally engulfed, flames shooting out like evil entities dancing with joy at the havoc they wreaked. There was no way in, but he did not care. Taking as deep a breath as possible, he prepared to rush through the wall of flame. Sirens sounded behind him. Help was on its way, but there was no time to waste. Bait needed him now. Bait and their unborn child. Bait, I am coming for you. Hang on, my love. He sent the words out to her and got a faint reply. I love you, Damien. I'll always love you. Never forget love. The words faded and then there was nothing. Bait. His mind searched for her frantically. Where was she? Had she passed out? The crackling of the fire was suddenly louder, echoing in his ears as he strained to hear her voice. A strange chill settled over him, a hollow, lonely feeling. Bait. He mentally commanded her to answer, but there was no response. He staggered, his knees nearly buckling. Pain ripped through his chest, a searing ache made his heart lurch. No. It could not be. Not his Bait. Not her. A spirit such as hers could not die. She was gentle and sweet and kind. Tears pricked his eyes, but he forced them back and shook his head. It was a trick caused by the fire, the smoke. His senses must be skewed. He looked about frantically, searching for something, an explanation, anything. She could not be gone. Not his beautiful Bait. Not his mate, not his baby. Bait. Her name ripped from his throat, and he threw himself forward into the wall of flame. A thin sliver of light spilled through the small gap in the curtains, piercing the darkness and announcing the rising of the full moon. It crept across the floor, touching a simple bouquet of flowers and an arrangement of get-well cards before illuminating a narrow hospital bed. In it was the lone occupant of the room, draped in sheets and deathly still. The silvery light emphasized the gaunt structure of his face, the paleness of his skin, and the shadows under his eyes. Anyone passing by might have mistaken him for dead, and indeed that fate had been considered a possibility in the first few critical days. Outside, the night was filled with excitement. Lycans hurried on their way, eager to attend celestial celebrations. Some would be small and intimate, while others were planned as more public events for young werewolves experiencing their first shift. The air seemed to tingle with a certain promise, an expectation of great things to come. Inside, however, a different story was playing out. There was no joy, no anticipation. No quiver of exhilaration hummed in the air as the moon revealed its full glory. Instead, a dull monotony pervaded the cool, stark place, as if all personality had been stripped away, leaving only a mind-numbing blandness behind. Beige walls, beige curtains, beige floors. A hard chair, a small bedside table, an IV stand holding bags of vital fluids for the sickly patient. Beep, beep, beep. The rhythmic sound of monitors filled the tiny room, giving evidence that the patient in the bed was still alive, his heart beating, his lungs taking in air. That in itself was a miracle, given the extent of his injuries. Now out of a coma, the question was his mental well-being. Did he have the inner strength needed to recover from the loss of his blood-bonded mate, or would he be just a she-will of a man staring at the world through lifeless eyes? Even worse, would the beast inside take over? Time passed. The moon inched its way through the night sky, and the intruding beam of light crept across the bedclothes until it shone on the man's face. His lashes fluttered. A faint furrow momentarily marred his brow before the features smoothed once again. Beep, beep, beep. The faintest of rustling sounds added itself to the electronic rhythm. The patient twitched his fingers, then his legs, perhaps responding to the moon's silent summons. More movement, a faint groan, and then his eyes snapped open. Confusion clouded his face as he stared at the ceiling before turning his head to take in his surroundings. Understanding slowly dawned and he eased himself up, the covers falling from his form. Muttered curses escaped his clenched jaw as he maneuvered himself sideways and then lowered his limbs to the floor. One leg throbbed persistently, piercing through any remaining mental fog. Pain made his senses sharper. He looked about the room, noting the doorway, the windows, and finally the air grates in the ceiling. Beep, 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 a calculating look glinted in his eyes as he fingered the monitors taped to his chest. Rising to his feet, he swayed and clutched the back of a nearby chair before gritting his teeth and locking his knees. It seemed as if he were searching deep inside, gathering every last ounce of strength and determination he possessed. With one last deep breath, he ruthlessly pulled out the IV and ripped the wires from his body. Silence filled the room for a split second, and that was all it took for the man to execute his plan. By the time the warning bells on the monitors had drawn the attention of the staff, he was gone. Within minutes, alarms sounded outside as well, echoing off the cement block buildings and stretching out into the surrounding wilderness. The sound of shouting voices and pounding feet were soon added to the mix, as searchlights began to sweep across the darkness. A dangerous Lycan was on the loose, and no effort was being spared to keep him from escaping. Deep in the shadows, Damien leaned against the brick wall, half naked and trembling. His chest heaved as beads of sweat trickled down his muscular form, and shivers racked his limbs. The thin hospital trousers he wore dipped dangerously low on his lean hips as he wiped his damp palms. He pushed his hair from his face with a shaking hand, and then twisted to peer out of his hiding spot. If anyone had been nearby, they would have seen the desperate, almost feral look in his eyes and the gauntness of his face. But no one was around, at least not in this corner of the compound, where large garbage bins provided small nooks in which to hide. That had been his plan. Go where no one expected. Years of training and an innate survival instinct were coming together, guiding his thoughts and moves, making him a formidable foe. If he was cornered, he would fight to the death, but that was not his goal, at least not right now. Escape. He needed to escape. That is all he knew, all he cared about. This place he would found himself in was evil. Chemical smells bit at his nostrils and stole his breath. Strange restraints had been attached to his body. And pain. Everywhere there was pain. His body, his mind, his heart. Running was the only option. While it galled him to admit it, this was not the time to make a stand and fight. His body was too weak, instinctively he knew it, but once he healed he would be back to deal with. He frowned, unsure who the enemy was. Curling his hands into fists, he shook his head, angry with himself and his inability to think clearly. A strange buzzing filled his ears, almost blocking out all else. He rubbed his aching temples while wondering what was wrong. Had they drugged him? Or maybe it was the adrenaline rushing through his system. Whatever the because, his sense of reality faded in and out, going from gray and fuzzy to an almost excruciatingly acute awareness. Grimly, he gathered all his reserves of strength in preparation for flight. He had to stay focused to make sense of the searchlights and sirens. There would only be one chance, and he needed to pick the right moment to make his move. Seconds ticked by as he waited and watched, noting where the searchers were, calculating the pattern and speed of the sweeping security lights. There was a minute window of opportunity when the path he wanted to take would be bathed in darkness. His muscles quivered with the need for action, but he remained hidden. Just a few more seconds and no. In a blur of movement, he shifted forms and leapt from the shadows, speeding over the dry grass that covered the compound. He dodged around bushes and trees, skirted a parking lot, and finally crawled under the chain-link fence that separated the huddle of buildings from the miles of grass-covered prairie which surrounded it. A road stretched ahead, the odor of rubber and fuel rising from the still warm pavement. The animal side of him shied away from the sign of humanity, but his human brain knew better. His pursuers would expect him to head towards the wilderness rather than follow the highway into town. And even though it was exposed, the heavy acrid scents might help disguise his trail. Turning his back on the rolling hills, he took off running down the long, straight expanse, his black form disappearing into the darkness of the night. A few miles into the journey, his muscles began to protest. The days of illness and immobility had taken their toll, and his stamina was depleted. His right back leg throbbed. He could feel the newly formed tissues that covered his wound tearing open, blood trickling out and matting his fur, yet he did not dare slow down. Mile after mile, he raced along the deserted road, the full moon lighting his way. For some unknown reason, he detected no sound of pursuit, but did not pause or wonder why. A strange compulsion was driving him onward, even though his body screamed for mercy. Finally, the lights of civilization began to glimmer ahead. Only then did he lessen his pace. His sides heaved as his lungs sought to pull in oxygen to feed his starving system. Heavy pants escaped his muzzle, his throat was parched, and the need for water was strong. But even more powerful was the pull of his heart. It ached as if a chunk had been ripped out, the flesh still quivering and dripping blood. There was something here that he needed. It had him veering off the road and trotting towards a small group of houses, instinctively turning corners, left then right, then left again. He paused near the base of a large tree. It was an unusually still evening for a suburban neighborhood. No chirping crickets or distant drone of traffic broke the almost sepulchral silence. A quick glance about revealed that the nearby street lamp was burnt out, and the surrounding houses were dark as well. It was as if he were the only creature left on the planet. Before him, a vacant lot was eerily illuminated by the cool glow of the moon. A few straggly shrubs graced the perimeter while overgrown grass encircled what had once been a house, though that was difficult to see given what remained. Bits of twisted metal, a few stalwart struts, the concrete outline of a basement. Seeing them made his chest tighten, but he forced himself to keep looking. There were the charred remnants of a stove and fridge, a set of coils from a mattress. A vision flashed before his eyes. A young woman laughing as she stood by the stove preparing a meal. The same woman lying on the bed, her eyes filled with passion. His heart began to pound heavily, and he walked forward, not seeing the dew that sparkled like diamonds in the moonlight. As if nature was trying to hide the grimness of the scene step by step, he moved closer to the remains of what had once been a home. His home. His vision blurred and he blinked, fighting back tears. Tentatively, he stretched out his neck and nudged a charred bit of wood with his muzzle. It teetered, precariously balanced on a cement block. He held his breath, his gaze fixed on the wooden scrap, somehow feeling that the outcome of its battle with gravity was a reflection of his own life. Even as he willed it not to fall, it gave in to the inevitable. The chunk of wood toppled over and struck the ground, crumbling into tiny splitters surrounded by a small poof of dust, all traces of its existence forever erased. He jerked his head back. Memories assaulted him like shrapnel, pummeling his very being. His body began to shake as mental anguish racked him. No. He did not want to remember this, could not bear to recall what had once been here. This had been his home, the life he had been building with his mate and unborn child. Now, all that had made life worth living lay in the ashes before him. Had they even found her body? Throwing back his head, he prepared to howl his misery only to stop at the sound of an approaching car. Headlights cut a swath across the lot and briefly illuminated him in a blue-tinged light. He froze until the sound of screeching tires had him pivoting on his hind legs and sprinting across the yard. There he is. Stop. A familiar voice had him faltering. "Damien, stop. I'll get him, sir." Another voice spoke, and was immediately followed by the sound of gunfire. A bullet ripped into the ground to his left, and Damien jerked aside as bits of dirt and grass exploded into the air, stinging his flank and spurring him into even faster movement. "What the hell did you do that for?" "He's a rogue, Reno. Regulations state, fuck regulations." Behind him there was more swearing, the sound of flesh hitting flesh, a grunt of pain, but he did not stop. In survival mode, he fled the scene, running down alleyways, zigzagging through the sleeping town. Directly ahead of him, a train was blocking his path. It was just leaving the station, barely moving as the engines strained to pull the heavy load. A cunning, more human than animal, had him leaping into the open doors of a boxcar and crouching in the shadows. As the train began to pick up speed, he peered out, watching the streetlights and houses flash by. There was a tugging in the region of his heart, a sense of loss and pain, as if he was leaving something important behind, but he pushed such thoughts away. His human half sighed. Tired and broken, the will to be in control faded. All his life, he would battled to keep the animal in control, but now he conceded. Without regret, he allowed his wolf to push to the foreground, and his humanity subsided into unconsciousness. Chapter 1:18 months later, a twig snapped behind her and Eve spun around, heart pounding, muscles tensed, ready to defend herself. She narrowed her eyes, her gaze darting left to right, searching among the grayish-brown tree trunks for whatever had caused the twig to break. There was no sign of movement, though. In fact, the woods were unusually still and silent, only the sound of her own harsh breathing filling her ears. She waited a beat before straightening from the half-crouch she would instinctively gone into. Blowing out a long, slow breath, she wiped her sweaty palms on her jeans and rolled her tense shoulders. For the last half hour, she would had the uncomfortable feeling that she was being followed. It was nonsense, of course, the season being too early and the location too remote for tourists. The local population would not be hiking this area either, since it was private property. No, the chances of someone being here were slim. Yet, if that was the case, why were the hairs on the back of her neck prickling? She forced herself to think rationally. There were a number of sensible explanations for her jitters. The mystery movie she would watched, the fact that she would stayed up too late reading. Things like that could play on a person's mind, right? With one last look around, she resumed her journey, though her pace was slightly brisker than normal. An afternoon walk had become a habit this past month, but this was the first time she would ever felt nervous about being alone in the woods. Maybe it was the sweep of dark shadows over the land that was making her skittish. It had been sunny when she would set out an hour ago, but now large clouds raced across the sky, obscuring the sun while thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. A cool wind began to blow, and she hunched her shoulders against the chill, keeping her eyes focused on the path. Absently, she noted landmarks that told her she still had some distance to travel before she reached the small fishing cabin she was renting. Would she make it back before the storm struck? She picked up her pace even more, breaking into a slow jog. Pebbles skittered and leaves crunched as her feet rhythmically pounded down the path. The trail she habitually followed wound through the trees, but today she took no notice of the scenic beauty. Unfurling ferns and small spring flowers held no interest for her. Instead, she anxiously approached each twist and turn, wondering what potential danger hid just beyond her view. Were there bears in the area? Coyotes? Cougars? Strange how she would never worried about that before, but it was possible that predators from the nearby Rocky Mountain wilderness could wander into the foothills. Eve was not sure if she preferred being stalked by a hungry beast or a human, but at least she could eliminate one possibility. Pausing to catch her breath, she braced herself against a tree and reluctantly stretched out her mind, letting the gift free. If another human was in the area, she would be able to sense their emotional presence. Even as she searched, she assured herself there was nothing to encounter. She was alone in the woods, and this would prove it. In fact, she actually began to relax when no human mind touched hers. See, an overactive imagination was the source of her fear. No one was out there except she frowned. Something was not right. Emotions were present, but it was not what she would usually sense from a person. In fact, the feelings did not resemble human ones at all. They were more primitive, raw and shocking in their baseness. An instinctive fear of the unknown curled inside her, and she pulled back, mentally closing herself off from the source. Another twig snapped, and she pressed her spine against the tree trunk, fists clenched, ready to fight whatever danger was there. The rising wind whipped her hair across her face and into her eyes. Impatiently, she brushed the locks aside and scanned the forest, looking for a sign that something was hiding behind the gnarled trunks. Seconds ticked by as she searched for even a hint of movement, but everything was still except for the branches swaying in the now gusting wind. She licked her lips and swallowed hard. Vague recollections of news reports were coming to mind. Hikers who had disappeared without a trace, only to have their mangled, decomposing bodies found months later. The incidents had occurred several hundred kilometers away, so there was no reason to be thinking along those lines. Was there? A trickle of sweat slipped down the center of her back, and she twitched her shoulders at the feeling. Her nervousness was making the hooded sweatshirt she was wearing feel too warm despite the early spring temperatures. Yet she did not dare pull it over her head and blind herself even for a fraction of a second. Damn it, where was this thing that was following her? Stealing her nerve, she once again opened her mind to seek out who or what might be present. If she could pinpoint an exact location, she would be better able to defend herself. Forcing her mind to relax, she released the firm control she always maintained over her sixth sense and let the web of awareness spread around her. Seeking, testing, searching for subtle clues, oddly enough, she came up empty. She tried again, pushing the limits of her meager powers, but there was not even a wisp of emotion left in the area save her own. How could that be? There was usually some latent trace, especially if strong feelings were present. She rubbed her nose and tried to think logically. Something had definitely been there, and now was not. It could not have been an animal she would been sensing. All her research on empathic abilities indicated that only human emotions were accessible. Maybe she would have been mistaken. After all, she was new to this whole empathic mind reading thing. Perhaps the approaching storm was causing a glitch in her radar. That could happen, could not it? Damn, she wished she understood her own powers better. Not that it was her fault, of course. If no one told you about something, you could hardly be blamed for your ignorance, right? Forcing her tense muscles to relax, she stepped away from the tree. Cowering was pointless. Lifting her chin, she made herself stand tall and widened her stance. She would continue her walk, but on her own terms. With one last look around, she turned only to let out a gasp. Something dropped right in front of her, and she jumped back, barely maintaining her balance. A scrambling sound had her looking up to find a pair of bright eyes staring down at her. A raccoon. Eve sagged in relief, then glared at the masked assailant. "Have you been following me?" She scolded the creature, bending down to pick up the pinecone that it had lobbed at her. The animal did not answer, of course, but she did get a vague sense of annoyance emanating from it. It made a few indistinct muttering sounds before scampering higher up the tree and disappearing into a hole in the trunk. "Crazy beast," she muttered, tossing the pinecone to the side. "What are you doing up during the day? Are not you supposed to be nocturnal?" Feeling more at ease, Eve finished her walk, chuckling over how she could have allowed herself to become spooked by a mere raccoon and an approaching storm. A bright flash of lightning followed by a loud crack of thunder accompanied her arrival home, and she hurried across the small clearing and up the steps, eager to be inside before the rain started. Envisioning a cup of tea and curling up in a chair to read while the storm vented its fury, she reached for the door handle only to freeze in place. Her skin began to prickle again, and the odd feeling of being watched returned with a greater intensity than before. Her heart began to pound as a sense of danger welled within her. There was something dark and angry, something filled with rage, just behind her. Somehow she knew if she turned to look it would be fatal. Sweat sprang up on her skin, and her slippery fingers fumbled with the latch. As soon as the handle turned, she yanked the door open and ran inside. Slamming it shut, she slid the deadbolt into place. She leaned against the wooden surface, paralyzed with fear as a sense of evil swirled around her, hovered, and then slowly faded, leaving her feeling weak and exhausted. Her knees gave out and she slid to the floor, resting her head against the door. Brushing her hair from her face, she willed her heart to stop racing and the queasy feeling in her stomach to settle. It had to be the storm, the electricity in the air that was causing these feelings. It was preposterous to think otherwise. If there was someone out there, she would have sensed an actual person. A mischievous raccoon was nothing to be upset about. She repeated the fact to herself several times, willing herself to believe it. When her heart finally quit pounding like she would just finished a race, she kicked off her shoes and pulled the too-warm sweatshirt over her head. Hugging the soft material to her chest, she looked around the open concept cabin and let the cozy atmosphere soothe her spirit. Simple braided rugs, warm pine paneling, and a stack of unread books by the comfortable but sagging sofa. Her makeshift art studio stood in a corner of the room, unfinished projects awaiting her return. Yes, everything was as she would left it, homey and peaceful. She relaxed even more and chuckled softly at her own foolish flight of fancy. There was nothing evil here, except the occasional spider and a few rodents outside. Deciding that a soothing cup of tea really was what she needed, she pushed to her feet and padded towards the kitchen. A flashing light on the side table caught her attention. Someone had called while she had been out on her walk. Her sock-clad feet skidded slightly on the polished wooden floor as she changed directions and went to check her messages. Maybe it was her friend Allie. A long chat would certainly help settle her nerves. The smile that had started to form on her face faded when she looked at the number displayed and realized who had called. It was her agent, Caro. Eve grimaced, not wanting to deal with the overly effusive woman just then. She contemplated ignoring the silent summons of the blinking light, and even took 2 steps away before guilt had her turning back. With a sigh, she listened to the message that stated Caro was driving to Edmonton tomorrow and planned to stop in on the way, provided Eve was going to be home. There was a hint of dire consequences should she not be available. Grimacing at the woman's overbearing manner, Eve picked up the phone. Being level-headed and responsible sucked sometimes. Hello. Caro's voice sounded distracted, as if she were doing a dozen things at once, which she likely was. Her office always bore a resemblance to the aftermath of a tornado, though, surprisingly enough, the woman knew exactly where everything was. Hi, Caro. I see you called. Eve, where have you been? I have tried at least a dozen times, and Eve let the words wash over her, knowing Caro would likely rant for at least 5 minutes before she ran out of steam. The woman loved to turn everything into high drama. Making appropriate noises in response to whatever Caro was saying, Eve went about her tea preparations, putting water on to boil and finding the tea bags. Once the water was hot, she poured it into the teapot and leaned her hip against the kitchen counter so she could look out the window while waiting for the beverage to steep. Splots of rain were hitting the window pane while thunder rumbled overhead, but it appeared the storm would quickly pass. Thankful that the source of her unease would soon be over, she idly scanned the view. A thick growth of pine trees flanked one side of the cabin, and she began to take note of how they looked silhouetted against the stormy sky. Straight and stalwart, they defied the force of nature that vented its fury around them. An idea began to form for her next project, and her fingers itched to capture the image on paper. About to go in search of her sketchpad, a sound near her ear reminded her she was on the phone. I am sorry, Caro, what did you say? I was asking if you had those paintings ready for me. The paintings? Oh, yeah. Her voice trailed off again as she stared out the window. Had something moved near that old tree stump? She squinted, unable to detect anything, yet the feeling that she was being watched had returned. Shifting uneasily, she stepped back from the window. Eve. If you do not answer me this minute, Caro's strident tones had her wincing. Sorry, Caro. I am a bit distracted. I have the weirdest feeling that someone is watching me. Even as she spoke the words, she regretted them. Someone is watching you. Like a stalker. Caro's voice took on a panicky tone. Oh my God, That is what you get for moving to the middle of nowhere. Lock the doors and I'll call the police. Caro, calm down. Eve hastened to assure her agent, imagining how the woman was probably dragging her hands through her hair, sending the frizzy bleached blonde locks into even greater disarray. I am not in imminent danger. There is no one out there. It's just one of those weird feelings. But how do you know? Maybe some crazed chainsaw-carrying lumberjack plans to murder you in your sleep. He's hiding behind the trees, and when you are not looking. Caro ended her sentence with some rather gruesome sound effects. The woman's creative mind definitely got the better of her at times. Gee, thanks, Caro. I feel a whole lot better now. Eve moved into the living area and grabbed her sweatshirt from the chair where she would tossed it earlier. Walking into the bedroom, she placed it in the laundry hamper, then glanced about at the disarray. If nothing else, Caro's overreaction helped put things in perspective. I think you have spent too much time watching horror flicks. And I have spent too much time reading mystery novels, she thought to herself, noting the stack of books beside her bed as well as the clothing scattered about. It was time to get some work done. She started to tidy up as Caro continued on with her theme. I do not know, Eve. You always hear about these ghastly cases in the news. I think you should report this to someone. Caro sounded doubtful before suddenly brightening. I know. Call that hunky man you are renting the cabin from. If nothing else, it will give you an excuse to talk to him. Caro had encountered Rafe McRae on her first trip to Eve's temporary home, having accidentally taken the wrong turn. According to her description, she would found the man nearly stripped naked and chopping firewood. It had taken several glasses of wine and considerable patience before the woman had quit enthusing about him. Eve had to concede on some of Caro's points. At over 6 foot, with a sculpted body, Rafe was the kind of man who had every woman drooling over him. However, Caro's description of him as charming was hard to swallow. Based on her own meetings with the man, she was inclined to think that a rock had more personality. Making her way to the main living area, Eve rolled her eyes. I do not need an excuse to talk to him, Caro. I simply rent one of his cabins, nothing more. That is what you say, but your artwork tells a different story. Did you know that each piece you have sent back bears a remarkable likeness to him? Really? I had no idea. Eve feigned innocence while flicking a glance towards the far corner of the room where she had several sketches of Rafe pinned to the wall. She had been using him as a model for the males on the book covers she created to supplement her income as an artist. He certainly was. Inspiring. To a casual observer, maybe. But remember, I am an expert on the male form. Caro's reputation as a cougar was a badge she wore proudly. Keep your claws out of him, Caro. Eve spoke the words without meaning to, and then winced when she realized she would just given the other woman ammunition. Warning me to keep away. I thought you said he was just your landlord. Interest flared in the woman's voice. It was easy to imagine how Caro would now be leaning back in her chair, one leg extended as she studied her outrageously high heels. One penciled brow would be raised as she twirled a pen between her fingers. Do I detect more than a passing interest in the man? Eve fumbled for an answer. As a woman, she was attracted to him physically, yet at the same time they seemed to rub each other the wrong way. Besides, he made her uneasy. There was something about his eyes and the way he looked at her as if he could see into her soul. She shivered at the memory. Listen, Eve, if you need a few pointers. I do not, thanks. She cut the woman off quickly, not sure she was up to hearing Caro's advice on men. I have no intention of getting involved with Rafe McRae, and I do not need to contact him about an imaginary stalker. A chainsaw-carrying stalker. Caro. All right, fine. Have it your way. Do not contact the man. Do not pay any attention to my warnings. Caro sounded miffed, and Eve could imagine her stalking about the office, waving her hand theatrically. But remember, if I drive all the way to the back of Beyond and find you have been hacked into pieces by an escaped murderer, I am deducting the gas mileage from your next check. First of all, Grassy Hills is not the back of Beyond. It's only a little bit out of your way, since you're driving to Edmonton tomorrow anyway. Secondly, there are no escaped murderers being reported in the news. And thirdly, if I am dead, you can keep the check. Eve barely resisted the urge to stick out her tongue. Famous last words. Caro said dourly and then sighed. I'll be there around 10 of the clock tomorrow to pick up your latest pieces. Okay. Why do not we meet at the Sunrise Cafe like last time? It will save you a few minutes of travel time. And keep you away from my cabin and Rafe, she added silently. Good. If I am out of the city for too long, I might start to convert into a country bumpkin. Caro hung up without even saying goodbye, and Eve set the handset down with a sigh. Her agent was a city girl, born and bred, and could not begin to fathom why anyone would not want to live in the middle of a large city. Mind you, Eve had never thought of herself as a country girl either, but ever since the gift had struck her full force, she would found it increasingly difficult to live in a city surrounded by thousands of people. The gift. That had been her grandmother's name for it, but Eve was not so sure that the curse would not have been a better name. The inexplicable empathy she felt towards total strangers had descended on her last year, and her life had not been the same since. It was the fae in her grandmother had said. As a child, she would sat at her grandmother's feet, listening wide-eyed to stories of a long-ago time when her family had seemed to possess strange powers. The powers faded from us, child, Gran had explained. It bypassed me and your father, but you are one of the lucky ones. I can see it in you. Her grandmother had cupped her chin and stared deep into her eyes before smiling knowingly. The gift is with you, but what you will do with it remains to be seen. At the age of 9, the words had been thrilling, and Eve recalled waking each morning hoping that the gift, whatever it was, would make itself known. But years passed, and nothing exciting or special ever occurred. She would grown older and more practical. Gran succumbed to old age, and the stories had faded from her memory. It was not until she would found a letter, from her long-dead Gran, in the back of a dresser drawer that she recalled the prediction. Suddenly, the vague headaches and strange daydreams she would recently begun to have all started to make sense. When the awakening comes on you, you will know. You will need to nurture it, refine your skills, develop control. Learning to shield your mind will be important, as well as guarding your heart. Being fae is a wondrous gift, but you must use it wisely. Eve was not exactly sure she believed in being fae. Extrasensory perception sounded a bit more scientific and practical by comparison. But whatever name you put to it, the fact remained that Gran's foretelling had come true. Inexplicable headaches, random feelings coming over her that had nothing to do with her own emotional state. It turned out they were all signs of the awakening. She would cancel the doctor's appointment she would made, having thought some strange hormonal imbalance was turning her into an emotional seesaw, and began trying to learn how to live with this new twist in her life. At first, it had been almost cool to know how others were feeling without them saying, sort of like a never-ending party game. But constantly being inundated with other people's emotions, some of which she would really rather not be privy to, soon became exhausting. As a last resort, she would move to grassy hills, the plan being to learn control of her new abilities in a less populated area, and then returning to the city once she had a handle on things. Unfortunately, developing any reliable amount of control was taking longer than she would anticipated. It was hard to always be on guard, to keep a mental wall firmly in place all day long. So far, short trips into town were about all she could manage, and even that had resulted in some embarrassing revelations about how some of the residents felt about each other. Still, there were advantages to living in grassy hills. An affinity for nature that she would never had before was growing within her. At times, she was sure she could hear a faint whispering from the trees, even sense an underlying hum of contentment that spread over the entire woods and lapped at the edge of town. There was a distinct shift of feeling when she was surrounded by buildings rather than nature. She wondered how she would never noticed it before, but perhaps being tuned into the natural world was all part of being fae, enjoying the quiet pace of life, the fresh air, and the scenery. And speaking of scenery, she flicked a glance towards the pictures of Rafe again. The man was gorgeous. Now, if she could only figure him out. Strangely enough, she could not sense his emotions. Not that she wanted to, she assured herself, but it was odd. Pushing thoughts of the man out of the way, Eve collected her cup of tea. She paused for a moment and stared at the beverage suspiciously. The book she would read last night had featured drugs slipped into a teacup as the murder weapon, but then shook her head. Things like that did not happen in real life, and besides, there were no murderers lurking in the area. Grabbing her new book, a nice steamy romance, she settled down on the couch. She would been waiting ages for this book to be published. Imaginary stalkers and hunky landlords would have to wait. 20 minutes later, Eve found herself with her chin cupped in her hand as she stared out the window, her book forgotten on the sofa beside her. For once, the words of her favorite author had failed to hold her attention. Instead of reading, she watched the now light drizzle as it made rings in the puddles near the bottom of the porch steps. A lazy, rainy day, perfect for daydreams. A flicker of movement in the shadows near the tree line drew her attention, and she narrowed her eyes, wondering what creature had braved the weather. Yes, she saw it again. Something was definitely there, but it was much too big for a bird or even the pesky raccoon. Ever so slowly, she eased herself up onto her knees for a better look, while still staying in the shadow of the curtains. 1 minute ticked by, then 2. Her legs started to cramp, an itch developed on her nose, but still she did not move. More time passed, her cup of tea grew even colder. Had it been her imagination? She was about to give up when a dark shape emerged and revealed a massive wolf as black as midnight. It was noticeably thin, drops of water clinging to its fur, but it held its head high, an aura of power emanating from it. Unbidden, a gasp escaped her lips. Somehow the creature must have heard the soft sound, for it suddenly turned its head and looked directly at her. Despite its bedraggled appearance, the wolf exuded power and self-assuredness, and she had no doubt it would take on anyone who challenged its right to be there. She watched as its nostrils flared, and its sides moved with each steady breath it took. Silver eyes, striking against its dark fur, conveyed an almost human intelligence as it studied her with a slightly cocked head. Their gazes locked, and despite the distance separating them, Eve was sure she could feel an instantaneous connection forming with the beast. It was like a low hum that slowly grew and expanded, encircling her mind and then pressing inward, as if the creature was reaching out, searching for a means of accessing her thoughts. She physically jerked back, suddenly afraid, and the slight movement appeared to break the connection. Without warning, the wolf melted into the shadows. Eve let out the breath she was not even aware she had been holding and relaxed her tensed muscles, feeling strangely exhausted by the encounter. Sliding down into a seated position, she tucked her hair behind her ears and wished she understood more about this fey business. She knew she could get a sense of an animal's emotional state, but animals could not communicate with her, could they? Her friend Allie's dog had never given her the impression that it was trying to send her a message, though the old spaniel was likely too lazy to make the effort. If only Gran were still alive, she would have all the answers. Eve had tried questioning her father, but he would been no help. He would admitted that the family history was spotty. Some claims of witchery and even legends of being descended from the Fae were bandied about, but of course, no one believed that nonsense. Busy with his new job in Australia, he had not seemed overly concerned when she tentatively suggested she might have inherited some of the long-lost powers. A vague that is interesting had been murmured, and then he would launched into a discussion of the latest documentary he was filming. She rubbed her temples as she recalled the almost ticklish feeling in her head when she had been staring at the wolf. It had not seemed at all surprised to find her here. There would have been no nervous twitching of its ears, no stepping back, no startled response at all, just calm acceptance of her presence. Had the beast had her under surveillance, and not the mischievous raccoon or some crazed human, as Caro had speculated? But if that was the case, why? Why was it watching her? Curiosity? Or was it sizing her up as its next meal? Recalling the feeling of danger that had plagued her during her walk, she scurried about the small cabin, securing the windows and doors while telling herself she needed to remain calm. Surely if the wolf saw her as dinner it would have attacked, while she had been out walking earlier. And Rafe had said the woods were safe. He would not have mentioned that if it were not true. Having his renters eaten would be bad for business, right? She worried her lip and considered calling Rafe to tell him what she would seen. Would he believe her? Or would he think she was a foolish city girl, like he had during her first month at the cabin? He would almost lost patience with her after she would called on him, all too often, for assistance with such unknowns as wood-burning stoves and electrical generators. Of course, she had not contacted him recently. She was a quick study and had soon become relatively self-sufficient, able to handle most problems alone. She twisted her fingers. Alone. With a wolf outside the cabin. A lean wolf that might very well be looking for its next meal. And what if the connection she would felt to the beast was because he was envisioning her as dinner? She grabbed the phone and dialed Rafe's number. Hello. His voice was deep and smooth, the kind that could wrap itself around you like a dark velvety blanket and draw you into a trance as you listened to it rise and fall. She gave her head a little shake and responded. Rafe. It's Eve. Yes. Was it her imagination, or did his voice chill upon hearing her name? The ball of nerves that always appeared when he was around began to form in her stomach, and she had to force herself to continue. I saw a wolf today. It was right outside the cabin. A wolf? Or a big dog? She heard his barely concealed skepticism, and, while it rankled to admit it, he did have grounds for his belief. When she would first moved in, she would called him about a large black snake under the porch. Unfortunately, it had turned out to be an inner tube from an old tire. The memory of the look on his face as he would held it up for her inspection still made her flush with embarrassment. Yes, a wolf. It was big with black fur, pointy ears, and a bushy tail. She paused and rolled her eyes. Those details could fit almost any family pet, but how else did you describe a wolf? After taking a deep breath, she restated her case with as much conviction as possible. It was a wolf. Not a dog or even a fox, I am positive. Rafe grunted, then sighed. All right. I'll be by to check it out. Stay inside. He hung up before she could reply, and she set the receiver down with a thunk. The man was more than a little bit rude. The rain had stopped, and the sun was shining by the time Rafe's battered pickup truck came to a stop in front of Eve's cabin. At one point in time, the vehicle might have been red, but the color was faded, and a film of dirt gave it more of a tired orange hue. The hinges of the driver's door squeaked as it opened, and when it was slammed shut, the entire body of the truck shuddered. Eve was sure a tiny shower of rust fell from the undercarriage as well. Through the living room window, she watched Rafe plant his hands on his hips and scan the trees around the cabin. His stance showed off his form in all its splendor from his wide shoulders to his narrow waist. Denim hugged his buttocks and powerful thighs, while his thin t-shirt did little to disguise his muscular torso. Just looking at him made her heart begin to race, and she longed to run her hands over him to feel the strength and hardness of his body. Of course, she would never have the nerve to do it, but in her mind she fanned her face with her book. Get a grip, she told herself. You are a successful, soon-to-be successful, artist and illustrator. There is no need to turn into a sex-crazed bundle of nerves every time Rafe McRae appears. Straightening her t-shirt, she tucked her hair behind her ears and pasted a smile on her face before stepping outside to greet him. Rafe was on the porch by then. His close proximity made Eve all too aware of his size. It felt as though he were looming over her, dominating the tiny space and making her feel small and helpless. The heat of his body caressed her skin, and his scent, a combination of soap and nature, wrapped around her like a physical thing. Eve. The deep rumble of his voice sent shivers through her, and she struggled to hide the fact. Rafe. She returned his greeting, pleased with the cool, polite tone she managed to achieve. Flipping up his sunglasses, he looked down at her from his superior height. His eyes, a deep chocolate brown, seemed to draw her in, melting her defenses and leaving her every thought and emotion exposed before him. She wanted to blink, to look away, but felt unable to move. He had her pinned in place by his gaze, open for whatever he wanted to do to her. Her face grew warm, her breathing shallow, and a quivering sensation started in her belly. Finally, she managed to break away from his gaze, and then fought the urge to cross her arms over her chest in order to shield herself from him. Peeved at her response to him, her lack of control, she tried to whip up some defensive anger. Of course, Rafe would have to ruin her attempt at being poised. Damn the man, he managed to do it every time they met. She should be used to it by now. Yet, within seconds of being in his presence, she was shifting from foot to foot, feeling hot and flustered. Inwardly scowling, she noted that she did not appear to have any effect on him at all. There was no expression on his face, save a muscle ticking in his jaw. He was stone-faced, completely unmoved, just like always. Silently, she cursed at him again. Wanting the encounter over, she began to step down off the porch. "I'll show you where, do not move." The words were accompanied by a restraining hand being placed on her arm. His grip was firm, the feel of his palm against her bare flesh enough to make her breath catch in her throat. For a moment she stared at his hand, noting the contrasting color of their skin, the obvious strength in his wrist and forearm. Once again her fingers itched and she wanted to touch him, to run her hand up the length of his arm, to feel the slightly springy hair that grew there. To progress up to his broad shoulders, it took a few seconds before his message finally sank in. The man had basically barked the order at her. A stubborn streak poked its way through the haze of awareness that had settled on her and had her jutting her chin, planning to move anyway, just to spite him. She cast a defiant look his way and began to step down again, but something about his steady gaze kept her feet glued in place. Angry at herself, she pulled her arm free and glared. "Why?" "Because I like looking at you standing there." His deadpan expression belied his words. Eve rolled her eyes. "Cannot take a compliment." He quirked a brow. Well, that was something. At least she knew his face was not frozen in place. However, she did not want him to think she was pushover. She narrowed her eyes and put her hands on her hips. "It sounded more like an order to me." He shrugged. "Take it whichever way you want. The fact is you think you saw a wolf, so you should not be wandering around outside by yourself. Stay here and I'll check the area. Let me get this right. You can wander around by yourself, but I cannot even leave the porch." She did not try to hide the sarcasm in her voice. "That is right." The cool, implacable look he gave her caused any comeback she might have wanted to make to get stuck in her throat. He waited a second, and when he seemed sure she was going to do as she was told, he nodded. "Good girl. I'll be back in about half an hour. Stay inside." And without waiting for her reply, he stepped off the porch and disappeared around the corner of the cabin. Eve blinked, surprised by his sudden departure. Then she hurried inside and peered out the windows, but he was lost from sight. For a big guy, he sure moved fast. Chapter 2. Rafe stood in the dark shadows of the thick pines and watched Eve's cabin. A minute passed and then another. Finally, he gave a brief nod and deemed it safe to move, satisfied that Eve was going to follow orders and stay inside. The woman might appear delicate and biddable, but she had an independent streak that could easily land her in trouble. Only someone with a lot of gumption would move from a downtown Calgary apartment to a fishing cabin, where the nearest neighbor was miles away and the electricity intermittent at best. He had not thought she would last beyond the first week, but she would prove him wrong. He had not wanted to rent her the cabin, some instinct telling him she would be trouble. Whether it was her white blonde hair and her delicate frame or her big blue eyes and kissable, pink lips, something about Eve had immediately called to him. It brought out his protective instincts, urging him to get closer to her. He would wanted to cup her face and taste her lips, then trail his hands over her lithe curves. His body hardened at the thought, and he growled in annoyance. This was exactly what he did not need. He was burnt out, emotionally exhausted. A relationship, even a quick roll in the hay, was not part of his plan, no matter what his body might think to the contrary. Unfortunately, what he did need was money, having sunk most of his savings into buying this property. A rundown set of fishing cabins seemed perfect for his plans. All that was needed was a few repairs, Well, make that a lot of repairs, and they would provide a viable income. At the moment, though, only his place and eaves were in a livable condition. No renters meant no income to offset repair costs. That was why he would put his reservations aside and rented the cabin to Eve for 6 months. He told himself it was not that long, that he could deny the dictates of his libido and avoid her as much as possible. Of course, that had not gone as planned. At first, she would have been a pain in the ass, calling for help with one thing after another. Straight from the city, she would had no idea about using a generator or priming a pump, and each encounter had twisted the need inside him tighter and tighter. Just the sound of her voice had him painfully erect and filled his mind with images of her sprawled on his bed, begging for him to take her. Thank God, after the first month she would seem to have gotten the hang of things. Now their paths seldom crossed. It was not often that she went into town, and if he saw her in the store, he simply rearranged what he had to do in order to avoid her. A casual wave as their vehicles passed on the road, an aloof nod if they were both hiking the same trail. It had allowed him to regain some control. It did not mean he would forgotten about her. Erotic dreams still plagued his sleep, but he would begun to think the arrangement might work out. Now this had to happen. There was an intruder on his land. He would have been aware of the fact the minute he stepped out of his truck, the creature's scent still lingering in the damp air. That knowledge had caused him to slam the door of his vehicle more forcefully than usual, and he would barely held back the growl that rumbled in his throat. Professional responsibilities, assessing the progress of a former patient, had necessitated that he was away most of the past week. In fact, he would only returned home late last night, and during that short absence, someone had moved in. The intruder was a werewolf, not a regular lupus, and in ordinary circumstances, he would have been reassured by that fact. A real wolf watching a cabin might have spelled danger for the occupant, but the presence of another Lycan, while annoying, should not have been a problem. However, these were not ordinary circumstances. With one last glance in the direction of the cabin, he manipulated the energy around him and shifted into his wolf form. He took no time to enjoy the sensation of shifting, merely giving his fur a shake before getting down to business. Clinging to the shadows, he carefully circled the cabin, sniffing the air for evidence. A few tufts of dark hair were caught on a bramble, and several sets of wolf tracks, some freshly made, could be seen in the still damp soil. Other tracks, more protected from the elements by the thick pine branches overhead, were several days old. Yep, the shifter had been watching the cabin for some time, and he sniffed the ground once more. It was Rogue, just as he would suspected. His hackles rose, and a growl rumbled in his throat at the knowledge of what could have happened to Eve if she would blundered upon the creature. Lifting his head, Rafe scanned the area. The ground rose from the edge of the small lake, becoming gently rolling hills, covered in dense stands of trees. Moss-encrusted rocks jutted out here, and their hiding entrances to dens and burrows. Small gullies, filled with water from the spring thaw, created temporary ponds that drained into a meandering stream. There were any number of places for a rogue to hide, and the game would provide a plentiful food source. It made sense that a transient werewolf would stop here for a while. But why was it watching the cabin? Several possibilities came to mind, none of them comforting. Rogues were notoriously unstable. Sniffing the ground again, he puzzled over the scent. There was an element of danger, but something else as well. Muttering with annoyance, Rafe finished checking the area and then shifted back to his human form. The rogue was well away from the area right now, but would it return? He rubbed his chin, debating the wisdom of immediately tracking the creature before deciding against it. His professional judgment as someone trained in dealing with rogues came to the foreground. Know what you're dealing with was not that what he constantly drilled into the heads of his staff at the rehab clinic. Some research was needed first. Pulling out his cell phone, he was pleasantly surprised he would remembered to put it in his pocket. He called his secretary. Annette. Dr. McRae. I was not expecting to hear from you. Is anything wrong? He could imagine the woman immediately accessing his files on her computer, ready to respond to his slightest request. Annette was a paragon, and he often wondered how he would ever manage without her. No, nothing is wrong. At least I hope not. Can you pull up the list of rogues that are known to be in this area, and send them to me along with a brief bio for each? Of course. Any particular reason? Her voice took on a chiding tone. You know you are supposed to be resting. Rafe grinned, hearing the woman's motherly concern. She was not that much older than him, but was the kind of female who took everyone under her wing. That was one of the qualities that made her such an asset at the clinic. When a rogue reached the final recovery stages, Annette was always there for them, helping them search for a suitable pack, preparing any needed paperwork. Yes, I am resting. The only thing I have done is one follow-up visit, and it could not be avoided, so do not start fussing. It's simply curiosity on my part. I think a rogue might be in my area, and I was just wondering who it might be. Do you want me to contact Rogue Retrieval? They can send someone out. You know, should not be thinking about work at all. We were all so worried about you last. He cut her off before she could finish. Annette, if I thought it was a dangerous rogue, I'd follow protocol, you know that. All I need is a bit of information. Sometimes the woman's fussing was annoying, but she meant well, and it was nice to know his team cared. All right. If you are sure, her voice trailed off as if she had doubts about the wisdom of this course of action, but then gave a resigned sigh. It's almost the weekend, but I'll do my best to get the latest list and send it to you before I leave tonight. Thanks, Annette. You are a gem. I know. She hung up and Rafe chuckled softly. The woman was a bit too brassy at times, but she was damned good at her job. He put his phone back in his pocket and headed towards Eve's cabin. Once he had some more definite information, then he would know what steps to take. With any luck, the rogue would not be too difficult to deal with, but just in case, he would better take steps to ensure Eve's safety. As soon as he stepped into the clearing, she was out of the cabin. He was pleased to note that she did not step a foot off the porch, though. Did she even realize she was still obeying his command? Probably not. Well, did you find the wolf? There was a hint of anxiety in her voice. He fought the instinctive urge to walk over to her and wrap her in his arms, offering comfort and reassurance. She was such a tiny thing, it would be easy to pick her up. Instead, he stopped beside his truck. The wolf? No. But I did find evidence that one's been around. I'll stay while you pack your things and then follow you into town. He gestured with his head for her to go inside. To his surprise, she continued to stand there. Why am I packing? Because you are leaving. You cannot stay here with a wolf in the vicinity. Until I know it's out of the area, you need to vacate the premises. You expect me to just leave? She gave him an incredulous look and planted her hands on her hips. Yep. He folded his arms and leaned against the side of the truck, waiting for her to comply. And go where? Home. He did not try to keep the hope out of his voice. She pursed her lips and shook her head. My apartment is sublet for the next 4 months. I cannot go back to Calgary. Then rent another place. He shrugged his shoulders. The solution sounded simple enough. I do not have any spare cash. I paid you in advance, remember. Unless you are prepared to give me an immediate refund. She raised her brows and looked at him expectantly. Rafe rubbed his neck. He would already spent most of the money on building supplies to repair the other cabins. Well, there is the motel in town. He frowned, recalling an important point. Except Wilf is renovating it. Do you have another cabin? Closer to town, perhaps. If the wolf likes this one, I could move to another one. He shook his head. This is the only one that is truly habitable. The others still need repairs. Oh. Against his better judgment, he offered the only possible solution. I suppose you could stay with me for a while. There is a spare room. Even as he spoke the words, he mentally grimaced. While the oversized log house he presently called home was spacious enough, having her around was definitely not a good idea. He would have to keep his guard up day and night. The stress was definitely not what he needed right now. I do not think so. The appalled look on her face stung his ego for some reason. Why not? She clamped her mouth shut and folded her arms. A faint look of hurt marred her features. Because. He raised his brows and stared at her, waiting for her to explain further. Finally, she gave an exasperated sigh. You do not like me. He took a deep breath and prayed for patience. I never said that. You did not have to. I can tell. You always look grumpy when I am around. I do not. Rafe stopped mid-sentence. He was not grumpy, just reserved, trying to keep a distance between them so he did not do something foolish. However, that could be how she perceived it. And really, having her stay with him would not work. Why he would propose the idea, he was not even sure. So what do you suggest? She frowned then brightened. I'll get a gun. A gun. Fear spiked through him at the idea of this little will-o'-the-wisp holding a firearm. A gun. You know, a metal thingy that shoots bullets. Bang. Bang. She mimed holding a gun with her hand, firing it in his direction. He wondered if she was imagining shooting him, and decided it was more than likely. No. No gun. This area is posted as a no-hunting zone. I will not be hunting, just protecting myself. He barely suppressed a growl at her logic. It made sense, though. Even a rogue would take heed of a shotgun pointed at its head. And with any luck, he would have the creature out of his territory within a day or two. It was not an ideal solution, but if she stayed inside the cabin. Okay. Rafe went to his truck and reached behind the seat. Unlocking the storage container, he pulled out a shotgun, removed the trigger lock, and then grabbed some ammunition. Striding over to where Eve stood, he looked at her doubtfully. You ever use one of these? Well, gee. She fluttered her hands, and he rolled his eyes. You hold it like this. He demonstrated and then handed it to her. Eve picked it up and held it clumsily. Rafe shook his head and moved to stand behind her. God, she was so tiny compared to him, he was sure he could snap her in two. Carefully, he encircled her with his arms, moving her hands into the proper position. He could feel the warmth of her body against his chest, and when he inhaled her light floral scent filled his nostrils. His eyelids drooped and his body hardened in response. Obviously, he had been celibate too long. Clearing his throat, he carefully shifted his hips away. Like this. Got it. She tilted her head to look up at him, and at such close range, he could see faint specks of gray in her light blue eyes. Her lashes were long too, and a few freckles adorned the bridge of her pert nose. He lowered his gaze to her mouth and saw the tip of her tongue wet her full lower lip. Yeah, I think I have got it. He gave a start when she spoke and quickly released her. Stepping back, he hoped she had not noticed how intently he had been studying her. Eve adjusted her stance, tested the weight of the weapon in her hand, and then raised it into firing position with practiced ease. Rafe narrowed his eyes, suddenly suspicious. See the knot in that tree? Without waiting for his answer, she gently compressed the trigger, hit her target, and then returned the gun to him. Skeet shooting. She murmured the explanation with a sweet, innocent expression on her face. Rafe shot his gaze from Eve to the tree and back again. He felt the corner of his mouth twitch at how she would suckered him in with her helpless female act. I was being condescending. Point taken. He extended the weapon towards her, but when she would have taken it, he held on. You only use this if the wolf threatens you, and you fire a warning shot first. Injuring it is a last resort, understood. He waited for her to nod her compliance before releasing his grip. So, if this is a no-hunting zone, why do you have a gun with you? She leaned against the column that supported the porch roof and quirked an eyebrow at him, the gun cradled in her arms. He could hardly tell her that as a Lycan, he had absolutely no use for a gun. That it was all part of his costume as he attempted to look like a human, outdoorsman type, so the locals would not question why a doctor was taking over a set of fishing cabins. Same reason you have one now. Just in case. With that, he turned on his heel and walked to his truck. Before getting in, he called out to her. I'll be back tomorrow to scout the area again. Do not go wandering around outside until I can be sure the wolf's out of the area. As he got in the truck and drove away, he was sure she saluted him. Brett. Chapter 3. The wolf circled back towards the cabin, following the same path he would used every day that week. In the past months, he would traveled almost constantly, crisscrossing the continent, never staying in one place longer than necessary. There was a method to his apparently random roaming, though it was doubtful anyone would understand. Presently, he was moving westward, tirelessly following a trail that tracked across the continent. Rage and hatred fueled him, spurring him onward when others might have given up. He would spend the past week surveying the area, noting the vantage points, studying the inhabitants. When the time came to act, he would be prepared. His arrival back at the cabin was part of his daily routine. The woman who lived there was his obsession. For almost a week now, he would been watching her, taking note of her comings and goings, studying her habits. When he would first set eyes upon her, he would been shocked. While her hair was the wrong color, her build, her facial features, even the lilt of her voice, were all hauntingly familiar. Months of pain and loneliness had fallen away, and for one heart-stopping moment, he would thought his bait had returned. Of course, it was just wishful thinking. His mate was dead, but even acknowledging that harsh fact did not stop the woman from stirring bittersweet memories within him. His wolf found it hard to comprehend. It kept trying to reactivate the blood bond he would shared with bait, sending out thoughts and messages in an attempt to make contact with this look-alike female. A pointless activity, but the creature would not listen. It seldom did anymore. They might occupy the same body, but that was it. Interactions with the beast were more like a cold war. Damien approached the cabin, wanting one more glimpse of her before night fell. His steps were silent as he wove his way through the thick trees, his gait smooth to all but the most discerning of eyes. Showing weakness was never a good thing, so he would train himself to hide the slight limp caused by his right hind leg. Third-degree burns had caused the muscles to shorten, the faint ache at night a constant reminder of all he would lost in his life. For the briefest of moments, he relived the fiery scene, how the pain of the burning timbers landing on him had barely equaled the pain in his heart. Then he shook his head and concentrated on the present. Would the woman be outside, sitting on the porch with her chin propped in her hand, staring unseeingly at the woods or the lake as she daydreamed? Or perhaps she would be inside painting or drawing, as she often did for hours at a time. Earlier in the day, she would caught sight of him. Across the small clearing their gazes had met, and something about her expression had caused him to flash back to the first time he would seen his bait. Half hidden behind a tree, Bait had been watching the full moon festivities, a look of longing in her eyes. The other wers had been shifting, preparing for a run, but no one had appeared to notice her standing to the side. He would almost missed her himself, her coloring and stillness allowing her to blend into the background. But something, some fate, had caused him to glance her way and then start a conversation. She would announce she was a half-breed, having only recently discovered the fact when helping her mother pack for a move. For some reason, her family had kept her true nature hidden from her, and now she was full of questions, eager to learn of her heritage and participate in pack life. Her mother's old Alpha had allowed her to join, but her reception by the rest had been cool. No one's even bothered to tell me how to shift. Tears had glistened on her lashes as she expressed her frustration. Of course, as a half, raised in a human culture, she would miss the inclusion ceremony. She would had no idea that a transfer of at least 2 body fluids was needed to activate her latent werewolf genetics. An infant would have been exposed to breast milk and a small amount of the alpha's blood, but she was too old for that. Damien smiled at the memory of how she would blushed when he explained straight-faced that adult halves usually had sex, exchanging saliva and semen in order to initiate the change. Her face had gone bright red in embarrassment, and for a moment she would floundered, obviously unsure of how to respond. Just as he would been about to take pity on her and say that blood and saliva would also work, she would taken him aback by boldly asked him to do the job. It was then that he would started to fall in love with her. He had not gone on the run that night. Instead, he would sat beside her in the shadows, backs propped against the trunk of an ancient tree as they talked. The topics had been varied: werewolves and movies, politics and favorite foods. By the time the moon had arced across the sky, she would been nestled against him, their hands intertwined. She would been his soulmate. His reminiscing halted abruptly. A scent hit him as he approached the cabin, causing him to freeze in place. He flared his nostrils, and his hackles rose. Another werewolf had been here. Instinctively, he went on the defensive, taking a step back and scanning the surrounding area. If his time as a rogue had taught him anything, it was that his kind were seldom welcome. The woods were silent save the occasional bird call and the scrambling sound of a chipmunk running up a tree. Through a break in the foliage, he could see the woman inside the cabin. She was near the kitchen window and seemed to be preparing a meal. With night approaching, she would not be stepping outside again if she stayed true to her usual routine. He twitched his ears and raised his head to sample the air again before slowly allowing himself to relax. Apparently, the other wolf had left the area for the time being. Hunkering down, he considered his options. Another werewolf in the area would complicate things, and common sense was urging him to leave, yet it galled him to abandon his plan. Being cautious would gain him nothing. Too much had been lost already. A compromise was the best he could manage. Getting to his feet, he cast one last look at the woman before heading towards the nearby town. An hour later, Damien entered the front office of the one and only motel Grassy Hills had to offer. The bell over the door jingled merrily, announcing his arrival, and he scowled in annoyance at the happy sound. Out of habit, he scanned the area, checking for a secondary escape route and possible defensive positions. There was a door in the back, a few racks of travel brochures, and a shelf of snack foods for sale. The room was clean, even if time appeared to have forgotten it for several decades. Afternoon. How can I help you? Damien snapped his gaze to the man at the desk. Older, mid-60s, gray hair but still fit. He had a fishing magazine in his hand and a look of mild inquiry in his eyes. I need a room. Damien walked over to the counter, behind which the man was seated. Most everyone who stops in here does. Well, except for a few of the locals who come to chat. I always put a fresh pot of coffee on around 10, and they know it. The man chuckled as he set his magazine aside and got to his feet. Passing through or visiting family? Exploring. He shrugged and gave the simplest answer he could think of. My wife and I moved here in the 60s. The man shuffled some papers while looking Damien up and down. Damien grunted and pulled out a handful of bills. He did not want to talk to the man. All he needed was a room for the night. If it had not been for the presence of the other werewolf, he could have stayed in the woods as he had the past week. However, antagonizing the local Lycan was not a good idea. Keeping his nose clean and moving under the radar was his plan, and he needed to stick to it. Yep, we were backpacking across the country, just like you. Took a liking to the area, did some exploring, and decided to stay on. The man took the offered bills and slid the registration book forward. After quickly scrawling a fake name, Damien extended his hand for the key. Not a talker, are you? That is fine. The man chuckled. It takes all kinds, that is what I tell my wife. He gave Damien the key. Sorry, it's not fancy. We're doing some renovations, though. Fixing the place up real nice. He knit his thick, bushy eyebrows together. You can stay in this room tonight, but tomorrow morning we're taking the carpets out. It's not a problem. Damien closed his hand around the key and walked away while the man was still talking. It was rude, but he did not want to be trapped listening to talk about paint colors and carpeting. He would done that with Bate when they would bought their little bungalow. Pain shot through him at the memory, and he cursed the chink in his armor that had let that recollection slip through. Well, he had the cure in his backpack. A bottle of whiskey would fix the problem. It was near dawn when Damien finally dozed off. He would been unable to settle, his leg ached, and the bottle of whiskey he would bought a day ago had been the human variety, much too weak and emptied far too soon to have any great effect. It had forced him to spend much of the night reliving memories that were best forgotten. The months after Bate died were mostly a blur. Days, then weeks, blended together in a haze of grief and pain that had been almost debilitating. Sometimes human, mostly wolf, he would traverse the land existing without a purpose, physically alive but in all other respects dead. It had not mattered if he had taken another breath or eaten another meal. There would have been no reason to live, no will to survive. At times he would despaired, begging the fates to take him so he could be with his beloved mate. But fate had never been that kind. It had kept him alive, placing a rabbit before him when he would have preferred to starve, having him stumble into a warm, dry den when he would have fallen asleep in a snowbank with the hope of never awakening. On the verge of total despair, fate had kicked him in the ass and forced him to carry on. Now he was left with a numb bitterness. This was his life. His efforts to speed his exit from it were futile. For some reason, he was doomed to continue to exist. At least he had a purpose now. Too bad it meant he brokered in death. On that gloomy note, he finally fell asleep. He would only been resting an hour or so when the phone began to ring. Cursing, he rolled over, the covers tangled about him. "Lo." His throat felt dry, his eyes gritty as he tried to peer at his watch. "Morning. This is Wilf from the front desk." Damien grunted, recognizing the voice. "Sorry to bother you, but the workers are here to replace the carpets a bit earlier than expected, and I was wondering, it'll be gone in an hour." He hung up without waiting for a reply and climbed out of bed. Damien leaned against the wall of the shower, his hands propped on cracked tiles as he let the water cascade over his body. The bathroom was dingy and mildewed, barely a step up from the ponds he splashed in when in his wolf form, but it did not really bother him. Where he slept or bathed hardly mattered anymore. Shutting off the water, he dried off, then pulled on a pair of jeans and a clean t-shirt, stuffing the dirty one his small backpack. All his worldly possessions were there, a change of clothes, a toothbrush, and a razor. When it was time to leave, to return to the wild, he could easily ditch the bag and never miss it. There was enough money in his pocket to tide him over for several months if need be. His last job had seen to that. His needs were simple. He caught food when required, found a cave or den to sleep in. A rogue wolf could live for months that way. He picked up his wallet off the table and checked the contents. It contained the only item of importance in his life, Bates' picture. It had taken him ages to find one, since everything had been lost in the explosion. When he would finally come across a copy of her high school yearbook in a library, he would have her picture scanned and enlarged. Even though she would have been much younger when the photo was taken, she looked almost the same as the day he would met her. Sweet and shy, but with a streak of stubbornness evident in her determined chin. Slowly, he stroked his finger over the curve of her cheek and whispered his message. "I am sending you flowers for your birthday today. White daisies. I know they are your favorite." Closing his eyes, he thought of how she would smile, her gray eyes lighting up with joy at the simple gesture, her fingers skimming over the delicate petals. Then she would stand on her tiptoes and press a kiss to his mouth. He exhaled slowly and tried to imagine the gentle pressure, tried to bring to reality the warmth of her lips, her hands sliding up his chest, her flowery scent wrapping around him. Of course, it did not work. Bate was dead. The flowers would be placed on her grave by some anonymous delivery man. And then they, too, would wither and die. Damien gave his head a shake and snapped the wallet shut before tucking it into his pocket. He would order the flowers and be on his way. Staying in town was never a good idea. It increased the chances of being tracked down. They were looking for him, the Lycan link trackers. He would known that since the moment he would escaped the infirmary. Rogue enforcers were not allowed. The authorities were adamant about that. Reform or be locked up, those were the choices he would be given if he was ever caught. With the intelligence of a human and the strength of wolf in its prime, a rogue had the potential to be extremely dangerous. And an academy-trained rogue. Well, that was like a walking time bomb. Tick, tick, tick. Damien chuckled darkly and wondered if he would explode should Lycan Link's posse ever catch up with him. Maybe he would. Going out in a blaze of glory held a macabre appeal at times. To let all his pain and hatred out, to finally be free of the blackness that had settled in his soul. To rip and tear, and to feel the impact of flesh hitting bone, as he attacked his enemy and made them pay. "It's not the way." A soft voice echoed somewhere in his head, and it had him freezing in place. "Bait." He mentally called her name, searching in vain for her comforting presence. Like a puff of smoke, her thoughts occasionally brushed over him only to disappear when he tried to take hold. He sighed, that moment of hope being replaced by logic. His mind was playing tricks on him again, pushing him to the borderline of insanity. The remnants of their mental link sometimes refused to accept the reality that Bait was gone. It was rather like the phantom pain an amputee might feel, painful aches plaguing the patient despite knowing the limb was missing. His stomach growled, and he concentrated on basic necessity. Food, that is what he needed to make the voices in his head fade away. He had not eaten yesterday now that he thought about it. First, he would get some breakfast, then order Bates flowers. Pulling open the door, he left the shabby room. Chapter 4, Eve chuckled as she drove into town, thinking of how she must have looked that morning. After peering out of all her windows to check for the wolf, she would picked up Rafe's shotgun and cracked open the front door. An early morning mist had drifted across the lake and enshrouded the area around the cabin. It made it difficult to see, but she would watched and listened, tuning into the quiet pulse of nature. All had seemed serene, but how accurate was her interpretation? Gathering her courage, she would dash to her vehicle, almost throwing herself inside and slamming the door shut, her heart pounding furiously. God, she would probably look like a caricature of some cheesy action heroine. She was not the heroine type, of course, and would have happily stayed in the cabin like Rafe had told her to. It was not that much of a hardship with books to read, paintings to work on, and a collection of DVDs to play on her laptop. However, she was supposed to meet Caro in town, so when a call to his house had yielded no reply, she would decided to take a chance. A faint tremor had been noticeable as she would placed her hands on the steering wheel. While she would only had to go a few yards from the cabin to her car, fear and the swirling mist had given the impression that it had been much farther. Strange how the idea of being attacked by a wild animal could alter your perception. It had taken her most of the drive into town to calm down and realize what an idiot she was being. The wolf was probably long gone, and yesterday's call to Rafe had been a waste of time. Well, not a total waste. The corners of her mouth curled upward as she recalled her dreams of the previous night. Being so close to Rafe had inspired some rather lusty midnight imaginings featuring her landlord pinning her to the bed, while trailing his mouth down her neck and then even lower. In real life, she might find him overwhelming, but what he did to her in her imagination was something entirely different. She wiggled in her seat at the memory, her body aching from unfulfilled need. With any luck, she would be able to continue the dream tonight. Now that was something to look forward to. The rest of the drive was filled with her planning exactly how the dream should continue. A catchy romantic ballad played on the car radio, providing the perfect background for her mental fabrications, and leaving her feeling rather hot and bothered by the time she parked the car. In fact, the waiter at the small cafe, where she would arrange to meet Caro, gave her several speculative looks as she fanned herself with the menu before ordering a muffin and a cup of tea. Still contemplating her sexy landlord, she began to doodle on the sketch pad she always had with her, recreating Rafe's features with easy strokes. Art was her passion, and she managed to scrape a living out of it, creating book covers as well as selling her own original paintings. Luckily, Caro was understanding and did not mind if she worked from home, a cabin, or an office. Today, she would hand over her latest projects, and then she would have a week of freedom while waiting for her next assignment. Here you go. The waiter placed her order on the table in front of her, and she looked up to thank him, only to have her gaze lock upon a man seated across the room. Black hair, classic features, stubble gracing his chin. A thin white t-shirt stretched across broad shoulders that tapered to narrow hips and long legs encased in denim. Beautiful. The man was simply beautiful. There was no other word for it. Completely entranced, she watched as he picked up his mug and brought it to his mouth. His lips were perfect, sensual without being too full. She noted his long fingers, the corded muscles on his forearm. He was obviously fit, but far too thin. There was a look about him as if life had treated him badly. Shifting her focus so she could study his face again, she was shocked to find him looking directly at her. Heat rushed to her cheeks, and she quickly turned her head, embarrassed at having been caught examining him so thoroughly. Slowly exhaling, she fought for composure. A man who looked like that was probably used to women ogling him. She took a sip of her tea and then reached up to push her hair away from her face, using the movement to flick a glance his direction again. Eve froze, her hand on her hair. He was still looking at her. Quickly, she dropped her hand and concentrated on her meal. Was he upset? Or interested? That last idea made her heartbeat quicken. Taking a bite of her muffin, she tried to calm herself, but her senses had apparently gone into overdrive, making her acutely aware of the man across the room. It was a miracle she had not lost control and started reading his feelings. As it was, a faint sensation, hardly more than the whisper of a breeze, was teasing her mind. She clamped down even more firmly on her mental wall, determined to keep her abilities in check. The sound of a chair being pushed back had her swallowing hard. Was that him standing up? A quick flick of her eyes confirmed the fact. He was heading to the cash register to pay, and then he would be gone. Regret washed over her, which was ridiculous. A complete stranger was nothing to get in a stir about, no matter how good-looking he might be. Especially since she had been fantasizing about another man mere moments before. Pulling a morsel off her muffin, she popped it into her mouth, chewing slowly and staring resolutely out the window. No more glances in the man's direction were allowed. The cash register made a light pinging noise as it opened. There was a faint murmur of voices, then the sound of footsteps crossing the room. Eve suddenly realized she was sitting near the door and that he would have to pass right by her. She grabbed her teacup and took a sip, then nearly choked when he stopped beside her chair, his shadow falling across her table. She could feel him willing her to look up, waves of power seeming to radiate from him. For perhaps 2 seconds she resisted, but her awareness of him, of his nearness, could not be denied. Giving in to the urging inside her, she allowed her gaze to travel up the length of him. When her eyes finally met his, the intensity of his stare caused her to inhale sharply. He was examining her feature by feature, a frown marring his brow as if she were a puzzle he could not solve. A muscle worked in his jaw and shadows passed in rapid succession over his face as if he were in emotional turmoil. Hope, despair, longing, confusion. His lips parted. He appeared about to speak, then his hands curled into fists. With a shake of his head, he abruptly turned and left. Unable to stop herself, Eve swiveled in her seat and watched him cross the road before disappearing from sight. What the heck had that been about? Before she could engage in any effective speculation, Caro arrived. Her lemon-yellow sports car roared to a halt at the curb, blocking Eve's view and causing more than one local resident to stop and stare. Exiting her car, she paused for a moment, as if striking a pose should anyone care to take a picture, and then entered the cafe in a swirl of brightly colored silk and heavy perfume. Giving a dramatic sigh, she sat down opposite Eve. "I am here." Caro made the announcement as if she would accomplished some monumental feat, and Eve barely held back a round of mocking applause. Caro would not appreciate the humor of the gesture. "Glad you could make it." Eve smiled. Caro's flamboyant shows were enjoyable as long as they were only experienced in short doses. She gestured for the waiter. "Would you like some herbal tea?" Caro shuddered and ordered black coffee instead before leaning back and casting a sweeping glance over her. "Apparently, you were not accosted by your stalker last night." No. I was not." She paused, her teacup halfway to her mouth. "Too bad, it would have made an interesting addition to your bio." Caro sipped the steaming beverage that was placed in front of her, and Eve gave the woman a considering look. She was not entirely sure the woman was joking. Deciding to give her the benefit of the doubt, she explained what had happened. "It was a wolf, not a stalker. At least that is the creature that I saw watching the cabin. I called Rafe, and he came and checked the area for me. The idea of your Rafe rushing to save you from a wild beast summons up all sort of yummy scenarios." Caro licked her lips and then grinned, her teeth strikingly white against her blood-red lipstick. "He's not my Rafe, and he did not come rushing to save me. He simply searched the area around the cabin and suggested I stay elsehuruntal." The wolf moved on. "Elsewhere." As in his place. Caro leaned forward, likely expecting to hear juicy details. Well, did make that suggestion. Eve took another sip of tea, but I turned him down, of course. "Of course." "My God, woman, what is wrong with you?" Caro sat back and shook her head. "The local hunk makes a play for you, and you brush him off. Did not anything I taught you sink in?" Eve rolled her eyes. "First of all, it was not a play, and of course I turned him down. He did not really want me to stay with him, he was only trying to help out. And secondly, I do not recall you teaching me anything. In fact, were not you warning me off men a few months ago?" Caro sniffed. "That was because I'd recently broken up with Bari. But now that I have found Ross, I am seeing the male of the species in a more favorable light again." If she recalled correctly, Ross was the new intern and half Caro's age. Not wanting to hear the sordid details, Eve switched topics, and the two soon got down to the business of discussing potential new projects and trends within the art world. When the meeting was done, Eve transferred her canvases to Caro's car and watched as the woman drove off, pleased to have avoided further interrogation about Rafe. She wondered if he would be back today to check for further evidence of the wolf. He said he would, and something told her he was a man of his word. With that in mind, she decided to quickly finish her errands in the hope of being back before he arrived at her cabin. It was not because she was afraid he would be angry that she would ignored his instructions to stay inside. After all, he was not in charge of her. But on the other hand, avoiding a confrontation seemed prudent. And if she was home, she would have another opportunity to ogle him, which might increase the chance of a continuation of last night's erotic dream. A smile graced her face while she completed her shopping, thoughts of Rafe keeping her sufficiently occupied that she barely noticed the emotions of the local townspeople she encountered. The cashier at the grocery store was feeling lusty. The man ahead of her at the bank was stressed. Minor glimpses into people's lives, and she was easily able to block them out by focusing on Rafe. It made for a pleasant change, and she chuckled inwardly, deciding that she could call daydreaming about the man a form of therapy. It was not until she arrived at her car, arms laden with her purchases, that her calm began to waver. A faint niggling in the back of her mind had her puzzling, and then that sense of being watched returned. She placed her parcels inside her vehicle before turning around to scan the street. Cars moved past at a moderate rate. Shoppers walked by singly or in small groups, intent on their errands. The owner of the Gas and Go, Mike Privet, was washing the windshield of a car while Gordy, his apprentice mechanic, was checking the tire pressure. Gordy tipped his ball cap at her while Mike waved. She returned the gesture. A few other people casually glanced her way, but no one was paying her any particular attention. Surely, the wolf would not have followed her into town. Wild animals shunned humanity unless they were sick. She rubbed her hands up and down her arms, trying to dispel the chill that had settled over her at the idea of a rabid wolf stalking her. Of course, she was being ridiculous. The animal was probably miles away, and it had appeared perfectly healthy, even if it was on the thin side. Eve forced herself to stand tall, straightening her shoulders that she had unknowingly hunched. There was nothing to be worried about. No wolf was walking the streets of grassy hills, and no one was watching her either. And even if someone was, what could that person do in the middle of town? Slamming the trunk shut, she rounded the car in preparation for leaving only to notice the man from the cafe sitting on a bench across the street. He would have been hidden from view by a truck stopped for a traffic light, but now she could easily see him. His body was hunched forward, elbows on his knees while he stared at the ground, the epitome of dejection. Eve winced at the emotional pain he must be feeling and even took half a step towards him, feeling the need to offer him comfort, when a thought struck her. She was not experiencing his pain as she would from most people. Strong emotions were so hard to block out. Instead, it was his posture she was reading. For a moment, she stood there puzzling over the fact. That made two men, Rafe and this stranger, who she could not sense. How weird was that? Maybe the gift did not work when it came to hunks. She snorted at the idea, but curiosity had her crossing the street. If she were closer to the man and actually tried to read him, not out of a morbid need to know his private feelings, perhaps she would be able to determine what made him different from the rest of the population. She was only a few car lengths away when he suddenly straightened and looked directly at her. The angle of the sun seemed to illuminate his eyes, showcasing the strange silver rimmed by blue. The effect was so startling, so intense, that her steps actually faltered and a shiver of awareness coursed through her. As she stood there transfixed, he abruptly rose to his feet and walked off at a brisk pace. Eve opened her mouth to call after him, but not knowing his name, that was not possible. She hesitated, briefly weighing the pros and cons of her actions before deciding to follow him. Whoever he was, she wanted answers. Exactly how she would get those answers without revealing she was Fae she did not know, but she would figure that out once she managed to corner him. Grassy Hills was not a large place. A typical prairie settlement, businesses lined the highway that went through the center of town, and several side streets led to small residential areas. Still, it was large enough that she could lose him, and so Eve quickened her pace, cursing softly when he rounded a corner. By the time she got there, he was gone. Damn! The expletive slipped from her lips. A woman passing by with a small child in tow gave her a dirty look. Sorry, Eve apologized distractedly while trying to decide her next move. He could not have gone far. She walked down the side street, noting the empty sidewalks and peering into the alley that ran behind the stores. There was no sign of the man anywhere. Hands on her hips, she frowned. Now where could he have gone? Damien watched as Eve walked back to her car, obviously having given up on finding him. He stepped out of the shadowed doorway he would hidden in, narrowing his eyes as he considered the close encounter. A part of him had wanted her to find him, to have a chance to talk to her and hear her voice. And it had been a perfect opportunity to get to know her. Why had not he grabbed it? Was it because he wanted to maintain the illusion for a few days longer? After all, as long as he kept his distance, he could pretend right. He inhaled deeply, the faint remnants of her scent lingering in the air. So like Bethind yet not. When she would walked into the cafe this morning, he would had difficulty not staring at her. Close up, her resemblance to Bait had not been as strong, though it was still enough to stir his memories. He would felt his inner beast awaken, too. His wolf had immediately been alert and keen-eyed, scenting the air, attempting to activate the long-dead blood bond. Tendrils of thought had hovered in the air, waiting, hoping for a response, for some hint of recognition. Of course it had not come, and the eager expectation of the animal had subsided into a dejected heap. Almost, he would felt sorry for the creature, but there was too much history between the wolf and him. Instead, he would ignore the animal and concentrated on his own reaction. The woman's presence had caused a myriad of emotions to play through his human self. Pleasure at seeing her again, regret that she was not his bait. It was not the woman's fault that she so closely resembled his dead mate, but the disappointment had been too much to bear, and he would left abruptly despite his intention to speak with her. He shook his head, berating himself for his behavior. There was no room for attachments, no room for dreams in his life. He knew what he had to do. Next time he would have to act, take whatever opportunity presented itself, and do what he must. A noise from the alley behind him had him twirling around, ready for an attack. He let out a faint huff of laughter when he saw a stray cat peering out at him from behind a garbage can. The creature was thin and wary with tattered ears and a scarred nose. "You are up against it too, are not you, cat?" At the sound of his voice, the cat bristled as if expecting him to attack. It stared at him, then glanced around before slipping away into the shadows. "Yeah, we're two of kind," he murmured. "Never let your guard down, never trust anyone." Taking his cue from the cat, he studied his surroundings intently. He was off the main street now, but that did not necessarily mean there were not trackers around. They knew ways to hide their presence. And after over a year and a half on the run, his luck was due to run out. Had someone been plotting his movements and realized he would end up here? It was possible. He thought about the werewolf he would scented earlier. This was supposed to be an unclaimed territory. Had they planted someone in the area in the hopes of luring him into a trap? Cross and double cross was not that how Lycan Link worked. A growl rumbled in his throat as his wolf considered the idea. Lycan Link is the source of our sorrow. If we had not worked for them, our mate would still be alive. He gave his head a shake. His wolf had not spoken in weeks. It almost felt odd to hear another voice in his head. Was the animal correct? Would things have worked out differently if he had never worked for Lycan Link? Or was he being paranoid, jumping to conclusions that had no basis in reality? There were times when his whole life seemed surreal, as if he were watching a movie playing out before him. Months and months of being alone were chipping away at his sanity, yet there was no other option. The path he had chosen was set. Giving the persistent ache in his right leg a rub, he headed out of town. Chapter 5 Rafe paced in front of the cabin he would rented to Eve. He gave no notice to the way the sun shimmered on the calm surface of the nearby lake, or how the fresh spring grass was dotted with a few early violets. The chirping of birds in the nearby trees and the delicate buds that housed as yet unfurled leaves held no interest to him either. The woman was not there, after he would expressly told her to stay inside until the wolf issue had been dealt with. He would been in the shower when she would called this morning, having spent the night patrolling the countryside looking for further signs of the rogue. Annette had sent him a short list of possible lone wolves in the area, with the promise of a more complete one when she got to work on Monday. None were deemed particularly dangerous, so he would set out to try and make contact. Of course, after hours of searching, all he would found was an empty den. If the creature was not consistently living rough, it gave some hope that it was not too far gone. He would been thinking that he could safely grab a few hours of rest before checking on his tenant when he would notice the missed call. Unfortunately, Eve had not left a message, and when he tried to return the call, she had not answered. A wave of worry had washed over him, likely ill-founded and needless, but they're just the same. Why had she phoned, and why had not she answered when he would return her call? Had he made an error in judgment? Was the rogue more dangerous than the reports indicated? He would flashed back to his last case, the partially rehabilitated rogue unexpectedly shifting and attacking him and his assistant. The girl's terrified cries, his own shift to defend her, the pain as the wolf had ripped at his flesh before he would subdue it. Fear that history was repeating itself, that the rogue had been breaking into the cabin while Eve placed a tearful distress call, had immediately come to his sleep-deprived mind. Without thinking, he would shifted forms and raced cross-country to her cabin, pounding on her door and calling her name. When she failed to respond, he would check the windows for signs of a break-in, and then had done a frantic search of the immediate area. The only scent was Eve's, and once he forced himself to calm down, he realized her car was missing. Relief that she was all right was quickly followed by exasperation that she would left the cabin and gone somewhere despite his warnings. It took a lot to upset him. In fact, those he worked with often marveled at his patience in the face of provocation, but Eve was pushing those limits. He took a deep breath and forced himself to relax and think logically. His level of concern had been excessive. He acknowledged that fact readily, but truthfully, she would scare the shit out of him, and he wanted to make sure she did not pull a similar stunt again. Calm down, stay controlled. Anger is a pointless emotion. How often had he said those words to one of his clients? Funny how he would never realized how annoying those instructions were. Tired of pacing, he sat on the front step and rolled his shoulders, trying to ease some of the tension that had accumulated there. This was why he would taken a leave from his job. Hours spent in a tiny office poring over reports and budgets and treatment plans and interventions. Too much stress caused by too many years working with rogue wolves. He was trying to get away from all that, and here he was dealing with the same issues again. As the head of the rogue rehabilitation clinic, he would seen Lycans at their worst, knew the havoc they could wreak. While he might work with them daily and firmly believe many could be saved, he was under no illusions about dealing with one outside the controlled atmosphere of his clinic. So it was not that unrealistic for him to assume the worst when Eve had appeared to vanish. Of course, she would not understand any of this. Eve did not even know Lycans existed, let alone dangerous rogue ones. Rafe rubbed his hand over his face. He should have insisted that she leave. In fact, he still could not figure out why he had not. Well, that was not quite true. The woman intrigued him, and he had not wanted her to go. That was the honest answer. The sound of a car approaching had him rising to his feet. It was Eve. Firming his mouth, he held back the lecture that hovered on his lips. She parked the car and got out, nodding a greeting at him. Rafe. Eve. They stood staring at each other, saying nothing. He kept his thumbs hooked in his belt loops, his gaze steady, patiently waiting. She shifted from foot to foot, a look of guilt playing over her expression. As expected, his silence caused her to speak first. Io was planning on returning before you came by today. I am sure you were. She licked her lips and appeared to eye him cautiously, as if trying to gauge his reaction. I had to meet my agent in town. He said nothing, merely raising an eyebrow. I called to see if you had found out anything about the wolf, but there was no answer, and I could not wait any longer. She spoke in a rush, obviously finding his silence unsettling. I was very careful. I checked all around the cabin and kept the gun with me as I ran to the car. Hell, he thought to himself. She was damned lucky the local police had not pulled her over and charged her for carrying a firearm without the proper papers. The Canadian law was much more stringent than the YOU's. And he would assumed she would known that. Mentally shaking his head, he folded his arms and widened his stance into a deliberately dominant pose. He could see her swallow hard and begin to fidget with the strap of her purse. Yep, she was definitely feeling guilty. About to relent, he was surprised when she suddenly did an about-face, throwing her purse onto the hood of the car and planting her hands on her hips. All right, Rafe, that is enough. You are not in charge of me. Sure, this is your cabin, your land, and even your damned lake. Yes, you told me stay inside in case the wolf was around, but I was very careful. I took every possible precaution I could, and nothing happened. So get off your high and mighty horse and stop treating me like a disobedient child. By the time she was done, a faint tinge of pink graced her usually pale cheeks, and temper sparked in her eyes. She looked adorable, rather like a tiny white kitten trying to act the part of a lion. His lips twitched. Are you laughing at me? She narrowed her eyes. He did not confirm or deny the accusation. You have quite a temper on you when you get riled. Well, yes. I guess I do. As quickly as it had appeared, her anger dissipated, and she actually looked regretful. Sorry. He shook his head. No need. It's healthier to let your feelings out, rather than keeping them bottled up inside. She cocked her head. You sound like a therapist when you talk that way. He shrugged. Before I took over the cabins I was, sort of. Why did you quit? She picked up her purse and slung it over her shoulder, then went around to the rear of the car. I have not quit. I am actually on a sabbatical, trying out renting cabins as a possible second career. Rafe moved to help her carry her parcels, and then followed her inside. Oh. Eve gestured with her chin towards the kitchen, and he set the bags on the counter. Thanks for carrying those, by the way. She grabbed the milk and placed it in the fridge, and then a carton of eggs. Rafe studied her rear end as she moved items about on the lower shelf trying to find room. For a slim thing, she had nicely curved hips. He imagined what it would be like to have his hands on them, to cup her butt and pull her closer. Uncomfortable with the direction of his thoughts, he cleared his throat and looked away only to find himself staring at several sketches of himself. Each was an extremely accurate portrayal, and he narrowed his eyes most had him wearing a minimum of clothing. He moved in for a closer look. Damn. He glanced over his shoulder and saw Eve darting her gaze between him and the pictures, a carton of ice cream clutched in her hands. I had not meant for you to see those. Why not? They are quite well done. He plucked one off the corkboard it was pinned to. Because she shrugged, her face turning pink again. Because now I know you have been drawing dirty pictures of me. He could not resist teasing her. She blushed so nicely. They are not dirty pictures. She huffed, her embarrassment seeming to change to defensiveness. They are artistic sketches, and you are decently clothed in each one. You must have X-ray vision, he murmured, examining the drawing in his hand more carefully. To the best of my knowledge, I have not appeared semi-nude in front of you. While each person is unique, there are certain standard parts that each male has. I simply used my imagination to fill in the bits and pieces. You have an excellent imagination then. I'd almost think you had been peeking in my bedroom window. Eve set the ice cream down on the counter with a thump and marched across the room, snatching the sketch from his hand and shoving it under a pile of books. I am an artist. I draw everything I see. It's an occupational hazard. He nodded, getting the distinct impression that Eve was interested in him. The idea pleased him, even though nothing could come of it. After 10 years of working in rehab, he was here for some much-needed alone time, free of emotional commitments. And Eve did not look like the kind that went for no-strings-attached relationships. It was better to keep his distance. Besides, humans were too tiring to be around. He had to keep his guard up constantly. With a jerk, he realized Eve had been talking to him. "Pardon. I asked if you wanted Townstay for lunch." Not having expected an invitation, he looked at her in surprise. Their meetings had not been that cordial, and he was curious as to what had prompted her to ask. He hesitated, part of him wanting to spend more time with her, while common sense urged him to leave. Regretfully, he bowed to the side of caution. "No. Thanks anyway." He made sure he kept his tone cool, not wanting to encourage her. "I only came around to see if you were okay." A faint clouding of her features told him that he would disappointed her, but it could not be helped. "I appreciate your concern, but as you can see, I am fine." She responded airily, and walked toward the door, obviously anxious to have him gone now. "Did you see any more signs of the wolf?" "No. Not yet. But it could still be in the area, so be careful. Stay inside unless it's absolutely necessary to go out." He gave her a pointed look, and she nodded. "I have nothing planned for the next few days, so that should not be a problem." She paused and then frowned. "But what if it does not leave? I do not want to be holed up in the cabin for weeks on end." "It will not stick around, that kind never does." "What kind is that?" "A rogue. A lone wolf without a pack. They are dangerous but transient. He'll move on soon enough. And if he does not," he added silently, "I'll help him along." Eve seemed to accept his explanation, but the way she firmly shut the door after him left him in no doubt. She was peeved he had not accepted her invitation. He hesitated beside the cabin, part of him regretting leaving. Through the window, he could overhear her muttering angrily to herself. He risked peeking inside. Eve was at her desk, looking at the sketch of him that she would try to hide. With minimal straining, his acute Lycan hearing allowed him to hear her as she addressed the drawing. "You know, you were almost friendly. Well, friendly for you for a few minutes. You even teased me about these drawings. At least I think you were teasing. With you it's sometimes hard to tell." She cocked her head to the side, as if considering the idea, then held the paper up to the cork board. "Do you have any idea how much nerve it took me to invite you to lunch? And what did you do? Turn all aloof. Damn you, Rafe McRae." The statement was accompanied by her firmly pushing a thumbtack through the page and anchoring it in place. Rafe winced, wondering what part of his anatomy she would just pierced. Eve spun on her heel and marched to the kitchen. Grabbing the tub of ice cream off the counter, she went in search of a spoon and then plunked down at the table. Taking the lid off the container, she dug out a big scoop of the dessert and popped it into her mouth. Her eyes closed as a blissful smile spread across her lips. "Nothing like ice cream for a pity party," she muttered. Frowning, Rafe slipped away, trying to ignore the voice inside that urged him to go in and comfort her. It would only raise false hopes. Better that she think him an unfeeling bastard than expect a relationship to develop between them. He hiked into the woods until he was out of sight and then shifted forms once again. Thankfully, Eve had not asked where his truck was. Back at his home, Rafe drummed his fingers on the desk as he read the updated list of rogues he would manage to put together. It had bothered him that none of the rogues on the list had dark hair, since the tuft he would found yesterday had been black. Deciding to dig deeper into the files, he would logged into the clinic's computer system. Annette would probably have a fit if she found out he would been working and accessing the files, but he had not wanted to wait until Monday when she was back at her desk. He had his doubts about whether or not Eve would follow orders and stay inside, so wanted to ensure his information was complete. As usual, Annette had done an excellent job. There was only one omission on her list. He would have to tease her about that later on, though it could be argued it was not really a mistake, since the data was based on projected movements rather than verified fact. Lycan Link was tracking Damien Masterson, and, based on previous reported sightings of the man, it was speculated that he was headed this way. Headed or already here? Rafe pondered the probability of two different dark-haired rogues ending up in his territory within the same time span. It was not a likely occurrence at all. Rogues were loners and tended to avoid each other. Studying the data again, he could already feel the beginnings of a headache starting to form. Damn! He would been expecting the usual list of rogues and their failings. Disrespect for authority, a series of failed attempts to integrate with a pack, run-ins with local authorities necessitating the intervention of disaster control officers. A situation such as this had never come to mind. Masterson was at the top of the most wanted list. A one-time enforcer, a member of the ACS, an elite squad trained to deal with purists and rescue persecuted halves, Damien was probably more highly skilled than almost any Lycan Link employee. Some of the cases he would worked on with his partner, Reno Smith, were now textbook material. Unfortunately, when his mate and unborn child had been killed, the man had gone rogue, somehow escaping the infirmary and living on the lam for the past 18 months. Rafe thought of the tuft of hair he would found by Eve's cabin. It had been black. The color Masterson was when in his wolf form. Conflicting documentation had been trickling in about Masterson for several months now. Some claimed that he was dangerous, involved in vigilante work within the Lycan realm and taking on questionable jobs in the human world, jobs that could lead to the exposure of Lycans. Other reports showed him to be a loner who shied away from contact with others, obviously lost in his own grief. Which was the true Damien Masterson? The tortured soul or the ruthless rogue? And did it really matter? Duty dictated reporting his suspicions. While known rogues were tracked, they were allowed to roam unless they represented a threat to society. Ex-enforcers, however, automatically fell into the threat category. The problem was that the man presently in charge of the rogue retrieval unit, Adrian Somerset, was an idiot who acted like a bounty hunter. Bring them in dead or alive was rumored to be his motto. The number of rogues killed or seriously injured during retrieval operations had skyrocketed since his promotion. Rafe's attempts to educate the buffoon on the benefits of slowly talking a rogue in had been a waste of time and energy. I am not here to baby them, McRae. Somerset had sat behind his polished desk, hands clasped on the meticulously organized surface. These rogues are dangerous, a menace to public safety and Lycan security. I am not asking you to baby them, Adrian. Rafe recalled how he would struggle to keep his temper in the face of the other man's supercilious attitude. If Somerset had done his homework, he would realize that the clinic was similar to a boot camp. More than once, Rafe had grappled with the rogues in order to enforce his authority. All I want is that you consider the benefits of dialogue before resorting to force. It'd be more than willing to lead some training sessions. My men are already trained in dialogue. They read rogues their rights and asked them to come along quietly, and then start to attack before the rogue even has time to consider its options. Against his will, Rafe had heard an edge enter his voice. He would take in a deep, calming breath. My men have a right to defend themselves if they perceive they are in danger. This is the real world, Doctor. McRae, not some fairy tale clinic where everything is candy-coated and viewed through rose-colored glasses. Somerset's nostrils had flared, and he would pursed his narrow lips. In your real world, The number of dead rogues has escalated dramatically since you have taken over the division. He would clench his fists, resisting the urge to grab the man by his scrawny neck. An unfortunate trend, which I have noted. Somerset had calmly taken a file from the neat, stacked near his elbow, and opened it, barely flicking a glance at the contents. However, in each case, the amount of force used was deemed appropriate and unavoidable. Closing the file, the man had set it back in place, taking a moment to ensure it was perfectly aligned with the others before looking up. Was there anything else? Clamping his mouth shut, Rafe had left before saying something he would have later regretted. The man was a moron if he thought the sudden change in statistics was simply a trend. Before returning to the rehab clinic, he would submitted a request to High Council for an investigation into Somerset's leadership. That had not won him any popularity points, but he had not cared. The state a rogue was in when it entered treatment was his concern, and Somerset made his job a hell of a lot harder. Since Somerset had held onto his present position, it seemed that if the rogue was not killed in the field, then it came to the clinic seriously injured. By time the wolf healed, therapy was behind schedule, the budget was strained, and the whole process was off kilter. He would first become interested in rogues when completing his residency at Lycans Hospital, and had then gone on to complete postgraduate studies of them at the academy. It was his belief that some rogues had a form of learning disability, rather than being inherently flawed or evil. Based on his research, he felt they failed to correctly interpret subtle social cues that most wolves naturally picked up on. If they could be given intense instruction on reading those cues, followed by counseling on how to use their dominant, independent traits to help the pack rather than tear it apart, he believed many could be integrated back into Lycan society. The governing council of the academy had been sufficiently impressed with his research that they would funded his work and allowed him to establish the first ever rogue rehabilitation clinic. Since then, his success rate had been high, and he now had a large team of social workers and psychologists working under him. The program had been going well, despite Somerset, and he had been considering expanding until his last case. The werewolf in question had been injured by Somerset's men, and claimed to have no recollection of the events that had led to his takedown. Some felt it was a clever ploy to avoid being prosecuted. The rogue had allegedly killed a young woman, and once deemed stable would go before High Council. They would only met a few times, but building a level of trust was required first. And despite lacking any outward indicators of progress, his gut instinct was that everything had been on the right track. It had come as a surprise when the man had requested a meeting, claiming he would recalled something and wanted to discuss it. Rafe had rearranged his schedule, arriving only a few minutes late for the appointment, and had hurried into the office with one eye on the clock. "Sorry I am late, Annette." She would answered even before he finished speaking. "He's in your office, Doctor McRae. I kept him company for a while." "Good." "Buzz Jillian, she is his assigned counselor, correct? Have her join us." His hand had just touched the doorknob when Annette stopped him. She would appeared worried. Looking back now, he wished he would paid more attention, but he would still been thinking about the funding proposal he would put forward. "Doctor, I do not think he's feeling well. No doubt he nervous." He would brushed her concerns aside, intent on getting started. The man's demeanor had been calm enough when he entered the room, sipping on a soda Annette had given him. They would started with banal conversation about the weather. Jillian had joined them, and then the man had suddenly shifted. Rafe rubbed the scar on his abdomen that was a constant reminder of the incident. He would spent time in the hospital because of it. Thankfully, Jillian, the counselor, had completely recovered. The client, however, had not. It still made no sense. The report stated the rogue had simply faded away, all will to live gone. To this day, he wondered if he might have been able to reach the man had his own doctors not insisted he stay in the hospital. Perhaps his ability to read the emotions of a rogue was not as good as he thought. Or was it because he would still been thinking about the funding proposal? And if he would only been more attentive to the subtle signs the rogue was giving, if only was a futile game to play, a labyrinth that led nowhere, draining hope and energy while keeping you trapped with past regrets. He would said as much to others. But when it was your own guilt and self-doubt that ate away at you, the game became strangely addictive. He would left the rehab clinic shortly after being released from hospital, unsure if he should proceed with his work. His faith in his own skills had been shaken. He felt drained from years of dealing with rogues and battling the prejudices that still surrounded his work with them. The passion that had spurred him onward all these years was fading, leaving him with a sense that something was missing. But what? He returned to the present day and studied the information before him. Dealing with another rogue, especially Damien Masterson, was not part of his plan. Idly, he stroked his lower lip with his thumb as he scrolled through the particulars in Damien's file. Age, date of birth, no family, though the reports would indicate he thought of Reno Smith as a brother. Aha. That was the key. Rafe looked up Reno's number, hesitating on where to reach him before choosing the Lycan Link number. The man worked 2 jobs, spending half his time at Lycan Link and the other half as a beta for the Coldings Pass pack. It was an unusual arrangement, but apparently Reno had not wanted to give up all of his ties to Lycan Link, at least not until his partner was found. Well, here was what the man was waiting for. Reno could deal with bringing Damien in. ACS. Smith speaking. He would chosen correctly. Reno was working at Lycan Link this month. Rena. Rafe McRae here. How are you? Rafe slipped into his professional persona, giving no hint that he had been out of circulation for several months. He leaned back in his chair, picturing the man he was speaking to. Reno was considered one of the toughest enforcers Lycan Link had ever produced. The man was smart, strong, and extremely rough around the edges. Apparently, he would mellowed over the years, especially since his mating to Brandy Johansson, but news trickled down that he could still swear a blue streak and bent every rule to the very edge of the breaking point. Listening to tales of his escapades was always highly entertaining. I am good, Rafe. And you? Never better. There was a pause before Reno spoke again, as if he were choosing his words or trying to piece something together. I am surprised to hear from you after all this time. Rumor has it you have finally decided to head out on your own. Rafe chuckled. Reno's attempt at subtly fishing for information was transparent. Reno, you know better than to believe the rumor mill. I am on a sabbatical. Taking an extended vacation, enjoying some downtime. You know how it is. Reno grunted, obviously not buying the canned response. Well, if he did not like it, that was too bad. Rafe was not about to announce his personal plans to anyone, especially not over a Lycan Link line. While statutes forbade the tapping of phone lines, there were always rumors that private phone conversations were not quite as private as one might wish. Rafe, I am going to call you on my cell phone. Give me a sec. The line went dead, and Rafe hung up on his end as well. Obviously, Reno had the same reservations about privacy. A few minutes later, the phone rang. Okay, Rafe. This is a secure line. Now cut the crap. Last I heard you were at death's door from a rogue attack at your clinic. What is up? As subtle as always, Reno. Reno snorted. Rafe, I have not heard from you in almost 5 years, not since that enforcer went rogue on me. And he's doing well, according to the latest report I received. Thanks again for your help with him. No problem. Now what do you need? Rafe sighed. Reno's social skills were still borderline. The man would benefit from a few therapy sessions. I have a rogue in my territory. So, contact Somerset. The man's an ass. And the rogue I am talking about is someone close to you. There was a pause and then a rustling sound, as if Reno were pressing the phone more tightly to his ear. Damien. I think so. Black fur and the latest reports from Lycan Link seemed to indicate Damien was heading this direction. Exactly where are you, Rafe? No one claims to know where you took off to, or if they do, they are not talking. That was my plan. He smirked, knowing it likely drove the higher-ups crazy. They were too nosy for their own good. I am in Grassy Hills, a little place outside Calgary, Alberta. Canada. Shit. What is wrong? Nothing. Let me think a minute. There was a pause, and then Reno spoke again. Normally, I'd head right out, but the captain is on special assignment. A pack almost enacted the keeping, and I am in charge for the next few weeks. I have meetings and paperwork coming out of my ass. Moving up the ranks. If I do not kill somebody first. Damn it, Rafe, I am not cut out for all this paperwork and diplomacy. Field work is where I belong. Rafe could easily imagine Reno running agitated fingers through his hair. Is not there someone you can delegate to? I really do not want to report Masterson to the likes of Adrian Somerset. Hell no. Damien would fight to the death rather than come and trussed up in a cage like Adrian has them. Cannot you talk him in? You are the best there is, after all. Flattery, Reno. Tusk. The depths you have fallen to. Rafe gently mocked the other man, trying to avoid answering Reno's request. I'd slit my wrists if I thought it would help Damien. Rafe was quiet for a moment, not doubting Reno's sincerity. The men were reported to have been like brothers in everything but blood. He decided to answer honestly. Reno, I am not sure I am up to it. Reno was silent. When he finally spoke, his voice was low and serious. Rafe, I know, at least I think I know, what you are up against. The same thing happened to me after Langstaff. A case goes sour and you start to doubt yourself, but walking away is not the answer. There are still Lycans out there that need you. Rafe sighed. How often had he heard that? This one needs you. Only you can reach him. You are his last hope, Dr. McRae. Everyone needed him, but what about his own needs? Did anyone realize the toll each case took on him? The mental energy that was drained from him with each new patient. I am exhausted, Reno. I cannot know with any certainty that I am reading a rogue correctly anymore. So what? Even if your skills are not working at 100%, they are still better than what most of us have. Being 1/4 Fae gives you a leg up on all of us. Empaths are hard to come by in the Lycan world. Correction. Empaths are seldom accepted in the Lycan world. The Fae-Lycan schism has not been mended even after all these centuries. Those of us who are the result of such a union are still viewed with suspicion. That is bullshit, and you know it. It's all part of the whole purist mindset. Only a few lowlifes follow that type of thinking. Rafe smiled to himself. Reno had worked hard over the years, trying to eradicate the purist mentality, but old prejudices still existed. Few were aware of how hard he, as a part Fae, had had to fight to earn his place in the Lycan world, how he would been shunned by those afraid he would read their minds. Of course, he could only read emotions, not actual thoughts, and only those of normal humans or Lycans in their wolf form. But few really bothered to understand empathic abilities. Little did they know that most Fae kept their minds locked, that being barraged by the feelings of others was exhausting. Empathic connections were usually kept for far more intimate moments. In the end, he would learn it was easier to hide his heritage. It was not until he began his studies at university that he would come to see a use for his skills and find his own place in the Lycan world. If you could just befriend Damien, keep him busy for a week or two until I can get there and talk to him. Reno paused and then continued. Rafe, I do not say this often, but please. A growl escaped Rafe. He knew when he was beat. When the mighty Reno Smith started to beg, you knew you had to concede. All right. I am not promising anything, but I'll try to keep him in the area until you can get here. And I will not say anything to Lycan Link in case Adrian gets wind of it. Thanks, Rafe. I owe you one. Oh yeah, you owe me one, Reno. You owe me big time. And with that, he hung up. Chapter 6, Reno flicked his phone shut and shoved it in his pocket while casually surveying his surroundings. He was standing outside the main building for Lycan Link headquarters and wanted to ensure no one had heard his conversation. There was a traitor at Lycan Link, and he no longer knew who to trust. It rankled to have lied to Rafe. He considered the doctor an old friend, but after 5 years, who knew how the man might have changed? Checking his watch, Reno began to walk towards a cluster of picnic tables. It was almost time for his meeting. A very private meeting with a few Lycans he knew he could depend on. The captain had put him in charge of this bit of subterfuge, and they would both agreed that the fewer Lycans involved the better. The weather was warm for an early spring day, and several Lycan Link employees were taking advantage of their lunch break, strolling about the large compound or sitting outside reading. While this meant no one would question why he was outside, it also meant he would have to be extra diligent to ensure no one was near enough to listen in. Directly ahead, Bradley Owen was sitting at a table placed near a young sapling, the yet unfurled leaves doing little to block the sun. Reno nodded as he took a seat at the other end of the table, tilting his face upward as if enjoying the warm rays. Nice day for lunch outside. Brad took a bite of his sandwich and slowly turned the page of the book he had with him. Anyone looking this way would assume he was lost in the story. Sure is. Reno barely spared the man a glance. He nodded in greeting at an enforcer that jogged by, and gave a genuine smile when his mate, Brandy, appeared with 2 paper bags in her hand. The wind was causing her long red locks to ripple like flames dancing about her shoulders, and his cock hardened as he recalled how she would looked in bed that morning, her hair spilling about her on the pillow. They would almost been late for work because of it. Reno. Sorry I am late. There was a long line at the cafeteria. She leaned down, kissed his cheek, and then sat beside him. No problem, babe. What did you bring me? He peered in the sack, and his stomach rumbled as the scent of French fries wafted up at him. A burger and fries. No onion rings, though. She wrinkled her nose and laughed, taking her seat beside him. He growled in mock anger before removing the food from the bag and placing it on the table. Surreptitiously, he surveyed the area again. They were still alone. I had a call today from Rafe McRae. Rafe? Brad spoke, barely moving his lips, his eyes still focused on his book. I have not seen him since we were at the academy together. Dr. McRae. Brandy knit her brows together. Was not he the founder of the Rogue Rehabilitation Clinic? As I recall, he made quite a splash with his theory that rogues are not inherently evil. She hugged Reno's arm. Of course, I knew that all along. Reno pressed a kiss to her temple before continuing. Yep, that is him. He called me about a rogue. There is one in his territory, and he thinks it's Damien. Damien. Brandy stiffened upon hearing the announcement, and Brad actually looked up from his book before remembering his cover and sinking down behind the novel again. Oh my gosh, what are you going to do? I convinced him to try and keep Damien there until I could fly out. Brandy clutched the edge of the table. You are sure he's not going to call Somerset? If he does, it's like signing Damien's death certificate. Maybe I should go, just to be sure. Rafe is a good guy, Brad assured her. He would not sell anyone out to a creep like Somerset. Reno slid a sideways glance at the man. I am going with my gut and assuming we can trust him that far. Why would not you trust Dr. McRae? Brandy glanced over her shoulder and waved at a coworker, plastering a smile to her face as if she had not a care in the world. I do not know. But no one is above suspicion. And a rogue died at his clinic recently. It could mean something or not. Reno took another bite of food. Just before that, rumor had it he was making noises, wanting increased funding for more research or some such thing. If he needs money, who knows what he might do. Brandy frowned. Then why ask him to help you out with Damien? He called me. Told me he suspected Damien was in the area. Reno shrugged. What was I going to say? Stay away, I am not sure I can trust you. That would have gone over real well. I hate this. Brandy stared at the fry she was dipping in ketchup, stirring it around in the red sauce. I hate not being able to trust anyone. I thought when you caught Al Zimmerman that we'd be done with this. Al was only the tip of the iceberg. Brad closed his book and began to pack up the remnants of his lunch. Reno nodded. Investigating Zimmerman is what brought this latest problem to light. Good thing you decided to do a deep security scan of the system. If you had not noticed the correlation between the rogues and the Fae, Who knows if we would ever have noticed it? I am still amazed that you even made the connection. Brandy darted a glance at Brad. It was not until I actually saw the printouts side by side that I believed it. I always said that damned photographic memory could be put to better use than playing poker and remembering the stats of females you meet at the bar. Reno laughed softly. Hey, I am more than a pretty face and a great body. Brad grinned before sobering again. He flipped a page in his book. I am still analyzing the pattern of who is accessing the Lycan link databank. Each person who signs into a file leaves an electronic signature. The trick is trying to compare all the registered accesses and see if any were made by someone who should not be there. So far, every Lycan who has looked at the data would have had a legitimate reason to do so in association with their job. As far as I can tell, no one has breached the system. Brandy scowled, which confirms our suspicions that it's corruption right inside Lycan Link, not some random hacker. No single department would have a reason to access the list of rogues and the list of Fae. Brad pointed out, there is no overlap of responsibilities between those two areas. And there is no one person who has tried to access both lists. So there is a group of indeterminate size working in more than one department and pooling their resources to carry this out. Reno reached over and tucked a strand of Brandy's hair behind her ear. I just wish we could figure out how they are doing it. Maybe there is something about being a rogue, some ancient instinctive memory that is kicking in. While the legend of how the Fae-Lycan schism began cannot really be taken as fact, there has to be some grain of truth that the stories were built on. Brad speculated as he slowly got to his feet. That is the defense they will use if this ever goes before High Council. That is a bunch of crap, and you know it. Reno snorted. Someone is orchestrating this, manipulating circumstances to hide their own agenda. You will not convince me otherwise without a damned lot of proof. Do not go rabbit on me, Reno. I am just tossing out ideas. I'll keep looking and let you know as soon as I find anything. Sorry. You know I am not good at waiting. Reno grunted, staring off into the distance as if he had no interest in the man. Keep us posted. Once we have proof, we can make our move. Will do. Brad sauntered off, dropping the remains of his lunch in a nearby garbage pail. Brandy set down her now soggy French fry. What do you think about Damien? I am thinking the captain picked a hell of a time to leave me in charge. Reno growled. I told Rafe I wanted to fly out there, but could not because I have meetings and paperwork coming out my ass. Really? Out of your ass? I'll have to check that very carefully when we get home tonight. Brandy leaned back and snuck a look at his rear end, her eyes wide. Reno could not keep the grin off his face. God, he loved her. I cannot wait. He waggled his eyebrows. Brandy giggled, and he took the opportunity to steal a kiss, grabbing a handful of her fries while she was distracted. Between bites, he inquired about her own progress. How are things going with the affiliation office? The protocols we're setting up to form liaisons with the various shifter species are still a sticking point. The bears are fairly easy to deal with, but the werpanthers are proving difficult. Damned cats, what did you expect? He grumbled at the mention of the species, and Brandy gave him a playful jab with her elbow. Reno, you know full well you actually liked Malik. She referred to a case he would had almost a year ago dealing with the werpanther's monarch. I would not go so far as to say liked. Well respected then. He scowled and she rolled her eyes but let the topic drop. Actually, it's the non-shifters like the Fae that are the hardest to deal with. The envoy the Fae Queen sent is very disorganized and distrustful, though who can blame her with the recent deaths? She compressed her lips and shook her head. Who would have thought that their queen wanting to unite her people and preserve their heritage would actually contribute to their own destruction? The deaths were happening even before she asked Lycan Link for help. It just was not as well documented. But since known Fae have been added to the Lycan Link database, the number of deaths have climbed sharply. Some might say it's their own damned fault for not keeping better track of their people. If they had not had to turn to us for help, this would not have happened. Reno. Brandy stared at him, mouth ajar as if she could not believe what she had heard. He put his hands up in mock surrender. I did not say I believed it, just that some Lycans might follow that train of thought. He listed off the Fae's failings on his fingers. The Fae have been scattered and disorganized for years. Their monarch herself admits they could be nearing the brink of extinction since there are so few pure Fae left. Half the mixed Fae do not even know they are Fae, let alone know they have a queen or a heritage. They lack almost any form of infrastructure and balk at our attempts to help them establish one. They have only a partial listing of their members, and it's filled with inaccuracies. That still does not mean they deserve to be wiped off the face of the earth. I agree, but old prejudices run deep. Purist-type thinking is not confined to hatred of Lycans who are half-human. Some cannot accept the idea of non-humans that do not fall into the shifter category, or Fae-Lycan matings. Brandy sighed heavily and leaned her head against Reno's shoulder. Why cannot everyone get along and see the value of all life? Every living creature is a miracle in its own right, after all. Reno gave her a one-armed hug. I know, babe. I know. Let us hope this harebrained scheme we have concocted works. And the collateral damage is not too high. Chapter 7, Eve peered out the window and nibbled on her thumbnail, caught herself, and shoved her hand into her pocket out of harm's way. She really wanted make that needed to go outside. It was not that she minded being inside. A day or two was not too much of a trial. In fact, given the uneasy being watched feeling that had plagued her much of yesterday, staying in the cabin had seemed preferable. However, a good night's rest had erased what was, no doubt, paranoia on her part, and going outside felt less daunting than it had the previous day. She would spent much of the yesterday working on preliminary sketches for a series of paintings. A stand of pine trees, set against varying skies from sunrises and sunsets to storms and the northern lights. An art gallery had been making noises about featuring her in an exhibit, and if that actually happened, she would need to have several more pieces prepared. The particular group of trees she was hoping to feature were surrounded by an interesting swirl of mist at the moment. However, they were to the side of the cabin, and she could not get a clear view of them from the front window without craning her neck at an awkward angle. If it was not for that darned wolf, she would sit right outside and have an uninterrupted view, but she would told Rafe she would not go wandering around. However, the porch was still part of the cabin, right? Technically, she would not be breaking her word. For one final moment, she pondered the wisdom of what she was about to do, then decided to go for it. Art waited for no werewolf. After pulling on a heavy sweater to ward off the dampness, she grabbed her sketch pad and headed towards the door, bringing Rafe's gun along just in case. Feeling pleased that she would taken the necessary precautions, she arranged an old wooden chair so she could see the trees at a proper angle, set the gun at her feet, and went to work. For almost an hour she sketched nonstop, her pencil flying across the pages as she drew the trees, the grass at their base, an old stump, the fog that rolled off the mountains in the distance. Slowly, the sun broke through the clouds, its beams penetrating the misty whiteness and creating interesting lighting effects. A faint breeze began to blow, stirring strands of her hair, but she merely tucked the persistent stray locks behind her ear, not wanting to stop to look for a hair clip. The fog would be gone soon. She squinted, wishing she could see the tree up close. Something was not quite right. Her gaze flicked between her page and the actual tree, puzzling over what was wrong. It would only take a few minutes to walk over there and get a close-up look at the texture. No, her common sense dictated she not take such a chance. Giving a shrug, she decided she would done enough for one day and closed her sketchpad. She stretched, pleased with her work and happy to have been outside. The gentle, underlying pulse of nature filled her with a sense of well-being, as if she were somehow tapping into an unseen energy source and being revitalized by it. It made her wonder how she would ever survive living in the city. She took one more deep breath, enjoying the feel of the cool, moist air filling her lungs, and then reluctantly began to stand. Yet, even as she started to move, a slight noise drew her attention, and, looking to the side, she saw the wolf emerging from the mist. Large, lean, black as sin with piercing silvery eyes. Her breath caught in her throat. It stopped barely 10 meters away and sat down, its head cocked to the side, as if it was trying to figure out what she was doing. A family pet might sit in just such a pose, but there was no denying this was not a pet. Oh hell! Her heart started to pound, her skin turned icy cold. Waves of fear washed over her, and the fine hairs on her arms stood at attention. She swallowed hard and tried to stay calm, even though every instinct was urging her to flee. From somewhere in the back of her mind, she dredged up a bit of knowledge that running would make the creature see her as prey and inspire it to give chase. Ever so slowly, she lowered herself into the chair and set down her drawing supplies. With shaking hands, she reached for the gun that lay at her feet, all the while keeping her eyes fixed on the wolf. She felt around with her fingers for what seemed like ages before finally making contact with the cool metal of the barrel. Inch by inch, she pulled the weapon up from its resting place on the floor until it was in her arms. The wolf narrowed its eyes but did not move. Curling her fingers around the trigger, she thought of all the times she would gone skeet shooting with a former boyfriend. He would turned out to be dead boring, but at least she would learned a useful skill while dating him. Now, if she could only get up the nerve to actually shoot at a living target. The idea made her stomach turn. Perhaps she could make it inside before the animal bounded across the distance. Damn, why had she been so careless? Here she was congratulating herself for not walking over to the trees, when in fact a wolf was within striking distance. Eve licked her lips and swallowed with difficulty, all the moisture having left her mouth. "Hey there, wolf. How you doing?" Her tone was soft and low, trying to reassure the creature that she was not a threat. Its ears twitched in response, and she hoped that was a good sign. At least it had not leapt up and attacked at the sound of her voice. She decided to try again. "Nice day, is not it? I was just enjoying the view. What about you?" She winced at the inane question. It was watching her, and hopefully not sizing her up as potential dinner material. The wolf opened its mouth, its tongue lolling in and out in what resembled a silly grin. Grinning was good. Taking it as a positive sign, she slowly stood up. "I am heading inside now." As she rose to her feet, the animal whined and stood up as well. Eve froze, her heart pounding so hard it was all she could hear for a moment. "Are you getting ready to attack me, wolf, or just being polite?" A gentleman stands when a lady enters or exits a room. Oh God, she was babbling now. The wolf sat down again, and Eve actually felt dizzy with relief, clutching the back of the chair to steady herself. "So, you are not planning on attacking me? That is nice of you, real nice." The wolf did not move, and Eve took a sliding, sideways step towards the door. A sad whine emitted from the beast, and she paused, studying it carefully. "It looked lonely. Do you want some company?" She took another step towards the door while still talking. "Is it lonely, being a wolf without a pack?" Shadows passed over the wolf's eyes. Eve had a fleeting impression of the cafe man. He would been dark and lonely looking, too, with the same unusual eyes. "At least you are more sociable than he was," she muttered to herself, still thinking of how he would disappeared without a trace. The wolf cocked its head, and Eve could almost swear the animal understood her. She chuckled softly and found herself explaining her encounter with cafe man to the animal. "I do not know what I would have done if Id actually caught up with him." Eve shook her head. "I could hardly tell him the real reason. I mean, who would believe it?" She paused and then continued in a conspiratorial tone. "You will not tell anyone my secret, will you, wolf? You see, I have a gift. My gran told me about it when I was little, but I did not really believe her. I mean, who believes in being fey in this day and age?" The wolf raised its brows, as if it did not believe her either. "It's true, wolf. I am not making it up. It started a little over a year ago. I am an empath. I can feel other people's emotions." The wolf shook its head, ears flapping, and she laughed. "Yeah, that is sort of what I did when I first figured out what was happening. I thought I was going crazy some days. I am still not so sure." Inside the cabin, the phone started to ring. "I have got to go now, wolf." She stepped closer to the door, and this time the wolf hung its head. Why do not you go find a lady friend? Start your own pack. A shuddering sigh escaped the wolf and it sank down, resting its chin on its paws, the picture of dejection. Waves of heartbreaking sadness washed over Eve, and with a start, she realized she was reading the wolf without even trying. She stared at the creature wide-eyed, unsure what to do. The phone continued to ring, its peal sounding more and more insistent. I am sorry. Tears welled as she experienced its anguish, a horrible, heart-wrenching ache that had her clutching her chest. Its pain was more than she could bear. I am sorry, Wolf, so sorry. Her voice broke, and she shook her head, not knowing what to say. No words of comfort could ever be sufficient. Inside, the phone quit ringing only to immediately start up again, somehow conveying the anger of the caller. I really do have to go, come back and we'll talk again. With that, she slipped inside. Closing the door, she took a moment to wipe the tears from her cheek and blew out a steadying breath before reaching for the phone. As she picked up the receiver, she looked out the window and watched as the wolf got to its feet and slowly padded into the shadowed forest. Hello. She answered distractedly, still staring the spot where the wolf had disappeared. Eve, where were you? I thought I told you stay inside the cabin. Rafe's voice barked down the line. Oh. Hi, Rafe. I was inside mostly. What do you mean mostly? If you were inside, it should not have taken you that long to answer the phone. I just stepped out on the porch to do a bit of sketching. But do not get all huffy. I took the gun with me, and nothing happened. She was sure she would kept her voice even, but something must have given her away. You are not telling me everything. What is wrong? His tone was demanding, and despite the distance that separated them, she reacted as if he were right there, staring at her with those soul-searching, chocolate-brown eyes. Nothing. I drew some trees, her voice trailed off. And how he managed to convey the arching of his brow through that one word, she would never know. God, she was a lousy liar. All right. I saw the wolf again. I am coming right over. And stay the hell inside this time. He hung up before she could protest. Eve set the phone down with extreme care. If she had not, she might have thrown it. How dare he bark at her like that? The usual nervous quivering she felt when thinking about him began to fade as her temper started to rise. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she began to pace the length of the living room, anticipating what she would say to him when he arrived. Chapter 8. As he drove towards Eve's cabin, Rafe fumed over her reckless behavior. Twice now, she would left the safety of the cabin, after he expressly told her not to. Did not she realize she was dealing with a wolf? A creature that could easily take her down and rip her to shreds. And that was only if it was a normal wolf. But this was a rogue. Twice as deadly as a normal wolf because of its size and strength, let alone the human intelligence that controlled all that power. While he might work with rogues, even firmly believe in and advocate for their rights and the chance to integrate into society, he was under no illusions about them. No rogue was allowed near someone he caught. Rafe stopped himself mid-thought and took a calming breath. Slow down, he told himself. He did not care about Eve, he was concerned. It had been obvious in her voice that she was upset. As her landlord, he had a certain responsibility for her welfare. She might be cute and have a lot of gumption, but that was immaterial. So what if her tiny size brought out all of his protective instincts? He was not interested in a relationship with her. He brought his vehicle to a quick stop in front of her cabin, gravel spewing to all sides, and jumped out, not even bothering to shut the door. His muscles were tensed, ready for an attack. He would grappled with more than one enraged rogue, and was not about to let his one take him unaware. If it was Damien Masterson, then the man had more tricks up his sleeve than most. Briefly, Rafe thought of the small vial he would tucked in his boot. The syringe inside that plastic container held enough tranquilizer to take down a rogue if need be, but he was not keen on using it if Eve was around. She would question how he came to have such a strong drug in his possession. How could he explain it was part of a professional medical kit he kept with him at all times? He tested the air. Yep, it was the same rogue as before, and he had been here recently. Rafe was about to start patrolling the area when Eve called his name. "Rafe McRae, what do you think you're doing?" She stood on the porch, hands on her hips. That in itself was noteworthy. Eve usually seemed more submissive in his presence, but that was not the case today. It was obvious that she was peeved with him over something, but he did not have time for that right now. Checking to see if the wolf is still around. "Get back inside. Quit ordering me around. Eve, go inside where it's safe. Now." "While you do what?" "Go looking for the wolf just like that." She flicked a derogatory look from his head to his toes and back again. "If this wolf is supposed to be so dangerous, should not you be taking a gun with you?" He opened his mouth to say no, but then stopped. She did not know he was a werewolf. Well, 3/4, and he could not tell her the gun was all part of the costume he would assumed upon moving here. With a sigh, he turned and headed for the cabin. As he approached, she began to give vent to her ire. "Honestly, sometimes you men act so stupid. What makes you think you can go looking for a wolf without even a weapon to defend yourself? You are angry because I went out on the porch, but look at you." She threw her hands up in the air. "You did it the other day, and I was too upset about the wolf to question it, but now." She paused, shook her head, and then stomped into the cabin. "No need to concern yourself, Eve. I am well acquainted with the ways of wolves." He followed her inside. "So you are a wildlife expert now? I thought you were a counselor." "A bit of both." "Yeah. Right. Lots of call for wolf counselors." He clenched his jaw at her snarky comment and slowly counted to 10. "So how did you get so wise about wolves?" "Watching the Nature Channel." Sarcasm oozed from her as she leaned her hip against the island that separated the kitchen from the living area. Rafe noted the way her worn jeans hugged her slight curves and accentuated her thighs. It distracted him enough that his temper began to subside. He could imagine holding her in a tight embrace, then slipping his hand under the back of her leg and hitching it up around his hip. "I have a wide variety of interests," he murmured, his concentration now focused on her chest. She would crossed her arms. The action pulled her t-shirt taut over her pert breasts, and he watched as they moved with her agitated breathing. They were exactly the right size to fit in his palm. Realizing the folly of his thoughts, he jerked his eyes up and looked at her face. Luckily, she had not noticed the direction of his gaze and was still warming on her topic. "An interest?" She snorted. "Everyone has interests. I have an interest in skydiving, but I am not about to go jumping out of a plane without a parachute." Her cheeks were turning pink, and he wondered what it would feel like to cup her face and gently rub his thumb over her skin. Was it as soft as he imagined? Something she said suddenly caught his attention. "Parachutes." Rafe blinked, not following her line of thought. "I thought we were talking about wolves." "It's an analogy. Skydiving without a parachute is like looking for a wolf without a gun." "It's reckless of you." While he loved her spirit, she was beginning to irritate him. "I am not the one that sat on the porch with a rogue wolf in the neighborhood. I had the shotgun with me." Rafe exhaled loudly. The argument was pointless and a waste of time. "All right. Fine. Have it your way. If it means so much to you, I'll take the damned gun with me." Eve stormed across the room and picked the gun up from its resting place, then got the key for the trigger lock. She could not believe she would have to argue with him over such a simple precaution. Stalking back to where he stood, she thrust the shotgun at him. "Thanks." He snapped the word, not sounding thankful at all. Reaching for the weapon, his hand ended up over hers. His touch made her breath hitch, tingles of awareness springing to life and shooting right to her core. "You are welcome." Eve responded distractedly, forgetting they would been arguing. She stared at their joined hands, somewhat surprised not to see actual sparks shooting into the air. Rather than pulling away, she allowed her hand to remain in his. He rubbed his thumb over the back of it, and heat crept up her arm before spreading throughout her whole body. Eve dragged her gaze to his face. He was looking at her, his face as implacable as ever, his eyes bottomless pools that she could not begin to interpret. Why did that turn her on, the fact that she had no idea what he was thinking or feeling. She would try to read him before, but always came up against a blank wall. Was it the thrill of the unknown? Or the challenge of trying to make him lose control? A naughty imp inside her had her parting her lips and wetting them with her tongue. He seemed fascinated by the action, his already dark eyes now almost black. Was it her imagination, or had he moved closer? It had been ages since she would kissed a man. What would it feel like to brush her lips over his? To feel his warmth? To taste? One or both of them must have moved, for suddenly, the gap that separated them was gone. His lips brush over hers. Once. Twice. Gently testing, teasing soft butterfly kisses were exchanged before he lighted in place, tracing the seam of her lips, asking for something deeper. She opened to him and their tongues touched. A kaleidoscope of colors and sensations exploded in her mind. It was wonderful, glorious feelings she would only dreamed about were being set free, washing over her, filling her with need. She stood on tiptoe, sliding one hand up his chest to his neck, and then the base of his skull, urging him into a harder kiss, needing more. Rafe wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her closer. She wanted to feel her breasts crushed against him, to have her hips cradling his groin. Caught up in a whirlwind of escalating desire, she tried to press closer. Something incredibly long and hard dug into her belly, and for a split second, she thought it was Dam. The gun was in between them. Reality crashed down around her, and Eve jerked backwards, abruptly ending their contact. Her breathing was harsh, her heart was pounding. A faint hum momentarily filled her brain, slowing her thinking as if she were drunk. She blinked and gave her head a shake. Wow, was this what people meant when they said they were kissed senseless? She looked up at Rafe, still dazed and wondering if he had been similarly affected by the overwhelming passion that had struck her. Exactly what she expected, she was not sure, but it definitely was not him scowling at her and muttering curses. He cleared his throat. Sorry. Sorry. The best kiss she would ever experienced in her entire life, and he was sorry. His bland reaction doused her desire more thoroughly than a bucket of ice water. She clamped her mouth shut and shrugged, then looked down for fear he would see the hurt and anger in her eyes. Her gaze fell on the weapon that, amazingly enough, they were both still holding. Letting go, she stepped away and wrapped her arms around herself. Be careful. She muttered the words, still not looking at him. He checked to see if the safety was on. Do not worry. I will not shoot myself in the foot. She flicked a glance his way. Not you. I meant, be careful you do not hurt the wolf. The wolf? He narrowed his eyes. Right. It's lonely and looks like it has not had a decent meal in ages. And you know this because, well, it was only a little ways away. I got a pretty good look at it while we were talking. You were talking to the wolf. He had a stunned look about him. She shrugged. It was watching me draw, I guess. I did not notice it until I was finished, and when I went to go inside, I noticed how dejected it looked, and I started to talk to it. Rafe took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly, as if he was trying not to lose his patience. Let me get this straight. You are worried about me going out to look for the rogue wolf without a gun, but you stood on the porch talking to it. Eve felt herself flush. It was not like Id planned on staying there. I was inching my way to the door and talking to keep it calm. He opened his mouth and appeared about to say something, but then stopped. She could have sworn she heard him growl. I'll be back in a while. Stay inside. I know. As the door closed behind him, she sighed and rolled her eyes. The man was definitely not the easiest person to deal with. But she licked her lips and grinned. He certainly was a good kisser. And she would been sufficiently upset with him that her usual nervousness around him had disappeared. That was something, at least. Rafe scouted around the cabin, more to give himself time to cool down than with any expectation of finding the rogue. The early morning fog had lifted, providing a clear view of the area, not that he really needed to look around. The beast would be long gone by now, though at the moment that was the least of his worries. He would kissed Eve. And it had not been just any kiss. Damn, but he would never felt anything like it. His body had reacted instantaneously and was still hard and aching for relief. If she had not pulled away well, thank heaven she had, because he would lost all common sense for those few minutes. What the hell had happened? Dumb question. He knew what had happened, but could not quite believe it. He would kissed plenty of women, both human and Lycan, but never another fae. That was the only possible explanation for the phenomenon he would felt. When two empathic minds reached out to each other, they sent feedback in a continuous loop. It grew exponentially until it exploded in an orgasm which left the participants weak and helpless from an overdose of endorphins. They had not progressed that far, but if the kiss had continued much longer, he clenched his jaw, resisting the urge to return to the cabin and take up where they would left off. What he needed to do was think this through, approach the situation logically. Eve must be part fae. Having assumed she was human, he would always had a mental wall in place whenever they met out of common courtesy for her privacy. He would never attempted to read her emotions. If he had, he would have known what she was and been prepared. Did she know she was fae? Likely not, or she would have commented on the effect of the kiss. Unless her abilities were just entering the awakening stage, and she had no idea what she was in for. A novice in need of tutoring interest sparked within him at the possibility of being her mentor and teaching her the full extent of her skills. Yet, as soon as the idea came to him, he negated it. No involvement was not that part of his self-prescribed treatment plan. Instinctively, he knew that it would be impossible to stay detached from her. He would have been drawn to her before, and now, knowing that they shared a common heritage, it would be doubly hard to resist. He would only encountered a few other fae in his life, elderly relatives on his mother's side when he would still been a pup, a few professional contacts. The fae were a dying breed, and even though efforts were being made to seek out those that remained and somehow unify them, the chances of success seemed slim. The screaming of a blue jay jerked his attention to the present. There would be time enough to ponder this new discovery later on. Right now, he needed to check on the rogue werewolf and focus on keeping Eve safe. He began to tramp through the woods, ducking under low-hanging branches and pushing past bushes. Evidence abounded that the wolf had been nearby. Footprints, broken twigs, and an indented spot in the grass where it had obviously sat for a prolonged period of time. It would seem the wolf had formed an attachment to Eve and was growing progressively bolder, making no effort to hide its presence, perhaps even sending a subtle challenge to him. That idea caused his hackles to rise. Pausing near the top of a small rise, he surveyed the area. He was wasting his time looking. What he needed to do was consider the situation as if he were dealing with one of his clients at the rehab clinic. Mentally, he began to complete a standard intake form, spending some time debating which box he would need to checkmark. There were several categories of rogues. Some spent their whole life on the fringes of society. Mostly transient, they pushed the edge of the law but stayed just this side of breaking it. However, a rogue from that particular group would not remain watching a single cabin for over a week. It could be looking for a mate. That was a realistic possibility. Some did try to establish relationships and form a pack, though the grouping was often dysfunctional and quickly fell apart. Or it could be stalking Eve with a more deadly intent. The more dangerous rogues coldly premeditated attacks based on some insane logic of their own, such as a resemblance to someone they once knew. They would fixate on an individual and follow them, sometimes for weeks, before an unknowing act by the potential victim would cause them to snap and attack. These were the kind that, unless trapped, became caught up in the need to maim and kill, a psychotic bloodlust taking over their minds. By then, most were unsalvageable, and, if brought in alive, lived out the rest of their existence in heavily guarded confinement. If the rogue was, indeed, Damien, however, then he would fit into a fourth category. Still hurting from the loss of his mate, his anger would be directed inward, blaming himself for not protecting her, and outward towards anyone who he perceived had contributed to her death. It was unlikely he would attack unprovoked unless the loss of the blood bond had made him mentally unstable. And there was no way to assess that without talking to him. Rafe growled in frustration. As always, his job was a guessing game. He observed and talked to clients, interviewed those who had interacted with them, trying to put together a picture of what was going on in their minds. But even with his empathic abilities, what it all boiled down to was an educated guess, and he would guessed wrong before. He dragged a hand through his hair. God, was he up to this? Hell, he had to be. Reno did not want rogue retrieval involved. That meant someone had to try and talk to Damien and do an initial assessment, try to keep him here and under control. It would require finesse and caution. A casual comment could easily spook a rogue, sending them running or into a rage. And if that rage was directed against Eve. Chapter 9, Damien had heard the pickup truck approaching the woman's cabin long before it arrived, and so he would slipped away, circling until he was downwind. Wresting control from his wolf, he would shift it into human form and watched from a vantage point some distance away. A man had exited the truck and begun barking orders at Eve. He tested the name, liking its simplicity, the way it rolled off his tongue and whispered soft and gentle in his ear. It was another thing the woman had in common with his bait, a short, sweet name. But bait had been mostly Lycan, and Eve was Fae. Lycan and Fae, greater opposites would be hard to find. Lycan legend held that the gods had made werewolves from the earth, the solidness of rock and the richness of soil combining to create creatures of strength and courage. They were gathered into packs and instilled with a sense of duty and honor. The Fae, however, had been formed from the mists that drifted over the land. Flighty creatures, they were whimsical, led by their emotions and prone to mischief. They would refuse to settle in one place or follow a hierarchical order. Neither species could tolerate the other, and the gods, tired of their bickering, finally banned them from associating. Of course, that was all ancient legend, but the two groups still avoided each other as much as possible. Being Fae suited Eve. Fair and fine-boned, with big eyes that showed every emotion. If he was the fanciful sort, he could have easily imagined her sprouting wings and flying about a field of wildflowers, sipping nectar. That image would have been shattered, though, by the way she would berated the man. There would have been a definite sting to her tone. He would grinned, listening to her. As for the man, Rafe McRae. The name was vaguely familiar, even if the face was not. Perhaps someone he should have known from his days as a student at the academy. Too bad he had not paid more attention to his lessons. Even after searching his memory for why he should know the man, he still came up blank. Damien wished he would retained access to Lycan Link's database. He could have had the man's complete background within minutes. That bridge, however, had been burnt long ago. He was on his own now. Damien studied the other, were through narrowed eyes. The man carried himself well and moved with assurance, as if he were used to being in charge. Not an enforcer, he looked more the type to make the rules rather than follow them. An alpha seemed the logical conclusion, yet there was no evidence of a pack. Had McRae lost his position? Had urbanization rendered his old home unsuitable? Or he could be establishing a new territory, maybe even considering taking Eve as a mate. That thought did not sit well with his wolf. Or him, for that matter. At least there was one thing that he and the animal could agree on. Damien clenched his jaw, resisting the urge to warn McRae off, which made no sense. Eve was nothing to him. A passing resemblance to bait, but that was it. The woman was Fae, not Lycan. He could not afford to acknowledge anything else. Nothing could sway him from his path. Had not he sworn that to himself as he would stood by the bloodied body of yet another victim? He recalled how rage had roiled within him, blurring his vision, clouding his thinking. His body had ached from the battle, wounds stinging as his sweat had seeped into the torn flesh. But he would barely noticed. The need for justice, for revenge, had burned in his blood, obliterating any thought of personal comfort. That was what he must focus on now, and screw anyone who got in his way. Shifting forms once again, he headed towards a fall of trees. He did not want to tap dance around the local motel owner any longer. He would spend his night here, the Alpha be damned. Rafe crouched near the fire he would made, the flickering light of the flames barely illuminating his face. He would decided to camp out near Eve's cabin. It served two purposes, allowing him to guard her, as well as providing an opportunity for a casual, non-confrontational encounter with the rogue if it happened by. Luck was with him. No sooner had he laid out his sleeping bag and started a fire than he heard rustling in the brush nearby. The wind carried the scent of the rogue his way, and he smiled inwardly, but continued on as if he had not noticed. The beast's behavior would imply it was not too far gone. While it might deny the fact, it was watching Eve, and now it was seeking him out. Both actions showed that on some level it still craved interaction, especially with its own kind. By staying in human form, Rafe hoped the creature would view him as less of a threat. Just in case, however, he was prepared for an attack, his senses on alert, not to mention the vial of tranquilizer tucked in his boot. Nice night for camping. Rafe spoke in a conversational tone over his shoulder as he placed the rabbit he would caught onto a spit and set it over the fire to cook. There was no response, but the animal had paused its prowling. No more noise came from the brush. I like to spend a few evenings outdoors every couple of weeks. Of course, I do it the human way. He flicked a glance towards the brush. We do not want them becoming suspicious now, do we? Again, nothing. He tried a different tactic. You have been in my territory a week now. I do not mind, as long as you keep behaving yourself. Feel free to join me if you want, I have made plenty. He turned the rabbit on the spit and then stirred the tin of beans. Or go back to the den you have found. It makes no difference to me. Minutes ticked by, and then a wolf appeared near the edge of the circle of light cast by the fire. Black as the ace of spades, with silvery eyes rimmed with blue. It was big and powerful, but too thin, its dull, uneven coat giving evidence of a prolonged period of poor nutrition. The rogue was definitely teetering on the edge, lack of personal care often indicating the beginning of a downward slide. It stood before him, head up, eyes level, not challenging but not cowering either. The beast was letting him know they were meeting as equals, nothing less. Rafe made no move except for a slight nod, but it was sufficient reassurance. The air shimmered, and a man stood before him. Thin but still well-muscled, above average height, black hair. Yep, it was Damien Masterson. Giving no sign of recognition, Rafe inclined his head towards a log on the far side of the fire. Have a seat if you want. Damien studied him carefully before sitting down. His posture was loose and relaxed, but his eyes gave him away, watchful, no doubt expecting some sort of trap. The man had been a rogue long enough to have experienced the prejudice normal Lycans held towards his kind. While it was understandable that others reacted that way, Rafe knew the mental damage constant rejection could knew how it pushed the recipient closer and closer to the edge. Nice to have some company now and then. Rafe glanced at his companion and then looked away. Mind you, I enjoy the quiet too. Damien merely grunted. Sometimes it took an hour or two before a rogue was willing to open up. Rafe settled back prepared to wait. He had all night. Time passed. The Alpha, Rafe, sat staring at the flames, occasionally turning the meat that roasted on the fire. There was nothing threatening about him, but neither was he submissive. They were meeting as equals, it was reassuring. Slowly, Damien relaxed. How long had it been since he would sat in the presence of another Lycan, without having to worry about being attacked or run out of the territory? A sigh escaped him, and he adjusted himself into a more comfortable position. His damaged leg often cramped in the cool night air. Rafe quirked an eyebrow, obviously taking his movement as a sign that he was ready to talk. Where you from? Does it matter? He stiffened, wondering how the other man would respond. Not really. Rafe shrugged, his eyes never moved from the flames he was watching. Just curious if I have to worry about trackers from rogue retrieval showing up here. Damien considered his answer. Honesty would likely have him tossed out on his ass. It's not likely. That was a lie, but he would become skilled at it out of necessity. I have not done anything. Nothing. Illegal. This time Rafe flicked a glance his way, looking him up and down. Yeah. Guys who choose to live like wolves and look like shit have never done anything. He gave a small shrug and returned to staring at the fire. This is a quiet territory. As long as you do not cause a ruckus, your background does not really matter. Yeah, nothing matters. Damien stared at the flames, lost in dark memories of another fire, the one that had torn his life apart. He resisted the urge to rub the ache in his right leg. Never show weakness, that was his motto. How long he sat there he did not know, but suddenly he was aware of McRae coming closer, his hand extended. Instinctively, Damien leapt into a defensive crouch, ready to strike out at the enemy. Just in time, he noticed the other man was holding a plate of food. He relaxed and stood straighter, but did not apologize for the near attack. For a moment their eyes met. McRae's expression was calm, his hand steady as he waited for Damien to take the plate. Reluctant respect for the man rose within him. Most would have flinched in the face of a near attack. He let his gaze fall to the offered dish. A quick sniff told him it was rabbit and a serving of canned beans. Taking the plate, he sat down. You look like you have not eaten much. Strain. I have not found the hunting to be that poor. Rafe sat down again, took a piece of meat in his fingers and began to eat. No. Lots of game about. Damien was surprised when his stomach growled at the tantalizing scent. It had been ages since he would had much of an appetite. He ate when he remembered to, which was not often. You moved pretty fast a minute ago. So you cannot be skin and bones because you are a lousy hunter. Once again, Damien forced himself to be civil. Why all the questions? He ripped a chunk of meat off with his teeth and started to chew. It tasted surprisingly good. No reason. Rafe shrugged. I do not usually find a rogue wolf on my land. I am curious. Silence fell as they both ate. When the meal was done, Rafe leaned back and stretched. You know, a few minutes ago when I was handing you that plate, you reacted like someone with training. An enforcer, or an academy grad at least. Damien studied the man, checking his demeanor, his breathing rate, his scent. There was a hint of deception in the air, yet his gut sensed no malice. Could be. Rafe poked the fire with a stick, and a log shifted, sending a shower of sparks into the air. They burned brightly for a brief moment, before extinguishing and disappearing from view. Damien felt his throat tight. Just like bait, a bright light quickly snuffed out. He blinked and cursed the memories that seemed determined to push to the foreground tonight. Shit, he should have stayed in his wolf form. The pain was always present, but his wolf's mind would not be making these types of connections. I was at the academy once. Rafe spoke conversationally, and Damien jerked into awareness of the man's presence again. If Rafe had noticed his inattention, he gave no sign. Instead, the man rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It was about 10 years ago. I did a half-course academy and a half-course university my first year, before switching to straight academics. Damien studied his host. He did not fit the stereotype of a scholar, looking more the part of a drill sergeant who would bark an order to do 100 push-ups before breakfast. His curiosity about the man piqued. Did you go back to your pack when you were done? Rafe shook his head. I had some money, earned a bit more, and then bought this chunk of land. I took over the main place, and now I am starting to fix the cabins. My ultimate plan is to rent them out. People like to come here for quiet vacations, fishing, getting back to nature, and whatnot. He chuckled. At least that is what the former owner told me. This is the first year I have tried the rental thing. A thought began to form, and Damien narrowed his eyes, considering the pros and cons of acting on it. He was tired, damned tired, and the idea of sleeping in the same bed for a few nights held some appeal. Plus, he would be able to stay close to Eve. What do these cabins cost to rent? Why? You interested in one? Damien shrugged. He had some money, not much but enough. Renting a cabin had not been part of the plan, but since when did his plans ever run smoothly? So what do you think? About. He realized he would missed part of the conversation. Working for me. Some of these cabins are pretty old. I bought the land a while ago, but have not had enough time to repair them all. 2 are habitable, mine, and 1 I am renting out, but a third is not in bad shape. You can stay in it as long as you want. Instead of paying rent, you help me fix them up. Damien kept his face neutral as he considered the offer. Why did McRae want him to stay? Was it part of an elaborate trap set by Lycan Link? Or was the offer genuine, and he was just an alpha looking for an extra set of hands? He tried to sort through what was truth and what was not. Why was he worried about Lycan Link? Was some sixth sense trying to warn him about McRae, or was he starting at shadows? Too many months alone were affecting his thinking. Was this what happened to rogues? Did they slowly go insane as distrust and paranoia overtook them? Well, if he was teetering on the brink, at least he would have a place to stay. And he could wait and watch until it was time to strike. I am not much of a handyman. It was best not to sound too eager. Not a problem. It's mostly painting, clearing away some trees, nailing loose boards into place. Most of the major repairs like wiring and plumbing I'll hire out. Damien studied the man again, testing the air, still wondering if this could be some form of a trap. The arrangement had the earmarks of being legit. There were no warning signals in his gut, no prickling of his senses, but something did not add up. Why the offer? Because you are a Lycan. Because dealing with humans can be awkward when they ask nosy questions. And because you are a rogue who appears to be down on his luck. McRae's gaze was steady. I have had friends who have gone rogue. Consider me a philanthropist of sorts. Damien nodded slowly. In this, the man was definitely telling the truth. Chapter 10, Eve paced around the living room, a pillow clutched to her chest. It had been 3 days with no sign of the wolf and no word from Rafe. Given how they would parted, she had not called him even though she wanted to hear his voice again. I must be some sort of masochist, she muttered. Why would I want to talk to him otherwise? The man's as cold as Icewell, except for when he's kissing, that is. A smile curved her lips at the memory. The kiss had been wonderful. Slow and sexy, then bursting into a blaze of passion. She would replayed it over and over in her head, and it had figured heavily in some incredibly erotic dreams. The need to experience those feelings once more consumed her. She wanted to kiss him again, to explore the muscles she would felt beneath her palm, to feel his hot length pressed against her. Damn that gun for being in the way. Rafe had given no indication that he felt the same way, however. Afterwards, he would been his usual stone-faced self. What was up with that? After much pacing and debate, she would decided to tackle him about it when he returned from checking for the wolf. Unfortunately, he would headed straight for his pickup. When she would rushed out onto the porch, intent on getting him to stay and talk, he would allowed her no opportunity. Flicking his sunglasses down over his eyes, he would given his report while climbing into the truck. All clear. Stay inside. And before she could protest, the engine had roared to life and he would driven away. Curse the man. Well, she would tried. For 3 days now she would stayed inside, keeping herself occupied with her painting and reading, but now she was restless. She wanted to go for a walk, to talk to someone, to do something. Had not Rafe said that rogues were transient? If so, then obviously this one must have moved on. Surely 3 days without a sighting was a significant amount of time. She paced the length of the cabin once more, casting longing glances out the window. Should she chance going outside for a walk? Rafe had the gun now, so she would be unprotected. No, that was not a good idea. But what about going for a drive? She would be safe inside the car, right? And her mailbox was down by the highway, a public highway with lots of traffic. No wild animal would hang out there. A wide grin broke out on her face at the prospect of doing something, and in no time she was ready to go. A quick glance about still showed no sign of the wolf, but just in case, she ran the short distance to the car. Once inside, she grinned, feeling quite safe and ready for an adventure. The trip to the mailbox was unexciting. Her car bounced and shimmied over the rough dirt track that served as a driveway, twisting this way and that as it meandered through the forest. All the cabins had their own laneway, but they eventually merged together into the main drive that led to the highway. Once there, Eve checked again for the wolf before exiting the car. She was not going to give Rafe any more because for calling her careless. Yep, the coast was clear. No wolf in sight. Clambering out of the vehicle, she strolled to the mailbox, waving at the townspeople that occasionally drove past, beeping their horn at her as a form of greeting. There were 6 old-fashioned metal mailboxes lined up in a row, one for each rental cabin and one for Rafe's place. Hers was stuffed with the usual junk mail, a credit card bill, and hooray, a note from a gallery saying they were indeed interested in an exhibit of her work, and would she please read over the enclosed contract. Leaning against the fender of her car, she spent some time skimming over the contents of the envelope. It all appeared to be in order, and she would begin to plan what pictures to include when an all-too-familiar feeling made her shoulders twitch. Someone or something was watching her. She quickly spun around, studying the trees, looking for some evidence that anyone was present. As always, there was no one there. The roadway stretched empty on either side of her as well. Eve dragged her hand through her hair, wondering if being Fae also meant developing paranoia and sensing things that did not really exist. Maybe she was becoming sensitive to ghosts, long-dead fishermen who haunted the edge of the lake looking for that perfect trout they would never caught. A snort escaped her at the ridiculous idea, and she climbed into her vehicle and headed home, rather miffed that her grand adventure had ended on the same uncomfortable note that had plagued her all too often lately. She had not traveled far when something appeared in the road ahead of her. It was an animal of some sort. Sighting them was nothing new. Slowing her speed, she continued to contemplate her upcoming exhibit, expecting the creature to run off into the forest in a second or two. That is how they usually responded to traffic. Strangely enough, this one stayed in the middle of the road. Was it injured or merely curious? Perhaps a young deer that did not know any better. As she drew closer, she was able to discern its shape more clearly, and groaned in frustration when she saw it was the wolf again. The contrast of bright blue sky and deep shadows from the trees made it difficult to discern the animal's features, but she would seen the beast often enough to know its outline. Pointy ears, 4 legs, bushy tail, yep, a wolf. Well, that likely explained the being watched feeling. Damn you, why do not you go somewhere else? She softly cursed the creature. While she felt great sympathy for the lonely animal, she was getting rather tired of how it kept interfering with her plans. Now she would be stuck inside again. Bringing her vehicle to a halt, they had a face-off. It stared at her, and she stared at it, tapping the steering wheel impatiently as she waited for it to move on. Unfortunately, it seemed to have other plans. You know, Wolf, you were nice enough to talk to the other day, but I do not see us having a lasting relationship. Head on your way. The beast took no notice of her. Despite the shadows in which it stood, she was sure she saw a flash of teeth, and she shifted uneasily in her seat. It had given the impression of being a lot friendlier during their previous encounter. She bit her lip, not sure what to do but anxious to be back in the safety of her cabin. Why she would ever thought taking a drive was a good move, she would never know. Dum's dumb. Exasperated with herself and the wolf, she beeped the horn, hoping the sound would scare it away. It did not leave. Instead, its tail flicked from side to side in an annoyed pattern, and it lowered its head. Eve was sure she could hear it growl, even at this distance. The sound seemed to reverberate around her, coldness creeping down her spine, wrapping its clutches around her soul and squeezing at her heart. She shivered at the hatred that was invading her mind, filling her with images of death and blood. Her throat tightened, she struggled to draw in a breath. Darkness was surrounding her, blocking out the sun, dimming her vision until all she could see was the gaping jaws of the beast before her. Survival instincts had her fumbling with the gear shift, throwing the car into reverse. The wolf stalked towards her and she backed up, increasing her speed, praying she did not drive off the road. The creature was still coming, now breaking into a trot, then running towards her, gaining on her. Desperation filled her. A scream ripped from her throat. Her car careened backwards down the driveway, the steering wheel slipping beneath her sweaty palms. She was sure she was going to crash. From the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the lane that led to Rafe's place. With a skill she did not even know she possessed, she quickly popped the vehicle into drive and gunned the engine, taking off down the laneway with dust and gravel spewing behind her. Eve gripped the steering wheel, fighting for control as the vehicle lurched down the rutted path. There was too much dust in the air for her to see behind her, but she prayed she was outrunning the wolf. God, this was what Rafe had been talking about when he claimed rogues were dangerous. The other day it had seemed almost dog-like, lulling her into a sense of security, but this thighs was like a demon. She maneuvered the car around a bend in the lane, breathing a sigh of relief when Rafe's place came into view. It was a rustic-styled log house, considerably larger than the cabin she rented. However, its appearance was the last thing on her mind. Slamming the car into park, she leapt from the vehicle, raced up the steps and pounded on his door. Rafe! Rafe, let me in. The glass in the door rattled from the force of her blows. She glanced over her shoulder, sure the wolf would appear at any moment. Rafe, open the damned door. She jiggled the knob and was surprised when it turned easily. Giving no thought to the etiquette of entering someone is home uninvited, she hurried in and slammed the door shut behind her. Quickly turning the lock, she ran from room to room, checking the windows and finally the back door. By the time she had the house secured, she would been through every room, yet there was no sign of her landlord. Eve stood with her hand pressed to her pounding heart. She was safe inside, but the feeling of evil that had overcome her was hard to forget. If Rafe was here, she would have plastered herself against him, wanting the warmth of human contact to help erase the experience from her memory. Taking deep, calming breaths, she tried to think of where Rafe might be and realized she really did not know anything about the man. He said he was a counselor. Well, he would never said that exactly, but he had not denied it either. And he knew about wolves. She made a face. That was not much to go on. For a moment, she considered calling him, but her purse was still in the car, and there was no way she was going outside to get her phone. A quick look around did not reveal a landline, though his cell phone was lying on the table. Apparently, Rafe was not the type to keep his phone glued to his side. Not sure what else to do, she sat down in a chair with a strategic view out the window so she could see if anything was approaching down the laneway. An Afghan was draped across the back, and she pulled it down and wrapped it around herself, faint shivers of fright still racking her frame. Slowly, her heartbeat calmed, the cold feeling inside her seeping away. There was a sense of safety being in Rafe's house. It was definitely a man's home, with black leather furnishing and a few bold splashes of color. Drawing the Afghan up closer to her face, she inhaled, noting how it smelled faintly of him, a combination of soap and nature. A smile spread over her face, and she closed her eyes, allowing her imagination to take over. What would it be like to have his arms wrapped around her? To feel the heat of his body warming hers, the gentle brush of his lips over her brow. To press her ear to his chest and hear the steady beating of his heart, she sighed and snuggled into the Afghan content to drift along with the pleasant little daydream her imagination was concocting. Sometime later, she awoke with a start, disoriented and muzzy from the steamy dream she had been having about Rafe. Wincing at the kink in her neck, she got to her feet and brushed her hair from her face. It would seem that Rafe still was not home. A quick look at her watch showed that only an hour had passed. If he would driven into town, he could be gone for a while. Giving a stretch, she headed to the kitchen intent on finding a glass of water and perhaps something to eat. Barely had she stepped into the room when a noise caught her attention. There was a steady thumping sound coming from behind the house. She froze in place. The pleasantly relaxed feeling she had gained during her impromptu nap was immediately replaced by prickles of fear as she imagined the wolf trying to break down the door. Insanely, an image of the story of the three little pigs came to mind, and she almost expected to hear a deep voice saying ill huff and ill puff. A bubble of hysterical laughter threatened to escape as she looked around frantically, not sure what to do. Should she barricade the door or try to make a mad dash for the car? Dragging her fingers through her hair, she forced herself to calm down and think rationally. The noise was too rhythmic to be an animal, and it was coming from the yard, not the door. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to move. Tiptoeing to a window facing the backyard, she pressed her body flat to the wall, gathered her nerve, and then cautiously slid sideways so that one eye was able to peer outside. A man was there repairing a wooden fence, and she allowed her gaze to travel the length of him. Oh, what a man it was. All caution forgotten, Eve clutched the curtain she would pushed aside and stared in fascination as he swung the hammer over and over. Each perfectly defined muscle in his back stretched and contracted in a mesmerizing dance as the hammer rose and fell with a steady, pulsing beat. The artist in her immediately felt the need to start drawing his likeness. Who was this divine specimen? Not Rafe, the build was right but not the coloring. The god before her had dark hair, but his skin was lighter, and recognition suddenly clicked in. It was Cafe Man. Letting the curtain fall back into place, she recalled her last encounter with him, how she would wanted to try to read his emotions as an experiment of sorts. She would never expected to see him again, and yet here he was. Should she stay inside or go talk to him? Hiding would not accomplish anything. And perhaps she would be able to discover what made him different while at the same time finding out where Rafe was. Walking to the back door, she hesitated, her hand on the knob, thinking about the wolf, but then reasoned that the loud sound of hammering would likely keep it away. And Cafe Man was out there, obviously unharmed. Boldly, she left the shelter of the house. As she approached him, she began to imagine using him as a live model. He would look amazing on the cover of a book. Enjoying the view. With a start, Eve realized his head was angled enough that he could see her out of the corner of his eye. How had he heard her over the noise of the hammering? He set the tool down and turned around completely, leaning his hip against the fence he had been mending. His front was as impressive as his back, with each abdominal muscle clearly outlined. She swallowed hard and forced herself to quit staring at his body. I am looking for Rafe. He did not answer her right away. His face was expressionless as he looked her up and down. No hint of the interest or emotional turmoil she would thought she would detected during their encounter in town. In fact, she was not even sure if he recalled having seen her before. Now that was rather deflating. Sorry, cannot help you. He answered in clipped tones and seemed to dismiss her. Bending over, he selected a piece of lumber from a pile on the ground, turning it this way, and that as if trying to decide its suitability as a fence board. She waited, rocking a bit on the balls of her feet, but he did not appear inclined to say anything else, so she tried again. I have not seen you around here before, except for the other day in town. Are you visiting? A friend of his, maybe. I am passing through. Doing a bit of work here and there. He paused in his examination of the board and gave her a cool look. What about you? Are you a friend of Rafe's? The way he said friend had her cheeks burning. I rent a cabin from him. It was not any of Cafeman's business if she had a relationship with Rafe or not. Not that she did, or course. At least, not exactly. She recalled the kiss, and a little frisson of excitement went through her. Cafe Man gave her an assessing look, and Eve had the uncomfortable feeling that he somehow knew the direction her thoughts had taken. He reached down for the hammer. You never told me your name. He turned away and held a nail in place. You never asked. She compressed her lips, holding back an exasperated huff. Well, I am asking now. It's Damien. He swung the hammer several times, pounding the nail into the board. And you are? There was no response to this. He just grabbed another nail and finished securing the board in place. Eve shoved her hands in her pockets. Talking to him was like trying to squeeze the last bit of toothpaste out of a tube, a lot of effort and not much to show for it. His reticence, however, made her feel slightly less guilty about trying to read his emotions. Forcing herself to relax, she opened up her mind and reached out towards him, seeking some hint of how he was feeling, still wondering if her earlier failure in town had been a fluke or not. What would she learn about him? Was he bored? Curious? Annoyed? She searched, stretching out her mind, and discovered nothing. Not even a faint shimmer of feeling came off the man. First Rafe and now Damien. While she would never really want it inside their heads, it was like that they were so inaccessible. What made them different from the rest of the population? Damien continued to work, ignoring her presence. She wished she dared ask him how he managed to keep his feelings locked away. Instead, she pursued her other purpose for seeking him out. "So, Damien, do you have any idea when Rafe might be back?" He paused and gestured to the side with his chin before resuming his task. Eve turned her head, following the direction Damien had indicated. Rafe was coming around the corner of the house. As usual, her stomach gave the nervous quiver it always did in his presence, but she pushed it away. No more of that. She needed to meet him as an equal, not like some simpering schoolgirl. Taking a deep breath, she watched him approach. His stride was long and easy, no sign of weariness showing despite the fact that he was obviously returning from a run. Clad in low-riding gray track pants, a sheen of sweat glistened on his face and stained the thin t-shirt he was wearing. Even as she watched, he pulled off the t-shirt, using it to wipe his face. The action revealed an impressive set of abdominals and the beginnings of an intriguing V that disappeared below his waistband. Eve felt her eyes widen at the sight. It would seem her drawings of him were even more accurate than she would imagined. Her feet had her moving towards him almost before she gave the command, an undefined pull urging her to close the gap between them. Yet as soon as she moved, he stopped. He froze, the shirt balled in his hand, and snapped his head in her direction. His gaze bored into her, she could feel it across the distance. Memories of their kiss sprang to mind, and a flame of desire burst into life low in her belly. She licked her lips, felt her breathing quicken. The need to experience the feel of his mouth on hers pushed everything else out of her mind. A whimper escaped her, and she was sure his eyes darkened and his nostrils flared. Then he cast a glance towards Damien, and his usually controlled mask transformed into an angry scowl. Chapter 11, Rafe stopped in his tracks as soon as he realized Eve was standing in his backyard. A slight shift in the breeze allowed him to catch her scent as he rounded the corner, need for her hitting him like a physical assault. She was just feet away from him, the sun shining on her fairness, making her appear to glow like a fairy from a child's storybook. Nerve endings tingled as he recalled the sensations that had filled him when last they met, the waves of pleasure as their empathic minds had met. His body hardened, and he wondered how much of his need was revealed by his track pants. And yet within seconds of that thought, he noticed Damien was present as well. That fact doused his desire as effectively as ice water, and uncalled for jealousy had taken its place. It made his tone sharper than he intended. "What are you doing here, Eve?" His question rumbled over the distance that separated them. She hesitated, casting a look in Damien's direction before moving closer. "I need to talk to you." "You could have called." He threw the comment over his shoulder as he headed inside, needing some space to cool down. Using the breathing techniques he taught his clients, he tried to achieve a calm outer facade. He would purposely avoided her these past 3 days, using the excuse that he had to keep an eye on Damien. In reality, he knew he just did not trust himself around her. They had to talk, but the memory of their kiss still made his body tighten with desire, and the need to experience connecting with her again clawed at his control. She trotted after him, following him into the kitchen. "Call you." "How could I?" "I was driving." Driving. While a rogue werewolf was in the neighborhood. It was a slight step up from sitting on the porch, but mentally, he counted to 10. Even though he knew Damien was busy doing repairs, she did not. In her mind, the wolf was still roaming the area. How did she justify leaving the house? Did the woman have a death wish? He struggled to hold back the reprimand that hovered on his lips. Instead, he went to the sink to get a glass of water. Leaning his hip against the counter, he glared at her over the rim as he drank. She stared at him for a moment, her gaze obviously fixed on his bared chest. Her interest in him was pleasing, but not appropriate for the moment. He prompted her. "You said you had to speak to me." Blinking, she dragged her eyes to his face and began to explain. By the time she was done, he was gripping the glass so tightly he was surprised it did not crack. Setting it down with a thump, he turned to look out the window, glaring at Damien. The man was repairing the fence, never once glancing towards the house. To look at him, you would think he had been working here the whole time. And this wolf encounter happened when? He fought to keep the anger from his voice. "About an hour ago, I guess." Like I said, I fell asleep waiting for you, and Rafe clenched his jaw. Damien must have taken off right after he left to go for his run. A part of him clung to the hope that she was mistaken, though. Are you sure Damien was not working out back when you got here? No. At least, I do not think he was. She wrinkled her brow as she tried to recall. But I was in such a panic that I might not have seen him. Does it matter? Rafe cursed silently. For the past 3 days, Damien had worked steadily. He had not exhibited any signs of aggression. In fact, his manner had suggested he was almost content. Why the sudden change? What had caused a display of aggression towards Eve? Was Damien fixating on her? A chill settled over him as he contemplated what could have happened. With great effort, he sought to keep his voice steady, so his fear and anger would not be apparent. What did he say to you when you were talking just now? He nodded towards where Damien was. Not much. His name's Damien. He wanted to know if we were friends. She stumbled on that last word for some reason, and then ended with her overall assessment. He's not very talkative. Stay away from him. Damien. Why? Rafe compressed his lips, frustrated that he could say so little. He has a reputation. Eve snorted. A reputation. You sound like an old lady warning me about the evils of men. Turning to face her, he narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low, warning tone. I am not kidding, Eve. Stay away from Damien Masterson. Her face blanched. Sure. Whatever you say. Eve took a step back, bumping into the edge of the table, causing the salt and pepper shakers to tip over. By the time she would righted them, she appeared more composed. But should not you be more worried about the wolf? There was a hint of reprimand in her words. It seems to me that is a bigger problem than your hired help hitting on me. A growl almost slipped from his lips at her comment. Damien had better keep the hell away from Eve. Reining in his temper, Rafe quickly tried to create a plausible explanation. I am worried about the wolf. In fact, I'll be contacting someone about it tonight. And that was not a lie. Reno would be getting an earful about his former partner. Good. I hope they can trap it. They will do something, but in the meantime, I want you to stay here. Rafe knew the folly of what he was saying, but short of chaining Damien up or moving into Eve's, he did not know what else to do. Rafe, we have already had this conversation. That was before, when it seemed like the wolf was not going to stay around. But it's still here, and he paused, trying to find the right word. Becoming aggressive. You said yourself how scared you were. Do you really want to be alone tonight, knowing that it could be right outside your cabin? Maybe even under your bedroom window. An animal that size could easily, all right. All right. You have convinced me. She wrapped her arms around herself and shivered. Geez, Rafe, now I am going to have nightmares. Better bad dreams than the real thing. She looked at him, her eyes widening as the implications sank in, and nodded slowly. Damien used the garden hose to wash off the dirt and sweat from his labors. The fence was done, and he was satisfyingly tired from the workout, his leg only aching slightly from the extra use. Sluicing water over his face, he enjoyed the coolness before shutting off the hose and stretching out in the sun to dry. The warmth of the sun's rays felt good against his now chilled body, and he tilted his face to the sky, appreciating the sensation. It felt good to relax, not to be constantly looking over his shoulder, wondering if the trackers were on his heels. There would have been few moments like this in his life. Times he could relax and let his guard down. With bait, of course. And with Reno. He sobered at the memory of that short time span. Reno and himself as partners, sharing a drink, joking, saving the halves he would finally found his place in the world. And when he would met bait, life could not have been any better. Tightening his lips, he pushed those memories to the back of his mind. That had been another life, another Damien. He was a rogue now. Nothing else. Melancholy threatened to overtake him, and so he poked at the embers of rage that lived in him, going over all the wrongs, the slights, all the evil that festered in the world. He had a purpose, a goal. He would neglected it these last few days, establishing himself as Rafe's handyman, but he needed to stay focused, ready to act. He stretched out his muscles, easing the slight stiffness in his leg. Damien. Rafe exited the house and stalked towards him. He seemed pissed off, and Damien got to his feet ready for a fight. What? He glowered at the man, not about to take any shit from him. Rafe stopped a few feet away, a muscle working in his jaw. After a pause, during which he appeared to be trying to control his temper, he spoke. I see the fence is done. Yep. Damien waited. That had been an obvious statement. What did the man really want? I thought you would have had it done by the time I got back and be started on the next job. Not liking the implied criticism, he scowled. I had to go get more boards. Is that a problem? No. No problem. The muscle ticked in Rafe's jaw again. I see you met Eve. He nodded. Yeah. As an afterthought, he added, she was looking for you. Rafe grunted. So she said. He glanced towards the house, and Damien followed the direction of his gaze. Through the window, he could see Eve watching them. I am driving her over to her house to pick up some things. She is staying with me for the next while. Raising his brows, Damien wondered why Rafe was telling him this, and why Eve had denied the relationship earlier. Something did not add up. His wolf perked up its ears as well, suspicious of the man before them. Damien pushed the animal aside, having no time or use for its mutterings. He needed a clear head, not one clouded with an animal's perspective. Stay away from her. Rafe growled the warning, and from the expression on his face, Damien had a sneaking suspicion the man had surprised himself by saying it. Why? Is she yours? A sick feeling twisted in his stomach at the thought. He widened his stance and curled his lip in a subtle challenge. Exactly why, he did not care to examine. No. Just stay away. I do not want her hurt. And you think that is what it'd do. Damien relaxed his aggressive posture, not surprised by Rafe's response. The man might claim he had friends who were rogues, but when it came right down to it, prejudice against his kind always raised its ugly head. Rafe looked at him steadily, his face completely serious. Quite frankly, I do not know what you would do. Damien was silent for a moment, thinking of the deaths that had occurred at his hands, of the fae who had died because of him, and then nodded slowly. Neither do I. Chapter 12, Eve set down her paintbrush, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. She would completed the first of the Pine series of paintings, and it was good. Really good. The hues of the sky were perfect. The shading on the trees was exactly as she would envisioned, and the mountains in the distance were misty and beckoning, drawing the viewer deeper into the scene. It was as if she would been able to tap into nature itself. If the rest of the series turned out even half as well, she would make them the centerpiece of her exhibit. She was working from photographs she would taken, Rafe having forbidden her from returning to her cabin alone. Normally she would have protested, but truth be told, she was not too keen on being alone with the wolf still on the loose. The image of its snarling jaws and hate-filled eyes had completely erased any bravery she might have had in that area. Rafe said he would talk to someone about the beast, and there would be a team of animal control experts coming within the week. A week living in Rafe's house, at first she would have been leery of the arrangement. However, she had her own room, and somehow they managed to avoid each other these past few days, though she was not sure how. Wherever she was, Rafe was not. If she was entering a room, he was on the verge of leaving it. It had to be purposeful on his part, yet it was done so smoothly, she almost felt he could sense her approaching and choreographed his own movements accordingly. Oh well, it made things run more smoothly, and that is what she wanted, was not it? Well, not really. After her initial reservations about staying with him, she would begun to hope that it was partly a ploy on his part to spend more time with her, that there would be a repeat of the kiss. Frustratingly, that was not the case. They had not as much as brushed arms in the past 3 days. It was not like he left her totally alone or made her feel unwelcome. Casseroles appeared in the oven for her to eat, space had been made in the bathroom cabinet. If she was outside, he was always within shouting distance, working on repairs, or exercising. She would done some amazing sketches of him doing chin-ups and push-ups. For a counselor, he kept himself in fantastic shape. And she would discovered he had a scar on his lower abdomen. A hint of it showed when his track pants slipped low on his hips. The urge to trace it, and even explore lower, was hard to deny. "What are you doing?" Damien spoke beside her, and she gave a start. The man walked so quietly, he would snuck up on her more than once. She turned her attention to him, thinking here was another man that she could not figure out. At times, he would be brusque and ignore her, while on other occasions, she would catch him watching her with a strange look on his face. Puzzled, attracted, and angry all once. Right now, he held a bottle of water in his hand and was leaning against the porch railing where she would set up her small, portable workstation. Eve quickly glanced to the side. For once, Rafe was not watching, though she could hear him working in the small she would near the back of the property. Usually, if Damien was around, Rafe would stop what he was doing and stand guard whenever the man approached her. Exactly why, Eve was not sure. It was not as if Rafe could be jealous. And Damien, while prone to being sullen and taciturn, did not really bother her. Just finishing a painting. She turned the canvas so he could see. "What do you think?" "It's good." He studied the piece for a few minutes before looking her way. "You are very talented." "Thank you." The compliment was unexpected coming from him, and she felt her cheeks flush. A smile hovered around the edges of his mouth. He started to reach out his hand as if to touch her face, but then drew back. Eve noticed how he slowly clenched his fingers into a fist before letting his hand fall to his side. A pained look crossed his face. "Is something wrong?" As soon as she spoke, she braced herself for a rebuttal. He did not give the impression that he would welcome questions of a personal sort. "No." He paused and glanced away, as if debating the wisdom of continuing. His lips compressed and then, flicking a glance at her, he spoke. "You remind me of someone." "My wife." "Oh." Eve blinked. That was not what she would have been expecting. "Are Yaum separated?" Something flared in his eyes, anger perhaps, but then he seemed to rein it in. He swallowed hard, as if it were difficult to speak. "She is dead." Eve was shocked. "The woman must have been very young." "I am sorry to hear that. It must be very hard for you." Hesitantly, she reached out and placed her hand on his arm in a gesture of comfort, expecting a sharp rebuff at any moment. He stiffened, staring at her hand, perhaps not quite believing she would actually touch him. Then, as if her gesture had released some sort of valve, the tension appeared to ease out of him. "It is." "Thanks. I sort of know how you feel. I lost a good friend a few years ago. I was in Europe at the time, studying art." Eve felt her eyes growing misty at the memory. "I never got to say goodbye. Not a day goes by that I do not think about her." "Me too." They exchanged a look, and Eve felt the tendrils of a connection growing with the man. He gave her a ghost of smile. "It'd better be on my way." He cast a glance at the she would. HMMSO Damien also had noticed how Rafe did not want them to be alone. Eve scowled in annoyance. Rafe had no right to act so bossy. Damien was just a lonely man. "If you ever want to talk," she left the invitation hanging. Damien hesitated and then nodded before heading on his way. As he walked away, Eve noted that, though his clothes still hung loosely on his frame, he looked a bit better than he had a week ago. Perhaps the regular meals and some old-fashioned manual labor were helping. Rafe kept him busy from sunup to sundown every day. Right now, his job was breaking up boards from the old fence, cutting them into size for use in the fireplace. She watched him work for a few minutes, and then returned to putting away her paints and brushes. Guilt ate away at Damien all day and into the night. He would found yet another opportunity to talk to Eve, to stand next to her and imagine that it was bait beside him. If he closed his eyes and just listened to her voice, the fantasy seemed surreal. And today, when she would blush the stain of pink over her pale skin, had nearly been his undoing. He would actually reached out to stroke the curve of her cheek, to cup her face, and closing his eyes, he swallowed hard, not wanting to admit, even to himself, what he would have done next. Eve was Fae, not Lycan. He would establish contact with her, nothing else was needed. And thinking she was bait, it was a betrayal of his blood bond. His wolf might reach out to her, mistakenly thinking she was their mate, but that was no excuse. He was a bastard. Standing up, he shoved the rough wooden chair out of his way and paced angrily across the small cabin Rafe had allowed him to stay in. What the hell was he doing here, playing handyman, pretending he had a real life when filth still covered the world? Had he forgotten his duty? His vow? Dragging his hands through his hair, he exhaled loudly. How much longer could he do this? He was losing control, losing his focus. How long until? Pausing by the window, he braced his hands on either side and stared outside. It was a full moon. Maybe that was the problem. Too many days as a man, and not enough as a wolf. He gripped the wooden frame tightly, studying the pale orb as dark clouds drifted across its face. Memories of another night with a similar moon crept forward. He would stood just like this, arms braced as he looked outside. Warm hands had touched his bare back and he would sighed, arching into the touch. Are you almost ready, Bait? He had not turned around, but asked the question over his shoulder. She would trace the breadth of his shoulders while kissing his spine between his shoulder blades. Desire had shot straight to his groin. As ready as he'll ever be. Her breath had whispered over his skin, and he would shivered at the sensation. Tell me again what it will be like to shift. Within a week of meeting, they would had sex, and her latent werewolf genes had been activated. Tonight was going to be her first shift. He would turned and encircled her with his arms, looking down at her indulgently. Excitement and apprehension, and shone on her face. You will love it. It's wonderful. Orgasmic. Bending close, he would nuzzled her neck and then whispered in her ear. I just hope you do not scream like you do when we're in bed. It will make everyone else jealous. Damien. She would pushed him away, her face flushed but laughter had twinkled in her eye. Sorry. He would laughed and pulled her close, cradling her tenderly in his arms. I'll take care of you. Do not worry. I'll never let anything hurt you. His heart had been near bursting with love. His mate. His. Bitterness now had him twisting his features. Right. He would done a hell of a job protecting his mate. When she would needed him the most, he had not even been there. Pushing away from the window, he stalked around the cabin, restless and angry, kicking the chair out of his way before turning to look outside again. The moon goddess was calling to him, beckoning him to revel in her rays. In ancient times, all inhibitions would have been lost, the animal within let loose. Damien stepped outside and inhaled deeply, smelling the dampness in the air, the rich scent of earth and pine that was carried on the air. His wolf stirred, demanding he shift forms. He would resisted the urge these past few days, but the beast was growing discontent. Freedom. We need our freedom. To exist as we were meant to be, as the gods made us. To hunt. The need grew, becoming an insistent demand. Perhaps. Damien stepped off the porch and raised his face to the sky. The air shimmered, and he released the tight rein he kept on beast inside. For just a while, he warned. There was another Fae, a few counties over. He would head that way. Brandy and Reno occupied a booth near the back of Clancy's, a local roadhouse not far from Lycan Link headquarters. Brandy was shredding a paper napkin, while lines of strain bracketed Reno's mouth. The latest news was taking its toll. I was at the affiliation office, dropping off some papers when the news came in. Brandy shook her head regretfully. You are sure there is no mistake? Reno studied the room's occupants with narrowed eyes. Somerset was here, and he wanted to ensure the man was not nearby. Unfortunately, right now he was lost in the throng. No. No mistake. Another Fae was killed last night. Colleen, the Fae ambassador, was very upset. She wants to pull out, sever all ties with Lycan Link. And she is demanding all our records regarding her people be purged from the system. Hiding is the only way they will be safe, she says. Reno turned his gaze towards his mate. You can hardly blame her. The Fae are undetectable from humans. Someone has to be using their inside knowledge to locate Faes and eliminate them. He scanned the room again. But purging the records will not do much good at this point. Whoever is behind this probably made their own copy of the list long ago. I know. Brandy gave up shredding the napkin. And not only are the killings horrific, but this is jeopardizing the whole project. A lot of shifter species do not even want to associate with each other, let alone the Fae. And if the Fae pull out, even with good reason, it will just compound the idea that affiliation is not in the best interests of all species. Brad appeared weaving his way through the crowds, a pitcher of beer in his hands. He slid into an empty seat. Sorry. Long line for drinks, and then Adrian Somerset cornered me wanting to know why I was tiptoeing through his system again. The security check story is starting to wear thin. If you were searching his records, then you must have news. Brandy forced herself not to lean forward or look anxious. This was supposed to be a friendly, after-work get-together for drinks. There were 2 known rogues within a 50-mile radius of the latest Fae killing, but police records show no complaints from local residents about a wolf. With no complaints lodged, Somerset is not sending a team out. Brad paused and poured a mug of beer. That makes the 9th death in the past year. And in each instance, at least one known rogue was in the area. In most cases, complaints of wolf activity had been lodged within the previous 48 to 72 hours. Any chance it was a mere coincidence? Brandy queried. A random murder where the victim just happened to be Fae, and a rogue coincidentally happened to be in the area. Given the limited number of known empaths in the world, it's too much of a coincidence to me. Brad pointed out. I know, just hoping, Brandy sighed. So who were the rogues in the area? Brad hesitated before answering. A Jason Petrosky and Damien Masterson. Reno swore and clenched the glass in his hand, so tightly a faint cracking sound could be heard as it gave way under his force. Chapter 13. Caro. What a surprise. Eve could not believe her agent was standing on Rafe's porch. Eve. The wide smile that had been on the woman's face faded. I was not expecting to see you here. I thought Rafe. She peered over Eve's shoulder trying to see inside. You thought you would stop by and ask Rafe for directions again. Eve raised a knowing brow. What happened? Did Ross move on? Caro sniffed. Ross was a boy. What I need is a real man. And you decided Rafe was the one. She folded her arms and leaned against the door jamb. Well, you do not seem to want him. The woman pushed past her, walking into the house as if she owned it. So since I was passing by, I thought I'd stop in. I must confess I am rather shocked that you are here. Just visiting, or have you two been doing the horizontal mambo? Friends, Caro. Acquaintances. That is all. Eve made no effort to hide her annoyance. Why Caro had to keep poking her nose into her love life, or lack thereof, was beyond her. And the fact that Eve wanted a love life with Rafe, and did not have one, made it sting all the more. Caro gave what she probably thought was a conciliatory smile. Now do not get in a snit. I have a new job for you, and thought I'd deliver the news personally. She gave a quick wink and an unrepentant grin. And if I managed to catch a glimpse of Rafe at the same time, all the better. After all, if you do not try, you will never know. Making a slow turn, she surveyed the room, her eyes lighting with interest. He is a passionate one, is not he? Rafe. Stone-faced Rafe was passionate. She would had some evidence of it during that one kiss, but what was Caro seeing? Why would you think that? Just look at this place. Caro flourished her hand. Black leather, red pillows, wooden beams for a bit of bondage. There is even a stone fireplace with a nice plush rug in front of it, perfect for having sex on a rainy afternoon. Oh, not your sort of thing, I suppose. She tapped her finger on her lips, a small moue forming. Eve opened her mouth to protest, but then thought better of it. Anything she said could, and would, be used against her. She cleared her throat and tried to change topics. You said you had a new job for me. Caro was staring out the window, having spotted the men working on repairing the shed's roof. Eve, you did not tell me there was another one. Who is that man? Moving to her side, Eve looked out. Both Rafe and Damien were in plain sight, tight-fitting t-shirts, stained with sweat, showing them off to perfection. Muscles flexed as they swung the hammers, nailing shingles into place. Rafe paused and pulled his shirt up to wipe his face, revealing a sculpted stomach, while Damien stood and stretched, showcasing his lean hips and long legs. That is Damien. He's a handyman, Rafe, hired to help out around here. Caro purred her approval. Damien. He's scrumptious. I'd love to run my hands over him. Eve frowned, feeling the need to protect the man. He's very lonely. His wife died. Recently, I think. Oh. Caro made a little pout. Well, perhaps I'll wait a bit then. I do not like being a substitute. She tossed her hair and strode across the room, her heels clicking on the polished wood floor. Retrieving her oversized bag from the couch where she would tossed it, she pulled out a large envelope. Read this. Soon both women became lost in discussing this latest project, a series of book covers for a high-profile author. Eve felt her stomach quiver with excitement and nerves. A contract like this would generate enough income that she would not have to take just any job that came her way. She could start to pick and choose, spend more time on her original paintings, Caro. This is fantastic. Thank you. She pressed the pages to her chest, unable to believe her luck. I take it you accept. Caro gave her an indulgent look. Yes, yes, and yes. Where do I sign? Well, before anything is final, you have to come with me. The author wants to do a video conference first, convey her vision of the covers to you, get your input. You know the drill. Unfortunately, the back roads of grassy hills do not seem to have high-speed internet yet. Caro made a face. Oh. Eve's bubble deflated slightly. When today? In about 3 hours. If we leave right now, we'll be there just in time. 3 hours. Eve felt a wave of panic wash over her. 3 hours did not give her much time to get her thoughts together. Caro, if you would have called me, I could have met you in Calgary and even had time to, but I could not call you. Caro folded her arms and tapped her foot impatiently. Your phone is dead. Eve hurried to her purse and pulled out the device. Sure enough, Caro was right. Damn it, with all the problems with the wolf, I forgot to charge it. Wolf? I thought it was a stalker. Well, you see, Caro interrupted before she could continue. That reminds me of the other thing I wanted to show you. She pulled a newspaper from her bag and held it out for Eve to take. You remember that series of unsolved murders that crisscrossed the States and Canada last year? Yes. Eve unfolded the paper. Well, they have started again. There was another one last night, about 50 miles from here. It made me think of you. They all happen in wooded areas, and the victims are always by themselves. It sounds like some sort of psycho serial killer to me. Eve scanned the article. Words like gruesome discovery and blood-soaked clothing leaped off the page, causing her to shiver. Closing the paper, she set it down on the table. Thanks, I think. Are you sure you want to continue to stay here? I am sure I could find a place for you. Eve hesitated. The idea of wolves and serial killers had her on edge, but staying in Calgary, surrounded by all those people, was out of the question. Thanks, but it'll be fine. I doubt a serial killer is going to come to an out-of-the-way place like Grassy Hills. And Rafe's already called some sort of wildlife game warden about the wolf that is hanging around. What you see in this hick place, I'll never know. Bamboo skewers under my fingernails would be preferable in my book. Caro sighed and picked up her purse. Well, I suppose now that you have got Rafe, I do not have Rafe. Apparently tired of the topic, Caro interrupted with a dismissing wave of her hand. Whatever. Do you need to tell him you are leaving? Oh. Right. Thankfully, Rafe had chosen that moment to climb off the roof and was heading inside. Eve hurried to meet him in the kitchen and informed him she would be gone for most of the day. It was obvious he was not pleased, but there was little he could do to stop her. Make sure you are home before dark and do not stop anywhere along the way. You sound like a mother hen, She shook her head. Do not worry, it'll be fine. Rafe shot a glance out the window to where Damien was getting another bundle of shingles from the rear of the truck, and then looked back at her. I mean it, Eve. Be careful. The intensity of his gaze gave her a strange feeling in her stomach. She nodded and was surprised when he reached out and tucked a lock of her hair behind her ear. His fingertips skimmed over her jaw, and unthinkingly she leaned into the light caress. He allowed his hand to stay there for a moment, heat building between them, his eyes darkening. Eve held her breath, sure he would lean down and kiss her. Anticipation grew. His lips parted. He began to spread his fingers out to cradle her face. She started to rise up on her toes, willing to meet him halfway. Eve, we have to go. Caro's voice shattered the moment, and Rafe abruptly pulled back. He turned towards where Caro was approaching from the living room. She had a smirk on her face, as if she knew perfectly well what she would done. Ms. Dunkirk. Rafe nodded, his face giving no indication if he were perturbed by her interruption or not. Lost again. Doctor. McRae, it's a pleasure to see you again, too. Caro looked him up and down, as if deciding where she would like to start nibbling first. Doctor. Eve blinked. She did not know Rafe was a doctor. I thought you were a counselor. Did not he tell you? Caro opened her eyes wide. He works at some obscure private university in the Midwestern YOU. I am a psychiatrist, but unlike most of my peers, I spend more of my time on psychotherapy rather than dispensing drugs. Rafe explained in a monotone voice, but Eve was sure he was not pleased with Caro's revelation. The two exchanged a look, and Eve wondered what was going on between them. Caro was the first to look away. Come along, Eve. We need to leave now if we're to make that meeting. She took Eve's elbow and guided her towards her car. Chapter 14. Rafe hammered another nail into the shingles, taking his frustration out on the bits of metal. Caro Dunkirk had been investigating him, and he did not like it. Of course, his cover had held. Lycan Link's background fabricators were top-notch, but her reasons for snooping bothered him. He would even bent his own rules and read her emotions trying to figure out what was going on. On the surface, it would appear she was merely lusting after him and inclined to stir up trouble for the joy of watching others squirm, but he had not had time to look for deeper motivations. The fact that she would interrupted him when he would been going to kiss Eve had not endeared her to him either, though he probably should be thanking the woman. Kissing Eve was not a good idea. He knew it was not, but his resistance was getting low. 4 days of having her in his house, of listening to the soft sounds she made in her sleep, of imagining her in his shower, were taking their toll. He would hardly slept at all, and keeping his mental barrier in place so he did not accidentally intrude on her privacy was wearing him down. Then, to top it off, he was trying to keep track of Damien all day without appearing to actually have him under surveillance. Damn! He missed the nail and hit the roof, driving the hammer right through the wooden sheeting. Damien paused in his labors, looking from him to the hole in the roof and then back to him. He raised an eyebrow. I thought you wanted to repair the roof, not destroy it. Not funny. A growl rumbled in his chest. Now we have to take off these shingles and put down a new sheet of plywood. Well, do not get pissy with me. I am not the one taking his temper out on the roof. Rafe held back the snarl that threatened to erupt. He had to maintain control. He was a professional after all. Sorry. The apology was curt, but it was the best he could do. Damien shrugged and hunkered down on the roof, his hands hanging loosely between his knees, an air of weariness about him. The man looked exceptionally scruffy today, unshaven, dark circles under his eyes. I saw Eve leave with someone. Where is she going? Cursing one last time at the hole in the roof, Rafe eased himself down beside Damien. The sun was not too warm for spring, but with the heat of its rays beating off the shingles, the temperature felt as if it had soared. He grabbed a bottle of water from the small cooler he would lugged up earlier and tossed one to Damien as well. She is headed into Calgary for the day with her agent, Caro Dunkirk. Taking a swig of water, Damien wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Is she going to be gone long? Why do you want to know? Rafe eyed the man beside him, trying to determine his reason for asking. Except for a few brief words, Damien had stayed clear of Eve, just as he would asked. And there was nothing definite from the neighbors with regards to local wolf sightings. A few discreet inquiries had revealed that beyond some large paw prints of indeterminate origin, everything was as it should be. To all intents and purposes, Damien was being a good little rogue. Almost too good. No reason. Just curious. They sat in silence for a while. Rafe thought of the call he would place to Reno a few days ago, after Eve's latest wolf encounter. Reno had not wanted to believe the report at first, suggesting Eve was exaggerating or misinterpreting what she would seen. Misinterpreting a show of teeth, snarling, and chasing her car. You are grasping at straws, Reno. Rafe was used to denial from family and friends of a rogue, but he had not thought Reno would fall into that trap. The man was usually a realist. Reno had sighed. Yeah, I guess I do not want to believe it. I appreciate you calling me. How long can you hold off before contacting Somerset? Rafe had hesitated to answer. He was going against all protocols by not reporting Damien. Come on, Rafe, Reno had cajoled. 1 week. Surely you can give me that. His request for additional funding from the academy could be jeopardized due to his blatant disregard for safety. Reno, look, I'll pull some strings, call in some favors and get there by the weekend. I swear. There was a hint of something in Reno's voice, though exactly what Rafe was not sure. I'll even bring my mate, Brandy, along. She is a top-notch DC. No one will be any the wiser. He would agreed, albeit reluctantly and with a disclaimer. But if there is any sign of danger to the public, all bets are off. Yeah, I know. Reno had sighed heavily. You are going out on limb for me, and I appreciate it. There is stuff happening, major shit that has to do with Damien and Bait, and I really need to be the one to deal with him. That had piqued Rafe's interest, but he knew better than to try and force information out of Reno. The man was as close-lipped as the ex-partner that now sat beside him. Rafe took another drink of water and studied Damien out of the corner of his eye. Rogue traits were readily apparent in the man. Minimal hygiene, poor eating habits, uncommunicative, a surly attitude, of course. The attitude was not new. While he would never taught Damien at the academy, being solely involved in research at the time, rumors of his antics had been bandied about the staff lounge. From what he recalled, giving attitude had been typical in Damien's younger years. Smart aleck remarks and a disregard for rules were his trademarks, along with a devilish grin and a predilection for the ladies. None of that was evident right now, though. Instead, he appeared lost in thought, his eyes fixed on some distant point, his posture conveying weariness that had nothing to do with his physical self, but rather his spirit. Rafe wished Damien would shift in his presence. In wolf form, the man's true feelings would be readable, but right now, he could only make educated guesses. And he knew all too well that his educated guesses were not even worth a cup of coffee anymore. Do you know anything about Eve's background? Damien suddenly turned to look at him. No. Not really. Why? His continued interest in Eve caused Rafe's senses to go on alert. Damien shrugged and got to his feet without answering. Is there any more plywood? He gestured toward the hole Rafe had made in the roof. Rafe wondered about the random question and if he should press the issue. His gut was telling him yes, but look what happened last time he would tried counseling a rogue. No, he was on a sabbatical. All he had to do was keep Damien here and out of trouble. No. I'll have to head into town to get some. He silently cursed the inconvenience and his own stupidity. See if you can finish the other side of the roof while I am gone. With Eve safely on her way to Calgary, he felt confident leaving Damien alone for a while. There was no one within a 10-mile radius, and finishing the roof should keep him busy until he returned. Chapter 15. Eve giggled as her friend Allie flirted with the handsome young waiter that was serving their table. They were at a small bistro not far from the University of Calgary, and the place seemed to be a mecca for good-looking young men. All the cute ones are usually gay or taken or too young, Caro groused when the waiter was out of earshot. If he's making a play for me, I certainly doubt he's gay. Allie twirled a strand of her long red hair around one finger and eyed the man as he walked away. With her crystal blue eyes and gorgeous red hair, she was never short of men. Caro drank some more of her martini before replying. Maybe he has a parking ticket he's hoping to get out of. Allie was part of the local police force, though from her off-hours persona, one would never guess it. You must be between men again, Caro. It always makes you extra nice. Allie gave a saccharine sweet smile, well used to Caro's griping. Be nice, ladies. This is supposed to be a happy occasion. Eve warned both her friends. They would met taking an exercise class together, and despite their vastly different lifestyles, usually got along well together. Tonight, they were supposed to be celebrating the signing of the contract Caro had finagled for her. According to Caro, she would charm the author with her vision for the book covers, and could soon expect to have clients lining up at her door begging her to be their illustrator. And even better than that, when she was stopped by the gallery that wanted to do a showing of her work, the director had been effusive over her paintings. A celebratory dinner had seemed to be appropriate, and now she was relaxing, enjoying the good food and camaraderie. She would miss going out with her friends, the steady pulse of city life, the numerous venues there were to choose from. Grassy Hills had one gas station, 2 traffic lights, and 3 restaurants. The department store and a few shops provided only a minimal selection when it came to clothing, and outdoor wear was the predominant theme displayed on the racks. Something must have shown on her face, for Caro nudged her. See, you miss the big city, do not you, girl? You know you really need to move back. Move back? Allie beamed. Oh, we'd have such fun together. Remember the time, and she launched into a recount of experiences they would shared. Eve smiled and laughed. It was good fun, but the strain of being around so many people was starting to tell on her. A dull throbbing was developing in her temples, and she longed for the peace and quiet of Rafe's home. She envisioned herself there, curled up on his leather sofa, reading a book. Her bare feet would be shoved between the cushions to keep them warm, and he would walk by shaking his head and muttering about the benefits of socks. But at the same time, he would be dropping the Afghan over her legs and starting the fire for her before leaving the room. A funny, aching feeling developed in her chest, and she realized that for all the fun she would had on her day out, she missed Rafe. She wondered how his day had gone, if he and Damien had finished the roof of the She Would, what project he would be tackling tomorrow. Her dinner arrived and she ate it, trying not to compare it to the amazing meals Rafe seemed to pull out of nowhere. A man that could cook. Now there was a find. Eve. With a start, she realized Allie was talking to her. Sorry. You were saying. She was asking if there were any cute men in Grassy Hills. Caro supplied the answer, then turned in her seat and propped her chin in her hand. I am wondering how you are going to answer. Well, Eve hesitated, not sure what to say. Come on, Eve. Spill the beans. Allie leaned closer, clearly anticipating some juicy story. Glancing between the two eager women, Eve felt rather like a bug under a magnifying glass. Caro snorted. Obviously, she is not going to tell you, Allie, so I will. Caro looked to both sides and then leaned closer to the other woman. Eve's living with 2 of the most gorgeous men you have ever seen. What? Allie shrieked. I am not. Eve countered hotly. Caro leaned back looking smug. Okay, technically you are living with one of them, and the other just shows up every day to provide needed services. Eve huffed in exasperation and began to explain the situation to Allie, doing her best to ignore the innuendo that Caro kept tossing in. So you see, it's all very platonic. Which is why you called to tell him you would be late getting home. Caro murmured her comment into her drink. I was being a considerate guest. Eve countered while surreptitiously checking her watch. It was getting late, and she would be pressed to be home by the time she would stated. A glance out the window revealed that the rain had not let up yet, either. It had been falling steadily for the last hour, and she hoped it tapered off soon. Driving at night was was not one of her favorite activities, let alone dealing with inclement weather. Is not there some famous quote about protesting too much? Caro added. Eve glowered at the woman. Allie laughed, and the arrival of the waiter with the dessert menu finally turned the conversation in a different direction as they conferred about their selections. Despite the good-natured teasing, the night had still been a success. However, Eve was happy when it was over. After hugging her friends and making Allie promise to come visit her in Grassy Hills one weekend, she climbed in her car and began the journey back to Rafe's. Now in the car by herself, and with the lights of the city fading behind her, Eve let her mental wall drop and the ache in her head slowly eased. Yep, the city was fun, but she could not imagine having to be vigilant all the time. How did other Fae manage? Surely, it must get easier with time. At this rate, she would be living in Grassy Hills for the rest of her life. Strangely enough, that idea did not seem nearly as unappealing as it had a few months ago. Eve smiled, playing with the idea of becoming a full-time resident while humming along with a song on the radio. The miles passed by, traffic on the highway thinned out, and the rain continued. At one point, she stopped at a small service center to use the washroom and get a cup of tea. She debated about calling Rafe to warn him she would be later than anticipated, but finally decided not to. He likely would not even notice, and even if he did, he would realize delays happen. By the time she left the service center, the rain had started to pick up, and distant rumbles of thunder could be heard. Unfortunately, she was driving right into the path of the storm. Eve felt her stomach muscles clench as she listened to the radio reports of heavy rain and possible flooding. She eased off on the accelerator and gripped the steering wheel firmly. The road was becoming slick, and visibility was getting worse. A glance at the dashboard clock showed the lateness of the hour, and there was still quite a distance to go. Rolling her shoulders to ease the tension that was gathering there, she let out a slow stream of air and willed herself to relax. There was nothing she could do about the travel time. Safe driving was her main concern. Flashes of lightning began to appear, and the rumble of thunder increased in volume. The brief spurts of brightness provided tiny glimpses of the terrain that flanked either side of the road. Stands of trees, a distant farmhouse, rows of fencing. Nothing really remarkable, especially when compared to the grandeur of the distant mountains. Not that she really cared about the scenery at the moment. Mostly, she was hoping she would make it to Rafe's before the heart of the storm struck. Turning up the volume on the radio, Eve tried to lose herself in the music, but an oncoming transport truck zoomed past, the backdraft from it buffeting her small car. With a curse, Eve slipped her wipers onto high, and they beat a furious rhythm in a vain attempt to clear the windshield from the tire spray. Tightening her grip on the wheel, she struggled to keep the vehicle on the road, her heart hammering as she envisioned hydroplaning out of control. When the windshield cleared, she began flicking glances at the side of the road, wondering if she should stop and wait the storm out. Dimly illuminated by her headlights through the curtain of rain, all she could see on either side of the road was mud and soft gravel. Definitely not a safe place to pull off. With no other town between her present location and Rafe's, her only choice was to continue on. The lights of another transport came into view, and she braced herself for the next barrage of blinding water. Chapter 16. Rafe stared out the window, his arms braced on either side of glass. Heavy rain was turning the graveled parking area in front of his home into a large lake. Experience told him that the drive from the main road would be a sea of mud, and negotiating it in the dark without getting stuck would take considerable skill. His jaw clenched as he thought of Eve trying to make her way through the slippery mess in her tiny car. Even in his old truck, he would be hard-pressed to navigate the sorry excuse for a roadway. The sun had set 3 hours ago, and she still was not back from her impromptu trip to Calgary, despite his request that she return before dark. She might argue that she would left a message saying she would be later than expected, but the time she would given for her return had long since passed. He would even called her cell phone, but all he would got was her voicemail. Was the battery dead, or had she turned the device off? Droplets streamed down the window pane, blurring his vision as he watched and waited. Was she still on the highway or in an accident? Not knowing was eating away at him. He did not like standing around helplessly worrying, yet what else could he do? Shift forms and go running down the road looking for her. Yeah, that would go over real well. Not only did he have no idea how far he would have to search, but if he did find her, she would be scared to death given her last encounter with a wolf. What if her car became mired in the mud? Would she dare leave the safety of her vehicle to walk to the house? And if she did, it would be easy enough for her to slip and fall, possibly breaking an arm or a leg. Or a tree could come down in the storm and strike her. The idea of her lying injured in the dark, with the cold spring rain pounding down, made his gut clench. Rafe paced the length of the room, dragging his hand through his hair. He had gone over every possible scenario of why she might be late, and was no better off for it. The inactivity was killing him. With one final frustrated glance at the clock, he made his decision. He would search for her as far as the main highway. If he did not find her somewhere along the way, well, he would decide what to do when the time came. Grabbing his keys and a flashlight, he left the house. Mud squished beneath his feet as he slipped and slid his way to his truck, splashing through puddles and grimacing as water filled his shoes. Big, cold droplets pounded against his skin and soaked his clothing. By the time he reached his truck, he was drenched. Dashing the water from his eyes, he climbed into the cab and was about to start the engine when a sweep of light through the trees caught his attention. Someone was approaching the house, traveling slowly down the twisting lane. Given the weather, the possibilities of who it might be were extremely limited. He cracked his door open and strained to hear over the sound of the rain drumming against the hood of the truck. Relief filled him as he made the identification. It was definitely the sound of Eve's car. Throwing out a quick prayer of thanks that she was safe, Rafe shoved his keys in his pocket and slammed the truck door shut. Leaning against the side of the vehicle, he waited for Eve to arrive. He could have walked up to the house, but seeing as he was already wet, there did not seem to be much point. Besides, the cold water might cool his temper. As soon as Eve brought her car to a stop and shifted it into park, he stormed over and yanked her door open. "Rafe, what are you doing standing out here in the rain?" She stared up at him, her eyes wide, face pale and strained. He ignored those signs, intent on his own agenda. "Get inside the house, Eve." He spoke through clenched teeth, his famed control crumbling. "But I said get inside the house. Now." He growled the words, not caring if she thought he was an arrogant Neanderthal. Apparently, that was exactly what Eve did think, for she jutted her chin and glared at him. "Get rid of the attitude, Rafe. You have no right, no right. You are over 3 hours late." Climbing out of the car, she slammed the door shut, planted her hands on her hips and glared up at him. "So, I left a message saying you would be a little late. 3 hours is not a little amount of time." He noted how the raindrops were clinging to her lashes, trailing down her cheeks, moistening her mouth. Despite his anger, he had an insane desire to swipe his tongue over her lips. He clenched his fists instead. "In case you did not notice, the weather is crappy, and the roads were too." She huffed and narrowed her eyes, then turned towards the house. Rafe shot his hand out, grabbing her arm. "Do not walk away when I am talking to you. I'll do whatever I want. Besides, you just told me to go inside." She was right. He knew it. But some devil inside was spurring him onward, urging him to argue with her, to give voice to the feelings he would kept bottled up inside. When she tried to yank her arm free, he tightened his grip, and somehow her feet slipped in the mud and she started to fall. A squeak of surprise left her mouth, and Rafe tried to catch her only to find himself losing his footing as well. Before he could do anything to save the situation, he felt himself falling, Eve clutched tightly against him. Instinctively, he twisted to take the brunt of the fall, curving his body to protect her, pressing her head against his chest. Water and mud sprayed up around them as they landed heavily in a large puddle, the air rushing from his lungs. For a moment, he lay there in stunned silence, trying to catch his breath as the rain beat down on his face. Miniature waves lapped about his body, while the few remaining dry parts of his anatomy joined the ranks of the cold, wet and uncomfortable. Eve was lying on top of him, her hands pressed to his chest, her legs entangled with his. In the dim light that spilled from the windows of the house, he could see her eyes flashing with temper, her hair hanging in rat tails, clinging to her flushed cheeks. Despite the rain, the cold, and the wet clothing clinging to him, one thought burned in his brain. God, she was beautiful. Originally intent on lifting her off, he would grasp her waist, but then his hands slipped on her muddy clothing and somehow slid up to span her ribcage just below her small breasts. His thumbs brushed the underside and skimmed over the raised nubs of her nipples. A gasp escaped her at the intimate contact, and she jerked as if an electric shock had touched her. Her movement had his own body reacting, coming to attention. He froze, fighting the longing to repeat the action. With a desperation he had not thought possible, he wanted to caress her gentle curves, to trail his fingers down her spine and cup her butt, pulling her into close contact with his rapidly hardening flesh. Sorry. Rafe cleared his throat and dropped his hands to her waist, nonplussed by his own behavior. He was not some pubescent teen that copped a feel whenever the chance presented itself. Once again, he tightened his grip with the intent of moving her, only to still the motion when he felt her spreading her fingers out across his chest, tracing the curve of muscle and bone before traveling up to his neck. When she touched his bare skin, he closed his eyes and swallowed hard, the warmth from her fingers taking a super highway straight to his groin. When he opened his eyes, she was staring right at him, the look of temper now replaced with desire. Somewhere deep inside, he felt a tug of recognition, a calling that he was unable to resist. Without pausing to decide if it was right or wrong, he took her head in his hands and kissed her. It was a hard kiss, expressing his worry and anger as well as his desire. He half expected her to protest the unexpected onslaught. Instead of resisting, Eve raked her fingers through his hair, soft, needy sounds coming from her throat. She kissed him back with an equal fervor, opening to him, encouraging him. He accepted the invitation, stroking and exploring, tracing the soft skin on the inner side of her lip with the tip of his tongue. A gentle buzz started in his brain, a pleasurable tingling that traveled down his spine and settled in his groin. God, he should stop. He really should. Instead, he drew her body closer, running his hands up and down her back, growling in frustration when the cold, wet material kept him from accessing her bare skin. She wiggled in his arms, her thigh brushing his erection as it strained against the damp denim of his jeans. Heat flared through him, and he was about to roll over and trap her beneath him when a flash of lightning and a rumble of thunder caught his attention. They were in a puddle in his front yard, making out like some lovesick idiots. Eve. He pulled away, panting, struggling to think. Emil. She began to nuzzle his neck, licking and nipping. A shiver ran over him that had nothing to do with the weather or his wet clothes. He put his hands on her shoulders and tried to ease her away. Fighting for control, he reminded himself that one of them had to be sensible. We should go inside. Eve shimmied on top of him, and he bit back a moan as the movement stimulated his already aching flesh. Inside. She trailed her lips along his jaw. Her warm breath puffed softly against his flesh, while her fingers teased the nape of his neck, angling his head until her mouth met his. Another long kiss passed between them, and he felt himself being pulled even further under her spell, drowning in the depths of desire. With his last remnant of sanity, he wrapped his arms around her and surged to his feet. Somehow he made it to the house without falling, and once inside, released his tight grip to shut and lock the door. She slid down his length, and when her feet touched the ground she blinked, as if only then becoming aware of her surroundings. God, he wanted her. He was shaking, trying to hold back, yet desperate to feel the endorphin rush of bridging his mind with hers. He could not do it, though, not if he wanted to be able to live with his conscience afterwards. Tenderly, he brushed the strands of wet hair from her face, then stepped back, forcing his arms to stay at his sides. No more touching, at least not until they talked. He needed to explain some things to her, how it was between Faye. It would feel like he was taking advantage of her otherwise. After losing the support of his arms, Eve wobbled for a second before regaining her balance. She seemed dazed, drugged even, as she stared at him owlishly. Her reaction provided him with further proof, if he would needed it, that she had no idea as to the effects of two empathic minds meeting. "We should dry off." He forced himself to look away and glanced at the floor. Water was streaming from their wet clothes and pooling at their feet. Eve looked down too and wiggled her toes. Her sodden shoes made a wet squishing sound on the tiled entryway. "I should get a mop." She spoke distractedly, as if it were hard to gather her thoughts. Glancing about, she tucked her hair behind her ears with trembling hands. "Do not worry about it." Rafe kicked a throw mat into place so it would absorb the worst of the mess, then pulled off his shoes and socks. Grabbing the edge of his shirt, he peeled it off, grimacing as the cold, wet material clung to his skin, momentarily resisting his efforts before allowing him to remove it. He was unzipping his pants when a sound from Eve had him pausing. She was staring at him, or more specifically at his abdomen. In other circumstances, her wide-eyed expression might have made him smile. "Sorry." He dropped his hands to his sides. "I am used to living by myself. I'll change in the bedroom." "You use the bathroom and take a hot shower." "No, that is not it." Eve licked her lips and then tentatively stretched out her hand. "What happened here?" She touched his abdomen, where the line of his scar showed through his gaping zipper. Her fingers barely skimmed his flesh, yet his skin quivered from the contact. "I have noticed it before when you are exercising, and I have wondered about it." "A fight?" He watched her face, wondering how she would react. Would she be shocked at the idea of a doctor involved in a physical fight? "Do you get into lots of those?" She stroked the roughened skin, her fingers dipping lower. His breath hitched in his throat, and his cock began to harden again. He caught her hand in his, holding it in place against his body, preventing it from moving further. He considered his answer. Did he get into fights? It did not seem typical for a psychiatrist, but then again, his was not a typical sort of job. Sometimes, when a rogue was brought in, there were altercations. At least until he established himself as the leader of the clinic. Actual fights, however, no. "Not often." "Good. I do not like the idea of you being hurt." She raised her eyes to his, and he found himself being drawn into twin pools of swirling blue and gray. He would thought she might have begun to recover from their intimate encounter, but apparently he was wrong. Her mind was still reaching out to his, soft tendrils stroking the edges of his awareness, promising and teasing, making him recall the heady rush of moments before. His senses sharpened, his awareness of her scent, her breathing, the warmth of her hand. "Eve, don't do this." "Do not do what?" The tip of her tongue slipped out and wet her lips. He swallowed hard, fighting for control, striving to keep his own mental wall intact. She did not understand how the need for another endorphin rush was affecting her. He did. The task of being responsible fell on his shoulders. "We need to talk." Eve stepped closer until their hands were sandwiched between their bodies. "About what?" She dipped her head forward and licked his nipple. His breath caught in his throat, and he used his free hand to grab her hair and pull her head away. He could not take much more. "About how you and I are feeling right now." "It's not what you think." "How so?" She arched her back, straining to get closer, the hard points of her nipples grazing his skin through her wet shirt. A seductive smile graced her face, the look of a siren leading the unwary into dangerous waters. He was not unwary, though. He knew the pitfalls of continuing down this path. Releasing his grip on her hand, he moved to push her away. Free of restraint, Eve slid her fingers into his pants and grasped his hardened flesh. Desire slammed into his body, all his mental barriers crumbled, and the empathic bridge between their minds quickly began to form, layer upon layer knitting themselves together. Everything she was feeling swept into his mind, the hot need, the sensual ache. It combined with his own, one feeding off the other, growing and spreading, wrapping his mind in a passion-filled haze. Oh God, it felt so good. Her feelings and his, ricocheting back and forth, each slide of her hand along his length pushing him closer to the edge. Who could withstand such an assault? Rafe pulled her head to his, crushing her lips with his own, invading, taking without asking, just as she was doing with him. Each stroke of her hand was mimicked by his tongue, The light raking of her nails on his sensitive flesh was rewarded by a nip. When she gently squeezed him, he caressed her breasts, thumbing her nipples, kneading the gentle slopes. Need clawed at him, stripping away his civilized veneer, leaving only raw, bare passion. He began to pull at her clothes, ripping her wet shirt, dragging her bra from her body. When one strap tangled on her arm, he forced her to release him so he could remove the offending material. Nothing was going to separate him from this woman. He wanted every inch of her flesh for himself. Once her shirt and bra were disposed of, he roughly stripped off her jeans and panties and then pulled her bare body against his. He ran his hands down her back, tracing the indent of her spine, cupping her ass, reveling in the feel of her. She wiggled against him, her hair brushing his skin as she licked his collarbone, her hands fumbling with the waistband of his pants until they slid over his hips and down his legs. When his shaft finally sprang free, he groaned in relief and pushed against her belly. She raked her nails down his back, tongued and bit his nipples. The stinging pain made him gasp, and he grew harder than he thought possible. Wanting to return the favor, he lifted her so he could suckle at her breasts, and she wrapped her legs around his waist, her hands gripping his shoulders. Eve purred as he teased her flesh with his mouth, paying homage to first one breast and then the other. Wrapping a steadying arm around her waist, he slid his hand downward, tracing her crack, then dipping his fingers into her folds. She was hot and wet and ready for him. He stroked her slickness, each gasp of delight sliding over their mental bridge and ratcheting up his own desire. "Please," she panted. "Please, oh please." She was shivering in his arms, aching and empty. He could feel her need, knew its sweet agony as if it were his own. Turning, he pushed her against the wall, grabbing both her thighs and lifting her up so his aching cock was poised at her entrance. Eve wrapped her arms around his neck. Their foreheads rested against each other, their breath intermingled. Eyes locked, he felt could see her soul, feel her heart pounding, knew her desperate craving to be filled. Slowly, oh so slowly, he lowered her down onto his hardened flesh, the invasion of her body unbearably sweet. His legs almost buckled as he experienced the sensations with her. She was so tight, so hot. Her eyes widened and her breathing hitched as he buried himself deeper and deeper, her body gently resisting his size. A whimper slipped from her, and he watched as she bit her lip, a slight vertical line marring her brow. Through their emotional connection, he knew she found him large, that he stretched and filled her as never before. The knowledge awakened a primal pride in him, as if he had somehow claimed her body as his and his alone. Kissing her deeply, he soothed and petted her, giving her time to adjust. When he felt her begin to relax, he knew it was his cue to move. Grasping her hips, he set up a rhythm, rocking into her, reveling in the slide of his aching flesh against her slick walls. The sounds and sense of sex surrounded them. Eve's gasps each time he thrust, the slap of skin against skin, the musky smell of desire. Outside, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Rain beat relentlessly against the window panes as the heart of the storm passed overhead, but inside a different storm was reaching its peak. One of heated desire and desperate need as he took her against the wall. Over and over he possessed her, pulling her down against him harder and faster. She was approaching her climax. He could feel it himself, knew how her focus was on the joining point of their bodies, how the tension was coiling inside her. Eve panted and whimpered, arching her back, clawing at his shoulders. Her heels dug into his butt, urging him on as she strained towards the edge, wanting more, demanding more. His own breathing was ragged, his control almost gone. He could feel his balls drawing up, saw Eve's mouth open. Again and again, he pumped into her until a scream ripped from her throat, and she came apart in his arms. With a shout he followed suit, her body milking his as ecstasy raced through their bodies and minds. Somehow he managed to slide down to the floor and prop himself up against the wall, Eve cradled in his lap. An endorphin high was sending euphoric shock waves up and down his spine, all worries and cares erased. He shifted Eve in his arms, noting the pink flush on her cheeks, her slightly parted lips all red and puffy. Their joining had put that blissful expression on her face, and his own lips curved in satisfaction. Propping his chin on her head, He half-dozed, enjoying the slow downward drift to reality. It was a much longer ride down than if he would just had sex with a human. He stroked Eve's back and played with her hair, thinking it would be almost impossible to contemplate normal sex after this experience. A slight sinking feeling invaded his happy realm. He would had sex with another empath, a fae who obviously did not know all the rules of the game. They would formed a temporary bridge during the experience, a bridge that Eve had not even known was possible. Reality settled in his gut, cold, heavy, and bitter. The wall he was leaning against was cool, the tile under his butt was hard. Wet material from their discarded clothing was pressed to his thigh, and a storm raged outside. In his arms, Eve stirred and Rafe quickly slammed his protective mental barrier into place. What the hell had he done? After all his fine self-talk about leaving Eve alone until she knew the full story, what did he do? Fuck her like some randy teen. Disgust at his behavior, at his abuse of his abilities, and her trust filled him. Eve would be furious, and rightly so, once she learned what he had done. Invasion of privacy was a betrayal of his vows as an empathic psychiatrist. Eve sat up in his lap and pushed her hair from her face, then flicked a glance at him. Hey. She sounded shy and still a bit befuddled. He nodded, keeping his face neutral, not at all sure what to say. Getting to his feet, he helped her up as well. She licked her lips. He noted how her eyes searched his face, her expression slowly clouding. That was her voice trailed off uncertainly. Yeah. It certainly was. Most likely she was looking for those soft, after-sex words that women so loved, but they were not appropriate given the circumstances. He cleared his throat and sighed, rubbing the back of his neck, not at all sure how to begin the conversation he knew they needed to have. When he did not say anything else, Eve looked away and wrapped her arms around herself, apparently realizing she was naked and chilled. With relief, he grabbed onto that fact. They could talk later. Right now, she needed to get warmed up and find some dry clothes. You are shivering. Go and get cleaned up. He took her by the shoulders, turned her around, and gave her a gentle push in the direction of the bathroom. We have to talk, but not right now. Eve hesitated and seemed about to speak only to nod and walk away. A flash of lightning revealed her pale skin as she wove her way through the living room to the hallway. She seemed so small and frail. Damn, he was a bastard. Chapter 17, the back door slammed shut as Eve entered the kitchen the next morning. How Rafe managed to hear her coming, she would never figure out. She would purposely walked as quietly as possible, knowing his tendency to avoid her except for last night. That had definitely not been avoidance. At least not at first. The memory of his mouth on hers, of his body filling her, had her curling her toes against the polished wood floor. But then afterwards, her mouth flattened into an exasperated line as she recalled how he would clammed up after the fact. At the time she would been hurt, but halfway through the night that had changed to anger, and now, this morning, well, she was going to have it out with him. Calmly, coolly. They were both adults, and there was no reason they could not deal with what was between them. Of course, Rafe had already managed to sabotage her plan, which had been to talk to him before he left the house. But that was okay. She would track him down somehow. He could not avoid her forever. A secretive smile graced her lips as she prepared toast and tea, then leaned a hip against the counter and stared out the window. There he was. Apparently, he would decided to forgo his habitual morning run. Instead, Rafe was outside using the limb of a sturdy tree as a bar for chin-ups. She watched the muscles in his arms bunch and contract as he repeatedly lifted himself over and over. The man was not even breaking into a sweat, which was a bit of a shame because she would love to lick the saltiness from his chest. Eve rolled her eyes at her erotic thoughts. When she would arrived home last night, she would been so angry with him for the way he would started ordering her around. Angry and turned on. He was so-so, she struggled to find an appropriate word. Bossy. Manly. Dominating. Whatever it was, it made her insides melt. And arguing with him just made it more fun. Exciting. The corner of her mouth twitched as she realized how much enjoyment she got out of watching him try to keep his cool. Did he realize a little muscle twitched in his jaw? It was not overly noticeable, but she would become an expert at observing him. An imp inside her wondered exactly how far she could go before he would lose control. The idea was thrilling and a bit scary. What exactly would he do if she pushed the right buttons? Her breath hitched as she contemplated the possibilities before she shook her head. Rafe seemed to have a tight leash on his feelings, an inner strength that would never be completely broken. He would always be in control of himself. The idea made her feel safe. Taking another sip of tea, she watched him drop to the ground and begin a set of rapid push-ups. For a doctor, he seemed awfully fit. Good thing, though. Last night, he would picked her up as if she weighed nothing at all and had taken her against the wall. It was the sort of thing she would read about in romance books, but never experienced. Now she could not wait to try it again. However, as much fun as it was to speculate about Rafe ravishing her, it was not likely to happen if she did not do something. He would pull back afterwards, sending her off on her own. Obviously, Rafe had reservations. In her experience, the words "we have to talk" seldom led to a relationship moving forward. Regretfully, Eve turned away from the window. Ah! She gave a yelp of surprise, tossing her empty teacup into the air and jumping back. Damien was standing right behind her. He neatly caught her cup before it hit the floor and set it on the counter. Sorry. Did not mean to frighten you. A hint of a smile passed over his usually somber features. Do not do that. Eve pressed a hand to her pounding heart and glared at him. How do you move so quietly? He shrugged. Just a skill I picked up. Did you sneak up on your wife like that too? She asked the question and immediately regretted it. Damien's face went expressionless. Only once. He moved to brush past her and she reached out, touching his arm. Has she been dead very long? She stared at his face, seeing the pain wash over his features. He closed his eyes. Under her fingers, she could feel the muscles in his arm bunch. 18 months. Something inside her prompted her to probe deeper. What happened? Was she ill? A car accident? For a moment, she thought he was not going to answer, could almost see the inner battle he was waging. Finally, he responded. A gas leak. The house exploded just as I arrived. His mouth barely moved as he spoke, the expression in his eyes one of pain and guilt. I am so sorry. Unthinkingly, she wrapped her arms around him and gave him a hug. At first, he stood stiffly in her embrace, rejection of the gesture radiating from him, and then, oh so slowly, she felt him move his arms until they wrapped around her. She could hear the steady beat of his heart, the shuddering breath that escaped him as he relaxed in her arms, the strength and warmth of his body melding with her own. How long had it been since anyone had hugged him? The kitchen door slammed shut, the sound causing Eve to jump away from Damien and spin around. For some reason, she felt guilty. Rafe stood in the doorway, his jaw jutted, his brow lowered. She actually thought she heard him growl. Damien, I warned you to stay away. Stay away. How is he supposed to help you fix the place up if he stays away? Eve looked between the two men. The air crackled with undertones she did not understand. Damien's expression had transformed from sorrow to a sneer. She is right, Rafe. Explain that to the lady. Rafe's nostrils flared, his muscles bunched as if ready to spring into action. I want you to work at your place today. Start on the porch. The words were spoken slowly and softly, but Eve could hear a layer of threat beneath the surface. Damien did not move. His gaze was locked on Rafe's. Tension between the two became a palpable thing, hot and thick, threatening to explode. The moment stretched out, and Eve shifted uneasily. The two were having a standoff, and neither seemed inclined to back down. Not sure what to do, she gathered her courage. Oh, for heaven's sake. Will the two of you stop the ridiculous matcha routine? She turned to Damien and made a shooing gesture with her hands. You have work to do. Go tear down the porch or fix it or something. And you, she looked at Rafe. I want to talk to you. Planting her hands on her hips, she lifted her chin and sent glaring looks in both directions. Damien blinked, then gave a soft, amused huff. Like a little kitten trying to be a tiger. He tapped her on the nose and left without another word. A kitten. Eve protested the statement and would have followed Damien to give him a piece of her mind, but Rafe stopped her. He's right, you know. His voice sounded deeper than usual despite the hint of teasing. She spun around and glared at him. I am not a kitten. Oh, yes, you are, he countered and pulled her into his arms. He fisted his hand in her hair and held her head in place before kissing her so thoroughly that she had to cling to him because her knees had gone weak. His mouth moved over hers, skilled and addictive, causing exquisite sensations to curl in her stomach. When he was done, he looked down at her, a self-satisfied smirk playing around the corner of his mouth. Yep, you are a kitten, and I am the big bad wolf. It took her a minute to collect her thoughts, and when she did, she pushed against his chest. He let her go, holding her arms lightly, making sure she was steady on her feet. No one's kiss had ever affected her like Rafe's, and she was not quite sure she liked it. Well, she liked it, loved it even, but it also made her feel needy and vulnerable. Irritated with her own weakness, and with him for Hishascaveman tactics, she lifted her chin. He was acting like he was an animal, staking his claim. You are not a wolf. She gave a sniff and tucked her hair behind her ears. And I am not a kitten. Have it your way. There was an uncharacteristic playfulness about him, as if he would forgotten his somber self outside. The corner of his mouth was quirked upwards, and he stared down at her, seeming to trace every line of her face with his eyes. He was still holding her arms lightly, his thumbs making gentle circles on her skin. A feeling of warmth slowly spread through her, and Eve felt herself relaxing, leaning towards him. He appeared to be leaning towards her, too, when quite unexpectedly, his expression turned stony, as if he would suddenly recalled something quite serious. As he stepped away, she noticed the muscle working in his jaw, and his voice sounded gruff when he spoke. I told you to stay away from Damien. Her mouth might still tingle from their kiss, her body still beg her to press against him. However, that did not mean she was going to let him boss her around. You have no right to tell me what to do. No. He reached out and, holding her chin, lightly brushed over her bottom lip with his thumb, his gaze hot and knowing. Not even after last night. Eve hesitated. This was what she would wanted to talk to him about, but now that the moment had arrived, she felt awkward, and all the comments that she would planned on making had a file not found error blinking in their stead. She shrugged her shoulders in feigned nonchalance and said the first thing that popped into her head. What about it? We had sex, that is all. His eyes darkened, and that tiny telltale nerve pulsed in his jaw again. That is not what I remember. You are the one that went cold afterwards. The words blurted from her, a bit of the hurt she would felt evident in them. Last night, she would hoped he would have joined her in the shower, or even made his way to her room. He had not, of course, and she would lain in bed for hours staring at the ceiling wondering why. There are things we need to discuss, about who you are and who I am. What we are. He gave her a meaningful look, but for the life of her, she could not think what he might be talking about. His job, maybe. You mean you being a psychiatrist? She frowned. Or was it psychologist? She never could keep the terms straight. A psychiatrist who focuses more on psychotherapy, hence I use the latter term most often. He answered distractedly, shoving his hands in his pockets and looked about the room as if searching for the right words. And yes, that is part of the issue. My work is very draining. I came here to rest, not to get involved with someone. She considered that for a moment. Well, at least you're being honest. And what about you? Rafe turned the tables on her. Was he asking about her job, or if she was being honest? He knew she was an artist, so it must be the latter. She could not really tell him about being Fae. He would likely think she was crazy, but she needed to give some sort of response. Like you, I came here for some solitude. I have things I need to sort out. Things? He quirked a brow and looked at her expectantly. She hesitated, even opened her mouth to explain, but then changed her mind and gave a nod. He waited a beat before replying. It would seem we're at an impasse then. She dipped her head in acknowledgement. This was not at all how she would envision the conversation going, but now that it had started, she did not know how to get it on track. And really, what had she been thinking, planning a relationship with him? Her stay here was temporary. She was still learning to control her fae abilities. The timing was all wrong. And yet she could not shake the feeling that she was making a big mistake by not telling him. Perhaps some of that showed in her expression, for Rafe suddenly reached out and held her chin, tipping her face so they looked directly at each other. Her cheeks heated under his intent gaze. He seemed to be looking into her soul, searching out her secrets. A tickling in her brain gave her the crazy idea that he was trying to read her mind. It was ridiculous, of course. Rafe was no more empathic than she was a werewolf. Still, she instinctively threw up a barrier, blocking access to her feelings and stepping back. Eve, he hesitated. Her stomach clenched in a sudden attack of nerves, inexplicably not wanting to hear what he might say. Grabbing the teacup from the counter, she began to wash it, while searching for a way to distract him from his intense contemplation of her. So that's your real problem with Damien. I cannot believe you are jealous of me spending time with him. He seemed about to protest the sudden change of topic, tightening his mouth in obvious frustration, but then followed her lead. I do not want you hurt. He's not exactly what he might appear to be. Well, he seems perfectly harmless to me. Gorgeous, yet sad and lonely. I feel sorry for him. And is that why you were hugging him? His voice cooled noticeably. Eve paused, her brows bunching together. Why had she hugged Damien? It had felt like the right thing to do at the time. And it was not like she had feelings for him, was it? No, of course not. After all, she would had great steamy sex with Rafe not even 24 hours ago. So, what had the hug been about? She pondered the question a second longer before answering. I was offering sympathy. He told me how his wife died. He did. Rafe sounded surprised, and then his eyes got a distant look about them. He appeared to be mulling something over, and Eve wondered if he would forgotten she was there. He gave his head a little shake. Sorry. Listen, I have got some things I have to do. I'll be in my room, working on the computer, most of the day if you need me. Even before he was done speaking, he would begun to leave the room. Eve blinked, wondering what had just happened. Something was going on with Rafe and Damien, and it seemed to be a lot more than repair work. Chapter 18 Smith, I want to know what this is about. Adrian Somerset entered Captain Fielding's office, which Reno was temporarily using. The man had not bothered to knock, and Reno bit back a growl of annoyance. What this are you talking about? Reno swiveled his chair away from the computer, so he was facing the head of the rogue retrieval unit. This investigation. Somerset threw the memo down on the desk. Reno flicked a glance at the page. He knew the contents well, and was, in fact, heading up the probe until Captain Fielding returned. Seems clear enough to me. High Council wants to review why so many of the rogues your people have been sent to retrieve have died. There has been a sharp increase recently. And all are easily explained. Look at this case. Somerset pulled a page out of the file he was holding and placed it on the desk before sitting down. In Florida, there were multiple sightings of a wolf, and several pets were found mauled. Tracking records showed a rogue was in the area. My men were sent to investigate, and it quickly became clear the rogue was responsible. I ordered them to retrieve it. Before they did, a woman died at his hand. When they cornered him, he resisted violently. End of story. That is one case, Adrian. Reno studied the paper briefly before setting it aside. But each incident is almost identical. Wolf sightings. Locals terrorized. Animals killed. Open and shut cases. Any idiot can see that. He tossed the entire file on the desk. Reno leaned back in his chair and steepled his fingers. Are you calling the members of High Council idiots? Somerset sputtered and shifted in his seat. Of course not. What I mean is that the evidence speaks for itself. Reno made a non-committal sound, picked up the file and flicked through the pages. He knew some of these cases in detail because Brandy had served as the DC for them. Others he was only now becoming more familiar with. And in each case, the rogue killed a human less than 24 hours prior to their encounter with your men. Are you implying that my team does not work fast enough? Somerset sat up straighter and narrowed his eyes. Just stating the obvious. Reno closed the file and slid it towards the other man. Any idea as to the motives the rogues might have had? Motives? A rogue does not have a motive for what it does. They are rogues for God's sake. Very few killers murder randomly. They have their reasoning, though it might make no logical sense to us. Somerset snorted. You sound like that bleeding heart doctor. Doctor McRae. That is the one. He tried to sell me some crap about talking to the rogues, as if they would understand. They are all crazy, everyone knows that. It's probably McRae's fault that there is even an investigation. Reno kept his face impassive while wondering how the hell the man had ever gained the position he was in. Your feelings will be duly noted in my report. He held back the grimace he wanted to make at the politically correct response he would just mouthed. Calling the man a bastard was what he would really like to say. Good. I knew you would see sense, Smith. Somerset nodded and stood up. Oh, by the way, did you notice any correlation between the victims of the rogues? Reno tossed out the question. No, but then again I never looked. That is not my department. I just bring them back dead or alive. He barely glanced up from the papers he was tucking neatly into the file folder. No, you would not look, would you, you ass, Reno said to himself. Thank you for your time. Somerset stuck out his hand as if they would just completed a business meeting. Had he forgot that he would barged in uninvited? Reno grunted and could not resist giving the man's hand an extra hard squeeze. Somerset winced and surreptitiously flexed his fingers afterwards. Just as he was turning to go, he stopped and nodded towards the chair he would been in. You might want to leave a message for Captain Fielding. That is an extremely uncomfortable chair. I'll be sure to let him know. As soon as the man left, Reno grinned. Maybe Captain Fielding was not so crazy after all for not replacing that damn chair. Who knew how long Somerset might have hung around without it? His cell phone vibrated, and he checked the caller ID. It was Rafe McRae. Sighing, he wondered how much longer he could hold the man off. Taking a deep breath, he pressed talk. Chapter 19, Rafe growled as he ended the call. His conversation with Reno had been less than satisfactory. Damien was too interested in Eve, and Rafe wanted him gone. It was not jealousy, at least not completely. Based on research, Damien was showing classic signs of fixating on her, and an obsessive rogue posed significant danger. Reno said to hang on for a few more days, but he would said that last time too. If Somerset was not such an ass, Rafe would be tempted to ignore Reno's request and call rogue retrieval. A few more days. A few more days of watching Damien like hawk, of guarding Eve by keeping her at his home and trying to resist the temptation to touch her. He glanced at the pile of muddy clothes in the hamper in the corner. It had not been easy to stay in his room last night. Hearing the water running and imagining her in his shower, thinking of her padding to her room wrapped in a towel. He would pace his room for over an hour, listing all the reasons why it was not a good idea to seek her out and have a repeat performance. When he would finally gone to bed, his dreams had been of her, of burying himself in her warm, wet depths and hearing her panting her need in his ear. The memory had his body hardening. Would it really be so wrong to repeat last night? For a brief moment, he tried to convince himself otherwise, but the plain truth was, yes, it would. Sex between empaths was much more intimate than sex with a human. The bridging of minds allowed access to the most hidden emotions, and once a bridge was made, faint remnants of it could remain for years after, like a seed waiting for the right conditions to germinate. And each successive bridge with an individual became stronger, more stable and permanent, harder to eradicate. Until Eve was aware of the fact, and until he was sure he wanted to have a more permanent relationship with her, he needed to keep his dick in his pants and his hands off her body. He still had no inkling as to what she actually knew about being fae. He suspected it was not much. This morning, when he would try to give her a hint that he was also empathic, she would have been too nervous to question the faint probing sensation. Instead, she would slammed her mental wall into place and tried to distract him by mentioning Damien. Apparently, he would have to be blunt and simply tell her, though it was not as simple as it sounded. Being part werewolf, he was bound by the keeping and was already hedging about his professional life. How much could he keep from her, while still giving her sufficient access to himself, so that she would believe he was also Fae? A frustrated growl escaped him. Animal shifters had things so much easier, their scent allowing them to identify each other without saying a word. But Fae were undetectable from normal humans and had to take a leap of faith in order to identify another of their own kind. Well, if he was going to be baring his soul to her, he would prefer to do it armed with some background information. It was an approach that had served him well in his clinical life, researching clients before meeting them. Surely it should be equally successful in his dealing with Eve. Turning to the computer, he logged on. The newly formed affiliation office was compiling data on the Fae, so there was a chance Eve was already listed. Connecting to Lycan link, he scrolled down to the department he wanted, quickly typed in his password, only to pause. A red screen sporting the words access, denied flashed in front of him. For some reason, his clearance must have been downgraded. When had that happened? With a sigh, he picked up his phone and called Annette. He would have preferred to have done this himself, but since there seemed to be a hiccup in the system, he really had no other choice. Annette. Dr. McRae. Can you hold a minute? I have someone on another line. There was slight pause, and then the woman returned. You are calling again. Are you that anxious to return to work? Amusement laced the woman's voice. It's you I am pining away for, he teased. Rafe, you know full well that I am above flattery. A fine bottle of wine, some perfume, and a set of concert tickets to a show in Vegas. However, she left the suggestion hanging, and when he did not respond, she sighed. All right. Fine. It was worth a try. How can I help you? He laughed softly before stating his purpose. Apparently, there has been some glitch in the computer system, and my security clearance has been downgraded. I am trying to look at the affiliation office files and cannot get in. Now that is odd, though I am not completely surprised. Brad Owen, head of it, has been going over the entire Lycan Link computer system with a fine-toothed comb lately. All the branch offices, the academy, and even PAC data banks are being affected. She lowered her voice conspiratorially. He says he's tightening system security, but personally, I think he's just trying to look busy. Rafe grinned, knowing Annette had no love for the IT department. Anyone who touched her computer was immediately under suspicion. That may be. I was wondering if you still had access. Well, it would be strange if I did, and you did not since you outrank me, but I am willing to try. What do you need? I am looking for a list of known Fae and their locations. There is a local woman I am curious about, and oh, I am sorry, she interrupted before he finished. I will not be able to help you with that. The Fae have been kicking up a fuss and want all their records purged from the Lycan Link system. They are even talking about severing all ties. It's little wonder you were denied access. Fae records are now considered classified and only available to those with direct permission from the Fae ambassador. Rafe frowned at this new development. Sounds serious. Any idea what the problem is? No, not really. But with the Fae, who can tell? They are such flighty creatures, it's almost impossible to deal with them, no offense intended. You are more Lycan, of course. Of course. He bit his tongue at the unintended slight. While he never hid the fact that he was Fae, in the early years he had not advertised it either, and even those who knew tended to forget the fact after a while. Annette had a heart of gold, but was a product of her upbringing. Most Lycans had some prejudicial throwaway phrases in their oral language bank. There was no real malicious intent, or so he told himself. All right, thanks anyway. So you think a local woman is a Fae? Perhaps. He did not want to elaborate. Annette was such a mother hen, she would question him to death about Eve. Instead, he changed the topic. Is everything all right at the clinic? No problems I need to deal with. Everything is fine. The only thing of interest is that they are starting that investigation you asked for. You know, the one into Rogue Retrieval's performance. Excellent. Keep me apprised on how it's going. Of course. Now go and rest. Yes, madam. Rafe made a mock salute before hanging up. Annette disconnected the line and then pressed another button to resume the call she had on hold. What did McRae want? The man's voice indicated his suspicion. He was looking for a list of fae in his area. Any idea why? Not really. He mentioned something about a girl, but it could be idle curiosity. Doctor, McRae has what you might call an inquiring mind and is always researching one topic or another. The man grunted. So he's not suspicious? No. Not yet, but I think you should reconsider the plan. Wait until he's out of the area or chose a different target. No, fate has put everything in place, which means the gods have decreed we must use this opportunity to act. You said Masterson is there, correct? Annette held back a sigh. The mumbo-jumbo about the gods did not impress her, but she kept that opinion to herself. Yes, I double-checked the other day. I said we were updating a potential treatment plan for when he's finally brought in. No one questioned it. Good. I'll contact you again in a few weeks when we have more potential targets lined up. Well, correlate our data then. The man hung up without another word. Annette slowly replaced the receiver. She had no idea of the name of the individual she had been talking to. Secrecy was tantamount with this particular group, and she understood why, but it was unnerving speaking to unknown entities. Her contact could be anyone, perhaps even a person she passed in the hall each day, but she would never know it. In fact, someone from the organization could be watching her every move. A shiver passed over her at the idea of being spied on, but she compressed her lips and shook off the feeling. Always looking over one's shoulder was a pointless way to spend one's life. Flicking a glance at the calendar, she checked if there were any more urgent matters to deal with. Things were rather quiet lately, and she was finally getting caught up on the backlog of paperwork that always seemed to plague her. She grimaced at the cute fairy pictures that graced the top of the planner. Doctor, McRae had given it to her for Christmas, so she felt obligated to use it, but really the man had no taste. The calendar was empty. Good, she liked things tidy with no half-finished projects lying about. She would just make a quick phone call to Dee, her other buyer, and see if she could sell some information to anyone else. Then she would see about restocking the pharmacy. It would not do for any of the staff to question why the supply of certain benzodiazepine drugs was running low. Chapter 20, Allie, you really should have called first. Eve paced the length of Rafe's living room, wondering how she was going to deal with the unexpected arrival of her friend in Grassy Hills. First it was Caro, and now, probably due to Caro raving about the hunky men, Allie was here. Well, technically not here. She was at the edge of town waiting for directions. Eve flicked a glance towards Rafe's bedroom door. What would he say to an overnight guest? Yet, what other option was there? Spending the night at her own cabin, with that wolf on the loose, was not appealing in the least. Eve. Allie's voice sounded in her ear. Do not tell me you have forgotten how to give directions to the place. Sorry. I was just thinking about something. If you are worried that I am here to poach on your men, no. I know you would not do that, not that they are my men, of course. Sure, Eve. Whatever you say. Eve could almost see Allie rolling her eyes in disbelief. Now tell me how to get there. With a sigh, she did so and then ended the call. Nibbling on her lip, she stared at Rafe's door again. It was firmly shut. He would not mind that much, would he? Well, there was only one way to find out. Walking over to his bedroom, she raised her hand to knock just as the door swung open. Eve. Rafe stared at her raised hand, and she self-consciously lowered it to her side. Did you need something? He stepped into the hallway and shut his bedroom door behind him. The move brought him into her personal space, and immediately she could feel her heart start to pound. There was a pull between them, something that urged her to lean forward and close the small gap that separated them. She inhaled and his scent filled her lungs, befuddling her brain. Giving her head a tiny shake to clear her mind, she stepped back. "My friend Allie just called." He raised a brow when she paused. "She is stopping by for visit." "An overnight visit?" Eve winced. "I hope you do not mind." If she would called ahead of time, I would have told her no. But since she is already here apparently, she subscribes to the theory of acting first and asking for forgiveness after the fact. Eve made a face but nodded. "That about sums it up." Rafe sighed. "I guess there is not much to be done about it then." "I am sorry. I realize you are already doing me a big favor by allowing me to stay here, and it's all right." He reached out and tucked her hair behind her ear. "I am sure I can suffer through one night of 2 women in my house." The feel of his hand, softly brushing her face, had Eve's eyes growing heavy, and she had to force herself not to lean into his touch. Instead, she focused on practicalities. "She will be here in half an hour. There is only a single bed in my room, but I was thinking if you have a sleeping bag." Rafe drew his hand away. He did not seem too upset by the fact that his house was about to be invaded by one of her friends. "I do, and yes, you can borrow it. And the sofa by the fireplace pulls out into a bed if one of you wants to use it." "Thanks." He gave a nod. "I have some work to do outside. I'll try to stay out of your way." "There is no need. This is your home." Eve protested. Besides, she gave a small laugh, the imp in her pushing to the fore. "Allie wants to check you out and see if Caro's description of you is accurate." He blinked, for a split second his face showing his surprise before he managed to hide the fact. "Indeed. Then I most definitely will be trying to stay out of the way." And with that he left. Eve shook her head, wondering how he was going to react when Allie went hunting for him. Her friend would consider his avoidance suspicious in the extreme. Yep, the next 24 hours could prove to be very interesting. Rafe got his wish for most the night. Even though the 2 women had seen each other recently, they still had lots to talk about, and it was not until supper time that Allie started to question where he was. "I thought Caro said you lived with the guy." Allie sat on the floor near the fireplace, a slice of pizza in one hand and a glass of wine in the other. "I am staying with him." "That is not the same as living with him." Eve took a bite of her pizza slice, enjoying the chewy, cheesy concoction the 2 of them had made. "And it's all because of some crazy wolf, you say?" "That is right. It's been hanging around my place, chased my car." She shuddered at the memory. "It could be rabid. Have you contacted wildlife control?" "Rafe has. They are supposed to be coming soon to check out the situation." Allie frowned. "It seems to me, ladies." Rafe entered the room and Allie stopped mid-sentence, her mouth slightly ajar. Framed by the doorway, Rafe looked more impressive than usual. The breadth of his shoulders nearly filled the opening, and his worn jeans showcased his long legs. "Rafe, this is my friend Allie." Eve shot looks between the 2 of them, barely holding back a grin at Allie's shocked appearance. To give her friend her due, she recovered quickly enough. Rising to her feet, Allie extended her hand. "I am pleased to meet you, and I'd like to thank you for taking such good care of my friend." Allie made no effort to hide the fact that she was giving him a thorough looking over, and was quite pleased with what she was seeing. And to Eve's surprise, Rafe showed no sign of being offended. "My pleasure." Rafe gave a crooked grin, his gaze sweeping over Allie from head to foot and back again. Eve felt a twinge of jealousy, both at his obvious appreciation of her friend's good looks, and the fact that he seemed so charming and at ease. He never acted that way when it was just the 2 of them. She held back a scowl knowing she had no right to be jealous. She and Rafe had shared one night together. Hell, not even a night. More like an hour. A one-night stand in the foyer. Stand being the operative word, they had not even made it to the bedroom. "Thanks for the offer, Allie. As delightful as it would be to spend some time with you, I have some paperwork I need to finish. I'll leave you ladies to your enjoy movie." Eve blinked in surprise as Rafe headed towards his room. "What offer?" She must have missed part of the conversation. Trying not to show her confusion, she looked at Allie. "He seems really nice." I can see why you would want to keep him to yourself. Allie nodded her approval and began to rummage through the stack of movies she had beside her. What is he like in bed? Allie. Eve felt her face heat up. Huh? I knew it. Allie grinned. Not that I blame you in the least. He's an excellent example of the Y chromosome at its best. She took a drink of her wine and leaned back against the sofa, a smug expression on her face. Mission accomplished. Caro owes me $20. What? You had a bet with her about me and Rafe. Not a bet, really. More of a challenge as to my detective skills. Caro told me it would take me all night to worm any information out of you, but I knew with the way you blush it would be too easy. Eve buried her face in her hands and shook her head. What was that old saying? With friends like this, who needs enemies? Despite the bet, the evening was a success, and after finishing the bottle of wine and watching a chick flick, she and Allie had called it a night. Allie was using the bed, and Eve was on an air mattress, snugly zipped into Rafe's sleeping bag. It smelled of him, and she buried her nose in the fabric, inhaling deeply and thinking about the man sleeping on the other side of the wall. If Allie had not arrived for a visit, would she be spending the night by herself? Or would she and Rafe have hooked up again? For all that he said he was not interested in a relationship, there was something between them. The question was, would they have been able to deny the attraction if it had just been the two of them in the house? Eve spent some time considering the fact, weaving a fantasy of how they might have spent the evening each trying to deny the need burning within, finding reasons to brush against each other until finally SNRRRRK. A loud noise from the bed jerked Eve out of the pleasant doze she would drifted into. Allie was snoring. Grumbling under her breath, Eve levered herself up on her elbow and glared at her friend. Damn! She would forgot Allie snored loud enough to wake the dead. Knowing there was no point in trying to get any rest with Buzzsaw Allie only feet away, Eve grabbed a pillow and left the room. Rafe had said the sofa turned into a bed. Or perhaps she would just curl up on top of it. Padding down the hallway, she curled her toes against the cold wooden floor. Moonlight streamed in the window, bathing the room in bright light and creating dark shadows. Even though it was not her own home, she felt comfortable moving about in the semi-darkness. Finding her way to the sofa, she sat down and arranged her pillow before tugging the Afghan from the back. Wrapping it around herself, she closed her eyes and tried to rest. SNRRRK. Allie's snores drifted down the hallway. Eve sighed and rearranged her position, the sofa squeaking softly beneath her. SNRRRK. Eve held her hands over her ears. How could she have forgotten this? Another snore had her cursing Caro. The woman had probably sent Allie here for this specific purpose. Her agent had a sick and twisted sense of humor at times. Eve. Rafe spoke beside her and Eve jumped. She had not even heard him approach with all the noise Allie was making. She sat up and looked at him. He had a bathrobe wrapped around him, tied at the waist but revealing an interesting glimpse of his chest. Sorry, Rafe. Is Allie keeping you awake too? He grimaced as another snore echoed through the house. I was not asleep, but if I had been, she certainly would have woken me up. Does she do that all the time? Only if she has been drinking. Eve stared at the empty wine bottle that still sat on the nearby coffee table. It was Allie's favorite, and except for Eve's one glass, the other woman had drank all of it. And had not Allie said earlier that Caro had sent it along? Yep, this had definitely been on purpose. He snorted and sat down on the sofa beside her. The cushions dipped, and she slid closer to him. A poster child for sobriety, that is what she is. Eve giggled. She is a happy drunk. Just a noisy sleeper. A shiver washed over her, and she tucked the Afghan over her bare feet. Rafe slung his arm around her shoulders and pulled her closer. Come here. You are cold. Almost immediately, heat from his body began to warm her, and she relaxed against him. Thanks for letting her stay. And sorry for the noise. One night is not a big problem. With her face resting against him, she could feel his voice rumbling in his chest. It was a deep and comforting sound. She gave a contented sigh only to break into a fit of giggles when Allie snored again. Rafe joined in with a deep chuckle. A happy feeling of rightness filled her. Where did you and Allie meet? Rafe propped his chin on top of her head. At an exercise class. She was prepping to enter a security training course, and I was trying to lose weight before a friend's wedding. Security? She was planning on being a police officer. Actually, she is one now. And had you always planned on being an artist? Eve shrugged. I guess. I have always been good at it. I studied art, but had no clear idea of what I was going to do once I graduated. I got lucky and landed a summer job with an advertising firm and learned a bit about the commercial side of it. Then Caro connected me with a publishing company looking for cover artists and also started helping me sell my paintings. She talked idly about her job, funny experiences, the discouragement of not selling anything for months, the high when she made her first sale. Her upcoming show faint embers still glowed in the fireplace, and she stared at them sleepily. At some point, Rafe had rearranged her, and she was now half sitting on his lap. He was idly rubbing her upper arm with one hand, the other resting on her hip. For a while, she enjoyed the soothing action before starting to mimic the gesture, running her hand over the lapel of his robe. The terry cloth was soft beneath her hand, and she spent some time enjoying the sensation of playing with it, noting how it changed color depending on the direction she brushed it. She traced the edge of the material, her finger sliding over the satin piping that edged it. His bare skin was just within reach of her fingers, and she recalled how it had felt last night. Smooth skin over hard muscle. Without thinking, she placed her hand on his naked chest, and immediately he froze. Eve. Surprised at her own action, she did nothing. Holding her breath, she stared at the contrast of her pale skin against his darker tones, feeling the steady thud of his heart beneath her palm. The room was silent, except for the faint crackle of the fire and the ticking of the mantel clock. Even Allie had quit snoring. It was as if the whole world were waiting for her decision. Did she pull away or move forward? She wet her lips and slowly exhaled. Then carefully, tentatively, she spread her fingers out, exploring the flesh before her. So strong. So warm. Mesmerized, she watched her hand as she moved it over his body, pushing the material of his robe out of the way, further exposing him to her view. She encountered his nipple and circled it with her fingertip, feeling how it puckered under her touch. Rafe's breathing hitched, and boldly, she leaned forward, flicking the tip of her tongue over the hardening nub. He shifted his hold on her and eased her back until they were looking at each other. This is not a good idea. Rafe frowned down at her. Eve nodded in agreement, but continued stroking his chest. She could feel his shaft hardening. He closed his eyes as her hand drifted downward, playing with the knot of his robe. Yes, this was a bad idea, yet if it was, then why did she find herself shifting position so she could straddling him? Her knees on either side of his hips, she gently pulled the labels of his robe apart, completely exposing his chest. She ran her hands over his pecs while trailing soft kisses across his collarbone. Eve, he groaned her name, his hands now encasing her ribs, his thumbs stroking the sides of her breasts through the thin material of her nightgown. She kissed her way up from his collarbone, licking his neck, while moving her hands downwards to tug at the knot of his robe again. Her knuckles brushed against his stomach, and when she bit the cord of his neck, he thrust his hips. There was no denying his arousal. It nudged at her through the layers of material, and she felt herself grow wet. If only his robe and her nightgown would vanish. Slowly, she began to rock against him. His hands finally cupped her breasts, kneading in time with her rhythm. She kissed his jaw, then found his mouth. Their lips parted and touched, brushing and teasing, locking together then separating only to return for more. Electric tingles danced over her mind, reaching out, searching. Damn it, Eve. You just lost me that $20 I won earlier. The sound of Allie's voice had Eve jerking back, startled at the unexpected interruption. What? She blinked at her friend, embarrassment, confusion and frustrated anger warring within her. Allie stood near the doorway, her hair tousled and her eyes bleary. I bet, Caro, you would not get it on with your hunk while I was here. Geez, Eve. You got to learn to control yourself. And with that, Allie turned and stumbled towards the bathroom. Eve blinked, absorbing what Allie just said before climbing off Rafe's lap. What was she doing? She never acted like this. And why the heck were Allie and Caro making bets about her and Rafe? It had to be Caro's doing. Just wait until she saw her again. She peered at Rafe out of the corner of her eye. Yeah. He scrubbed his hand over his face and got to his feet as well. A muscle was ticking in his jaw again. I suppose we should thank her. Right. Eve scowled at the bathroom door. Thanks a lot, Allie. Chapter 21, Damien wiped the sweat from his face with his shirt and tossed it aside before grabbing a bottle of water. Sitting down to rest on the worn steps in front of his cabin, he took a long drink and absently rubbed his right leg. A large pile of debris gave evidence to how he would spend his time. The porch was partially dismantled, the rotted boards removed, and he would take in measurements for the ones that needed to be replaced. He would have to call Rafe about heading to the lumberyard for some more posts. From what he recalled, there were not enough stockpiled in the back she would. He wondered if his reception would be any warmer than it had been yesterday morning. Rafe had definitely been pissed off. A smirk twisted his lips as he thought about how much he would enjoyed that reaction. Not that he would purposely planned it. There was just something about Eve that had him opening up, sharing things he had not spoken of in ages. Perhaps it was her subtle resemblance to Bate, or simply the fact that she seemed so sincere. Whatever the case, he would have been shocked when she hugged him, and even more surprised when he would actually hugged her back. The feeling had been strange. Comforting, warm, some of the tension that constantly twisted his guts had actually eased infinitesimally. And his wolf had murmured its approval. How long had it been since that had happened? Of course, nothing could come of it. Eve was fey, and his purpose was set. Speaking of which, he checked his watch and then pulled out his cell phone. It was time to make contact. The phone rang exactly once before being answered, letting him know his call was expected. Checking in. Anything new? He thought briefly about how he would hug Eve. No. Contact has been established. My presence will not be questioned. Good. Things are coming to a head. The target is confirmed. I am in position and ready. His contact grunted. Do not act until I give the word, though. The order and the tone of voice both rankled, and he responded accordingly. I'll move when my gut says it's time. Negative. You will wait for orders. Fuck that. I am in the field. I'll do whatever the situation requires. Damien ended the call, clenching his hand into a fist. Damn, he hated this. Hated the waiting, hated the deception. Go in, do the job, and get out. That is what he would signed on for. Nothing else. Frustrated, he stormed over to the lake that flanked the cabin, shucking his jeans and toeing off his shoes before diving in. The icy water was shocking, but the pain of the cold cleared his head. Surfacing, he pushed his hair from his face, and then set off in a rapid front crawl, as if he could somehow outrace the demons he carried inside. It was not possible, though. His sins would live with him forever. How many had died because of him? How many lives cut short? How many grieving families? He should not care, could not care. A hard heart was the only way. Blood was spilled, some lived, some died. No one lived forever, and some deserved less time than others. Their existence only brought pain and sorrow. Their evil had to be eradicated. Who kills the executioner? Bates' voice whispered his head, and his wolf rumbled its agreement. In his mind's eye, he could see Bate, her brow furrowed as she puzzled over the complexity of what was right and what was wrong. During their brief time together, how often had they lay in bed, their idle conversations turning deep and serious. He would always marveled at the way her mind had worked. He paused, treading water, wondering how she would judge him. A knot formed in his belly, and he gave his head a shake. Taking a deep breath, he set off again, determined not to think about the answer. Finally exhausted, he waded to the shore and picked up his pants and shoes. Naked and dripping wet, He strode up to the cabin and dumped his clothing at the foot of what remained of the porch. Spying his discarded t-shirt, he grabbed it to use it as a towel only to pause as he brought it close to his face. It smelled faintly of Eve, reminding him of their hug. She would felt small and delicate. He could have snapped her in two, but then there would been that show of spirit. He lifted the material to his nose and inhaled deeply. So like Bethind yet not. His wolf stirred again, urging him to return to Rafe's to find Eve. "Shut up." He barked at the beast, but it growled back, pushing against him, trying to take over. The animal had its own agenda, but that was just too fucking bad. He was in charge, he called the shots. A wolf's place was to follow orders. It did not matter how either of them felt about Eve, he firmed his jaw and pulled the shirt on roughly. Hell, he would wait for their orders, but they would better give him the signal to move soon. Hanging around meant getting attached, and there was no room for that in his life. Eve was a job, nothing more. Chapter 22, Allie had left early in the morning, and Eve had spent some time cleaning up from the impromptu sleepover. Pizza dishes and wine glasses, plates from breakfast and coffee mugs had all been washed. Then, still feeling inspired, she would tackle the towels and bedding as well as her laundry, only to come to the conclusion that she needed a few more items from her cabin. Now she was bustling about her old bedroom, shoving clean clothes into a bag and grabbing a few essentials from the bathroom. Rafe was waiting in the living room, having insisted on driving her. She would protested that there would been no sign of the wolf in days, but he had not budged. "Either I go with you, or you do not go at all." He folded his arms and leaned back in his computer chair, his expression bland yet unyielding. She would huffed at the ultimatum, having thought she would casually tap on his door and mention she would be gone for part of the afternoon. In her heart, she knew it was common sense, but a part of her balked at his high-handed manner. For a psychologist, she would have thought he would be less bossy and more open to listening. She would even told him as much. "The clientele I work with demand a firm hand," he would replied. "I am not one of your clients." "No, but you are just as stubborn and hell-bent on your own destruction, as some of them are." She would begin to protest, but he would cut her off. "If you want to go to your cabin, I'll take you right now. If not, I have work to do, and, if need be, I'll tie you to my bed to keep you from doing something foolish." The idea of being tied to his bed had caused her heart to race and her temperature to rise. Almost she had been tempted to defy him just to see if he would really do it, but one look at his face told her he probably would. The thought was both exciting and a bit scary at the same time. Instead, she swallowed hard and conceded, her voice coming out more as a squeak than the confident tone she would wished for. "Fine, if you're going to be that way about it, I'll go grab my purse." She would spun on her heel and forced herself to walk away rather than run. His soft laughter had followed her down the hallway, letting her know that somehow he knew she would found his suggestion arousing. Now Eve stood in the small bedroom of her cabin, giving it a final glance to see if she would forgotten anything. Spotting the charger for her cell phone, she grabbed it and headed to the living room. Intent on gathering a few more art supplies, she came up short when she saw what Rafe was up to. He was near her drafting table staring at her drawings again, and she groaned inwardly. The sketches of him were still prominently posted on the corkboard. Perhaps she would just not mention them. They were nothing to be ashamed of. It was art, after all. "I am almost ready." She infused her voice with a carefree tone and began to gather some watercolor paper. A grunt was the only reply she got. The drive had been conducted mostly in silence, too, Rafe lost in thought. Apparently, not much had changed. She nudged him out of the way, and he moved half a step. That was when she noticed that he had a book in his hand. It was a romance novel she had been reading, and she would bookmarked a rather steamy scene. He was glancing between the book and her, drawings an amused quirk on his usually stern face. "What are you doing?" "I find your choice of reading material very enlightening." "It's just a romance." She resisted the urge to snatch it from his hands, and instead focused on staying calm so her cheeks did not flush again. Damn it, what was it about Rafe that had her blushing all the time? He took her in his arms and pressed her close, His hand cupped her heaving bosom. Rafe glanced at her. Is that what you picture me doing? He nodded towards her drawings of him. No. Of course not. Well, I mean, not for this particular book. It already has a cover. She was babbling, she knew it. Stretching out her arm, she tried to take the novel away. He easily held it out of reach. But what about the covers you're designing? It was apparent he was not going to let the matter drop. Eve assumed her professional tone. I find it helpful to have an individual, a certain body type, in mind when drawing. I need to imagine them in the situation, think of how their bodies would be positioned, their frame of mind, the expressions on their face. Ah. He nodded, and she gave a sigh of relief, thinking the subject was closed. She shoved a few sketch pads in her bag, and then reached for some drawing pencils. It necessitated her squeezing between Rafe and the desk, but this time he did not respond to her nudging to move. Her bottom brushed against his body, and she gave a quick inhale as her mind registered the fact that he was definitely at half-mast. She tried to move away, but he put his arm around her waist and held her in place, even pulling her back a bit, so she had the full effect of his erection pressing between her butt cheeks. Rafe. He nuzzled her neck and whispered in her ear. Do you ever imagine yourself in those books? Sometimes. She swallowed suddenly, finding it hard to string two words together. Is it me pressing you close? Holding you. He cupped her breast, the heat of his hand burning through the layers of cloth. Her nipple hardened as he gently kneaded her flesh. A soft kiss pressed just below her ear caused her to catch her breath. Flutters of excitement stirred in her stomach. She tilted her head to the side in a silent request, allowing him easier access to her neck. Rafe's kisses affected her like no one else's ever had, and with each encounter, she found herself craving him even more. Taking her up on her unspoken offer, he gently bit on the exposed cord, then laced the area with his tongue. Eve whimpered as the flutters inside her became a warm pool of need. She tried to turn to face him, but he tightened his arm around her waist. Stay still. There was a rough edge to his voice, almost a growl, and the sound of it sent shivers down her spine. She contented herself with gripping the forearm that pinned her to him, feeling the tendons and muscles, the heat of his skin. Releasing her breast, he rubbed his hand up and down the front of her thigh, coming ever closer to her center. Eve felt her heartbeat quicken, anticipation making her squirm and clutch his restraining arm even tighter. Do you like that? He murmured the question, his lips skimming her cheekbone and then her temple. Yes. She hissed the answer and tipped her head so she could see his face. His gaze was intent, his eyes almost black as they stared into hers. Once again, there was a stirring sensation in the back of her mind, but she was too caught up in what she was feeling to really care. Rafe twisted slightly and caught her mouth in a hard kiss. At the same time, he cupped the apex of her thighs, and the feel of his hand touching her so intimately, even through layers of clothing, almost had her legs giving way. He rocked his hand back and forth over her sensitive flesh, and she moaned as the sweet aching inside her began to grow. Her hips flexed, brushing her butt against his now straining erection. It was as if she were sandwiched between two sources of pleasure. Her focus narrowed. His hand rocking against her core, his hardness thrusting against her behind. He was holding her head now, his fingers threaded through her hair, lightly pulling as he invaded her mouth. Feeling built within her, sensation piling upon sensation. Needing something to hold on to, she reached back, grasping at his head, his shoulder. Her fingers curled, her nails seeking purchase, as the tower of desire he would constructed within her began to quiver. She was almost there, if he would just know. Abruptly, he let her go and stepped back. She stumbled, clutching the table edge, disoriented from his sudden withdrawal, her body quivering with the need for release. Rafe. Her brain was foggy, bereft from the sudden feeling of being alone, unable to process what was going on. It was as if someone had pulled the plug that allowed it to function properly, and she was trying to access backup power. Rafe stood a few feet away, his fists clenched at his side, his head bowed. She could see his muscles quivering as he breathed deeply. His face was contorted, making her, think he was experiencing some sort of anguish. What is wrong? Eve took a step towards him, reaching her hand out towards him. Her own sense of loss was forgotten in her concern for him. Do not touch me. He barked the words at her, and she pulled her hand back, wondering what was going on. Had she done something wrong? Self-doubt curdled the desire within her, and she wrapped her arms around her waist, feeling cold and lost. Was this some form of payback for last night? But that had not been her fault. Seconds ticked by before Rafe finally turned towards her. His face was a study of hard angles and planes, lines bracketing his firmed lips. When he spoke, his voice was rough, his words clipped. I am sorry. That should not have happened. Eve blinked. Was he apologizing for starting or for stopping? I got carried away, and that is unacceptable. At least not until we both know what we're dealing with. Dealing with? She shook her head, having no idea what he was referring to. Does this have anything to do with last night? Because if it does, then he interrupted abruptly. You are Fae, are not you? She was shocked at the question. It was the last thing she would expected to hear. Did he suspect? Well, he must, but how had she given herself away? And how should she answer? She tried to stall for time. I beg your pardon. You heard me, though I am not really asking. I am stating a fact. He stepped closer, his eyes fixed on hers, deep and all-knowing. You are in the awakening phase. You have been having vague headaches, picking up on the emotions of others. Your mental wall is still shaky. The energy pulse of the earth is becoming clearer to you, am I right? She tried to step back, unable to look away as he continued to advance, but could only take one step before bumping into the edge of table. Gripping the edge of the drawing surface, she braced herself. Lost in his gaze, she held her breath, somehow knowing what he was going to say. He stopped barely an arm's length away, an undefinable expression on his face. I know what you're going through, Eve. I have experienced at least some of it. You see, I am Fae, too, or an empath, if you prefer that term. While she would have been expecting his admission, actually hearing the words had her mouth dropping open, and she gaped at him. A smile curled the corner of his mouth, and he reached out with one long digit and pushed up on her chin, closing her mouth. I seem to have left you speechless. Well, she paused, having no idea what she should say. No comment. No questions. When she did not respond, he gave a brief nod. A novice, exactly as I suspected. I take it I am the first of our kind you have encountered. She nodded, having some difficulty believing what he would said. Rafe was Fae like her. He chuckled softly. Come, I'll explain. Taking her by the hand, he led her to the sofa. Once she was seated, he sat in the chair opposite her and leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees. Fae have no way of identifying each other. We blend in perfectly with regular humans. Some might see it as a safety feature, but mostly it's damned annoying. She frowned. If there is no way of knowing, then how? Did I know you were one? I suppose I misspoke. There are a few ways to identify a Fae, but they are not obvious. If a Fae has his or her mental block down, another Fae can identify them. And when two Fae become a closed circuit of emotional feedback begins. It's called a mental bridge. That is what tipped me off about you. Emotional feedback. It sounded pretty weird to her. When we touch or kiss, our emotional barriers can slip if we are not careful, and we can feel what the other Fae is feeling. Our kiss the other day made me suspicious. She recalled that kiss, how she would have been almost senseless afterwards. How he would pulled away and become so cold and detached. Why did not you say something then? Like you, I was surprised by the discovery. There are not that many of us left. The Fae gene is recessive and breeding with humans has diluted the bloodline. Encountering another Fae is rare. I suppose I needed some time to process the information. And you decided now was the time. Right in the middle of, she faltered and waved her hand in a general way between the two of them. Making out. He shook his head. I had not intended to touch you. My mental image of you drawing the two of us in a scene from the book, combined with some unreleased sexual tension from last night, got the better of me. When things seemed to be getting out of hand, I knew I had to pull back and explain. There can be no repeat of last night. It would not be fair to either of us. Fair. Empaths can become almost addicted to each other. Emotional feedback heightens the effect of the brain chemicals, like dopamine and oxytocin, that are released during sex. And each subsequent encounter between that particular pair of empaths increases the effect. Emotional feedback. Addicted. She blinked. Okay, this was most definitely weird. I am not making this up, Eve. Humans have a similar reaction to sex. Research shows that the brain during an orgasm looks much like the brain of a person taking heroin. There is about a 9 to 5% correlation. With empaths, the effects do not fade completely. She stared at him stunned. When empaths begin to engage in sexual activity, their mental wall can slip. A bridge begins to form between their minds, a direct link, if you will, that allows complete access to what the other person is feeling, to the effects of those brain chemicals. The emotions feed off each other, growing exponentially, and in essence, give the participants what might be considered the best sex they have ever experienced. Eve digested what he was saying. Kissing Rafe had been incredible, and sex with him, well, she had felt as if she were drugged. The short of it is that once empaths have sex with each other, they crave the chemical rush, what some might call an endorphin high, and they want to repeat the experience. Each encounter forges a stronger bridge until they are essentially bound together. Wow. That is, Eve fumbled, not sure how to respond. When Rafe said he would explain, she would thought he would tell her about forming a stronger mental wall, or how the Fae came about, or maybe even how one's powers developed and changed with age. This was not at all what she would been expecting. It's a bit hard to take in, I am sure. He was studying her, his face sporting its usual bland expression. How did he do that? Talk about something as intimate as having sex with the same nonchalance as ordering whole wheat toast. Yeah. She cleared her throat. It felt scratchy and dry. Hard to take in about sums it up. Any questions? He prompted. She tucked her hair behind her ears and tried concentrate on what she would just learned. Having sex with Rafe, or any other Fae, resulted in some sort of chemical rush that eventually resulted in a bond. Were she and Rafe already bonded? The idea gave her a funny quivery feeling in her stomach, not totally unpleasant at all. How many times can a couple have sex before that bond forms? It varies from person to person, how frequently they are intimate, how strong their empathic abilities are, their ability to maintain a mental wall. Rafe paused, and for the first time a fleeting glimpse of emotion crossed his face. He stood up and walked to the window, flicking the curtain to the side. The light spilling in revealed the twitching muscle in the side of his jaw. I do not think we should chance it, since neither of us are looking for a permanent relationship. Right. Eve nodded, understanding what he was saying. He did not want to be stuck with her for the rest of his life. It made perfect sense. She purposely ignored the ache in the region of her heart. Rafe turned towards her, and she tried not to show how shocked she felt. Her emotions were running the gamut from anger to despair. Her head was spinning from the information dump she would just been exposed to, and she sneezed twice in rapid succession. She wondered if she was catching a cold. No doubt rolling around in a puddle last night was to blame. She scowled, noting that Rafe gave every indication of being as fit as the proverbial fiddle. Are you all right? He cocked his head. Never better. She would be damned if she would admit anything to him now. Getting to her feet, she looked around for the bag of items she would been gathering. Should not we be going? You said you had lots of work to do. Most likely he saw right through her avoidance tactics, but at this point she did not really care. He nodded and glanced at his watch. You are right. I need to get going. Damien called earlier. He's going to need the truck to get some more posts from the lumberyard. Hell be waiting. Eve eyed Rafe, wondering if he was still angry with Damien. It could not have been jealousy that set him off this morning. The man had basically just dumped her. She rubbed her forehead, still unable to make any sense out of the strange relationship the two men had. Chapter 23, The trees on either side of the private road were still mostly bare, though the promise of leaves could be seen in the swelling tips. Wild grasses and weeds were not quite so reticent to welcome spring and were already showing green. Rafe took all this in as he drove back to his place. He shifted in his seat and cast a glance at his companion, suppressing a sigh when he noted how she was still resolutely staring out the side window. So far the ride had been conducted mostly in thick silence. His lame comment about the recent morning fog had garnered only a small grunt of acknowledgement. Eve seemed lost in thought and disinclined to talk. It was not surprising, Rafe acknowledged. He would dumped a lot of information on her, and she needed time to sort it out, but he had a feeling there was more to it than that. Usually she was the one talking, and he was the quiet one. It felt odd to have their roles reversed. Sliding another look her way, he noted faint lines marring her brow and how her hands were tightly clasped in her lap. He wished he knew how she was feeling. Being empathic did not help him any when the other person put up a mental wall, and Eve's was firmly in place. Was she upset to learn that he was empathic? Did she now feel she would need to be constantly on guard against him, invading her privacy? It would not be the first time someone had reacted that way. He grimaced as the memory of a long-ago day pushed its way forward. He would have been 8 years old, and a classmate had caught his fancy. Trying to impress the young she-wolf, he would decided to share a secret with her, whispering to her the fact that he was 1/4 fae. At the time she would seemed impressed, but the next day it had been an entirely different story. She had not even looked his way all morning, and he could not figure out why. "What is wrong, Megan?" He would approach her in the coach room, trying to understand the abrupt change from the previous day when she would sat with him at lunch and shared her oatmeal cookies. "You are fae." A look of distaste had accompanied the accusation. "So?" He would shoved his hands in his pocket and shrugged. She would tilted her chin and looked down her snub nose at him. "My mother told me all about your kind. You can see inside my head and know everything I am thinking." "No, I cannot." He would rolled his eyes and shook his head at the absurd claim. "Yes, you can. My mom said so, and so did my dad." She would given her head an emphatic nod, and then placed her hands on her hips and glared at him. "The fae are sneaky, and you cannot trust them. I do not want you knowing everything I am thinking, so just stay away." With that, she would turned on her heel and stalked off with all the self-righteousness that an 8-year-old could muster. He would watched her leave, bewildered by her reaction. His mother had recently told him being fae was a secret, that it made him special. The idea had filled him with delight, and he would been bursting with excitement to share the news with someone. Since moving to this new pack, Megan had been his best friend, but now deflated that his first love had been so fickle. He would headed back to his desk and tried to concentrate on his work. Her rejection had hurt, and that in itself would have been enough to spoil his day. But it soon became apparent she would shared his secret with the rest of the class. Just minutes into the lesson, an eraser hit him in the back of the head, and he would turned around to glare at the children behind him. "Hey, mind reader." One of the boys had hissed at him, while keeping a watchful eye on the pack's appointed teacher. "Can you figure out who did it?" "I am not a mind read. It's only emotions I can sense, and not even that yet." He would try to explain the intricacies of being fae even, though he had not really understood all of it himself. "It takes the awakening, huh? You are not even awake." The boy had sniggered and then turned to the others. "Rafe's just a dozy fae. We'll have to wake him up." Walking home from school, the others had followed him, heckling and shoving, yelling at him to wake up. More than once he would been knocked down, the knees of his pants tearing, abrasions on his palms from where he would try to catch himself. But he had not complained or turned to look at his persecutors. His father had told him to stay out of trouble, not to cause problems in their new pack. So he would held his head high and walked home, holding back the tears that had stung his eyes, keeping his lips firmly pressed together so no one could see them tremble. His throat had felt tight, and his face burned hot with shame. Being part fae was nothing to be proud of. He would gone straight to his room, not wanting to share his disgrace with anyone. The taunts had continued at school for some time after that, and he became an expert at hiding what he was thinking and feeling. Eventually, the teacher had finally caught wind of the situation, but by then he had been firmly established as an outsider by the other pups. It had taught him a valuable lesson: how it felt to be ostracized, to be on the receiving end of prejudice. He would also learn to keep his heritage a secret, not sharing the truth until he felt he really knew a person. And even then, he could never be sure of how they would react to the news. More than once, a promising relationship had ended after he would mentioned his background. Thankfully, it did not happen very often anymore, or perhaps it was the fact that, with his busy schedule, he seldom bothered with relationships. He gave a sigh. The scars of the past were still there. Maybe that was why he had been drawn to working with rogues. On some level, he knew how they felt. Of course, Eve would not reject him for being Fae. He glanced at her once again. She was Fae as well. Though that did not necessarily mean she was comfortable with the idea that he had been in her head the other night, and now knew exactly how she would felt during their sexual encounter. Last night he had managed, barely, to keep his mental wall in place, but that first time he cleared his throat and flicked another glance her way. About the other night, Rafe, I really do not think this is the time. Her chin rose slightly, but Rafe noticed how her fingers tightened. Yep, she was definitely bothered by it. Avoidance is not healthy, you know. I am not avoiding anything. Just postponing. One and the same. Not at all. Eve, he glanced her way again. Look out. Something streaked across the road right in front of them. He slammed on the brakes and the wheels skidded, the vehicle careening wildly from side to side on the loose gravel as he struggled to keep control. In a matter of seconds, the truck slid to a stop, leaning at an odd angle, 2 wheels off the road. Rafe put the vehicle into park. His heart was pounding, adrenaline rushing through his system, and there was enough anger flaring in his gut that he had to struggle to maintain control and not shift into his wolf form. He turned to look at Eve. Are you okay? Eve nodded, her face pale, her hands shaking as she tucked her hair behind her ears. It was that wolf again. Damn it, Damien. The curse slipped from his lips before he could stop it. Damien. Eve turned her head and glared at him. How is it his fault? It's the wolf that nearly ran us off the road. I mean, his thoughts raced as he tried to come up with an answer. If he had not needed supplies, we would not be on the road right now. It was a lame excuse, and she let him know it. Twisting around in her seat, Eve faced him with eyes flashing and flushed cheeks. If he had been in any doubt as to how she was feeling, her tone of voice made it perfectly clear. A scalpel had nothing on it for sharpness. There you go again, picking on Damien. What is it with the two of you? Every time he's mentioned, you are bad-mouthing him, warning him away, warning me away. Give the man a break. His wife died, you know. I am well aware of that fact, and it's your own fault you had to slam on the brakes. If you had been watching the road, you would have seen the wolf coming. She folded her arms and turned with a flounce, staring straight ahead. My fault. He blinked, trying to follow her logic. Cannot you drive and talk at the same time? She continued to stare out the window, not even sparing him a sideways glance. Yes, I can drive and talk at the same time. It's just that his voice trailed off, and he exhaled loudly. This was a ridiculous and pointless argument. As calmly as possible, he turned in his seat and put the truck into drive. The near miss and our earlier discussion seemed to have shaken us both up. We'll discuss this when we're both calmer. Eve sniffed and wiggled closer to the door, increasing the distance between them. Rafe barely stopped himself from rolling his eyes and finished the journey in silence. The state of his relationship with Eve would have to be put on the back burner for the moment. Damien was a bigger concern. Had running across the road been a stupid stunt or an act of aggression? An aggression towards whom? He was becoming more convinced that Damien was dangerously obsessed with Eve, perhaps somehow viewing her as a replacement for the mate he would lost. The latent remains of Damien's blood bond might even pick up on Eve's empathic abilities, causing him to erroneously feel there was a connection between them. The man could be blacking out, too, his wolf grabbing complete control and pushing his human side so far back that Damien was not even aware of what he was doing. When they pulled into the parking area by the house, Damien was waiting on the front steps. Eve exited the truck without a word, walked over to the porch, and began a conversation with the man. Rafe clenched his teeth, furious at her blatant defiance, yet could he blame her? She only had his word that Damien was a danger, and the other man could be devilishly charming when he chose. Rafe shook his head. This had gone on long enough. He was calling Reno today to come and collect Damien, or he was taking matters into his own hands. An ultimatum to leave or have rogue retrieval called would be Damien's choice. Slamming the truck door with total disregard for its aged state, he stalked over to where Eve stood. She barely glanced at him when he stopped beside her. "I am going into town with Damien." She made the announcement without even looking at him. A silence, so there was definitely tact, onto the end of her statement. Rafe stiffened, the alpha side of him responding to her challenge. He clenched his jaw and tried to satisfy himself by giving Damien a glaring look. The man smirked. "She wants to go." "Too bad. She is not going anywhere with you." He narrowed his eyes in warning. "She is doing whatever she damn well pleases." Eve retorted. "No, you are not." He tossed the keys at Damien and took her by the arm. When she tried to pull away, he tightened his grip. "Let me go." She pulled back again, but was no match for him. "The lady wants you to let her go." Damien stepped forward, anger sparking in his eye. It was easy to see his wolf was near the surface, eager for a confrontation. Rafe hesitated, all too aware that Eve was watching. He was seething inside. A fight with Damien was quite to his taste, but circumstances dictated a different approach. After a moment's hesitation, he released her arm. "I'll let go, but she is not getting in the truck with you." "And who is going to stop me?" Eve planted her hands on her hips. "Me. It's my truck. I say who rides in it." He stared at her steadily. Her mouth opened and then snapped shut. "Fine then. I am going for a walk." And with that she pivoted and stormed off. Rafe watched her go. She thought she was defying him, but he knew she was safe, that the rogue was right here in front of him. However, what the hell was running through her mind right now, he had no idea. Maybe she was not even thinking at all since, to the best of her knowledge, a dangerous wolf was still lurking out there. Well, he would let her go for a while, and then fetch her back if she did not come to her senses on her own. He turned to face Damien and spoke through clenched jaws. "Do not you ever do that again. I said Eve's off limits. You have not marked her, so she is fair game." Damien's lip curled in a sneer. Rafe growled, his temper flaring. He could feel his wolf pushing to be free, muttering its discontent. "We need to deal with this rogue. He's not like the others we help. He's invaded our territory and abused our goodwill. We allowed him to stay when he had nowhere else, and this is how he repays us. The female is not for him." He agreed with his wolf wholeheartedly, and his frustrations spilled over into his words. "Fair game for what? Are you thinking of replacing your dead mate with her?" It was a low blow. He regretted it the moment he spoke, yet Damien was pushing him, spoiling for a fight. After a week of pussyfooting around everyone, his own store of diplomacy was running low. Damien's eyes widened and then narrowed, his features clouding with rage, his jaw clenched. "You bastard." The look Damien gave him would have had a lesser man dropping dead on the spot. Rafe tensed his muscles, poised and ready for the other man to strike out. Indeed, the air around them began to shimmer, as if he were going to shift and fight in his wolf form. Then, as if some inner voice grabbed his attention, Damien paused, spun on his heel and stalked to the truck, slamming the door as he climbed in. As the vehicle sped away, Rafe ran his hand through his hair and exhaled noisily. Damien was right, he felt like a bastard too. Damien drove, with total disregard for his own safety. In fact, if he managed to crash the truck and kill himself, it would be all for the better. Who the hell did Rafe think he was making a comment like that? Of course Eve was not a replacement for bait. She was just he shook his head, unable to finish the thought. How he felt about Eve was too difficult to explain. She was like bait, hauntingly so, Our blood bond stirs in her presence. His inner wolf deigned to speak to him. It hummed in approval as it recalled what it had been like to have a mate, to be connected to another living creature in such a personal way. For a moment, the animosity between wolf and man was forgotten, as they shared a common memory. He and Bait had gone for a drive, with no particular destination in mind. They would traveled back roads, explored antique shops, and eventually ended up in a quiet meadow with a pond. Pulling the picnic lunch they would packed from the backseat, he would taken her by the hand and walked towards the shade of a nearby tree. The late summer sun had made the afternoon warm and bees had buzzed lazily about, the sweet smell of dried grass drifting upward as they would made to their destination. He would spread out a blanket to sit on and Bait unpack their simple meal, cheese and fresh rolls, fruit and wine. Of course, the meal had been soon forgotten. Newly mated, the need for her had been predominant in his mind. Damien, she would giggled as he would pushed her back on the blanket. What about the food? I have a different sort of hunger. He would sat on his heels and grasped the hem of her sundress, easing it up as he grinned down at her. But what if someone comes by? She pushed ineffectively at his hands as he stripped her bare. No one ever comes down this road. He would lean forward, brushing his nose over her stomach, then up between her breasts. She would smell the flowers and sunshine and him. His mate, his bite mark on her neck, his scent mixed with hers. His wolf had rumbled in approval, while urging him to claim her yet again. He would listen to his inner wolf, their minds of one accord. Bait was coming into heat, and they were eager to start a family. A rabbit bolted across the road and Damien swore, jerking the wheel as reality crashed down around him, erasing the bittersweet memory. His wolf muttered its discontent and faded into the background once again. It wanted nothing to do with the scheme he was involved in. Too bad, but he could not allow Eve to be anything more than a job. Something bigger was taking place here, something that would help avenge Bait's death. Yes, there could be collateral damage. He would always known that and tried to accept it as a necessary evil. This was not the time to start having second thoughts. A sharp turn required his attention for a moment, but as soon as it was safely navigated, he was lost in thought again. What was wrong with him? He was goading McRae instead of lying low. And just now, he would have shifted and gone for the man's jugular if his wolf would have cooperated. Hell, even his wolf was fucked up. It had wanted to fight McRae, but would not respond to a command unless it was in the mood to do so. A state of Cold War existed with his wolf at the moment. It disapproved of him, his current path, his past association with Lycan Link. The beast was of the opinion that it should be in charge and making all the decisions, that the loss of their mate was somehow his fault. His throat tightened at the thought. Maybe the animal was right. And yet, had not he would tried that route? For months he would hidden, letting the creature have full reign, but the cold, empty feeling had persisted. At least now he was doing something, trying to make those responsible pay. However, wresting control back from the wolf was not easy. It balked and pouted, contradicted and challenged. Damien rubbed his eyes, keeping one hand on the steering wheel. God, he was tired. He had no memory of sleeping. But he must have, for morning had dawned and he would found himself sitting in a chair, slumped over the kitchen table. Another blackout, what was that a sign of? Were those the times his wolf gained control? Or had exhaustion simply dulled his memory? Playing both sides of the field was wearing. The main road came into view, and he slowed his speed, turning onto the highway towards town. Traffic was light, but he drove carefully. No point in ruining someone else's life. He had enough on his conscience now, and would likely have more before this was all over. A small sign appeared on the side of the road, happily welcoming him to grassy hills. A few neat houses and several stores lined the street. Citizens went about their business. No one gave more than a passing glance to him as he made his way through town. The 2 traffic lights barely slowed his progress, and the lumberyard soon came into view. He would get the supplies needed for the porch and then stop at the liquor store. There was still some money in his pocket, and while human strength whiskey would not get him drunk, it would help numb him to the mess he was in. And maybe, if there was any mercy in the world, he would get the signal he would been waiting for and be finished with this once and for all. Strange how revenge was not as sweet as he had been promised it would be. Chapter 24, Reno waited, hands behind his back, as the head guard keyed in the numbers that would open the cell door. There was a faint chime, announcing the correct sequence had been entered, and then the steel panel slid open. "Wait in the hallway." Reno raised an eyebrow when the guard would have protested. The man hesitated and then nodded, taking a stance up directly across from the open entranceway. 4 other armed guards flanked him, each staring straight ahead, expressionless yet ready to act if the prisoner inside should somehow dare to use this opportunity to attempt an escape. "Company." Now who could be calling at this hour? The smooth tones of Victor Hadsund floated out of the solitary confinement cell, and Reno took a deep, calming breath before stepping into the small enclosure. He had not set eyes on the man in over a year, not since the final trial date when he had been sentenced to life in confinement for treason. Now he eyed the dethroned Alpha, lounging on the small cot with curiosity. Confinement did not suit Victor. His face was lined, his coloring poor. Strands of silver showed among his blonde hair, while his ill-fitting clothing revealed his exercise regime was not sufficient to maintain optimum muscle tone. Despite that, the man still had the same arrogant tilt to his chin, his thin lips formed into a slight sneer, and the light of challenge gleamed in his pale blue eyes. The reports had been accurate. Despite having nearly died after being buried under the collapsed conveyor, Victor's spirit was not broken, nor was he showing any signs of remorse or change in conviction. Reno would not have believed the reports, even if they would said otherwise. The 2 men eyed each other before finally Victor huffed in amusement. "A social call. Come to discuss the good old days." Reno did not answer, merely snagging the leg of a chair with his foot and pulling it closer. Turning the seat around, he sat down, folded his arms on the backrest, and stared at the man across the room. Victor slowly sat up, swinging his legs to the floor and stretching them out in front of him. He casually crossed his ankles. So talkative, he mocked. "I still cannot imagine what Brandy saw in you." Mind you, she was not that clever, though definitely a looker. Lowering his voice to a conspiratorial tone, he continued. "Is she as good a fuck as I imagined her to be?" A snarl ripped from Reno's throat, and he surged to his feet, the chair tipping over with a loud clatter. Immediately, the guards were at the door. "Everything all right, sir?" Reno exhaled loudly and nodded. His jaw was so tightly clenched, he would be surprised if he had not cracked a molar. "Everything is fine. Return to your post." The guard eyed how Reno was flexing his fingers, and then looked at Victor, who was laughing softly. "If you say so, sir." When the man left the room, Victor grinned. "I knew you could not be as cool as you were trying to act." The great Reno Smith was never known for his calm demeanor. "If you so much as speak Brandy's name again, I'll rip your throat out." "Tisk tusk Reno. Is that any way to gain my cooperation? I assume you must want something if you went to all the trouble to arrange a meeting." Reno bent and righted the chair, never taking his eyes off of Victor. Once he was seated again, he began to explain his purpose. "You are still involved with the purists." Victor held out his hands. "But how?" "I am confined within these 4 walls, except for exercise periods. I spend my days reading and contemplating repentance." It was not a question. "I know you have your sources, and at this moment I do not really care who or what they are. All I want is information." Dropping his innocent act, Victor shrugged. "Which I may or may not choose to share." He brushed at his pants as if removing a speck of dust. Reno simply stared. Victor finally slid a sideways glance towards his visitor. "Information about what?" "The Fae. Some group is trying to eliminate them." "Sound familiar? You believe the purists are behind this? It would seem to match your agenda." "Not really. I am concerned with the purity of Lycan blood. Annoying as the Fae are, I have never been concerned with them unless they mated with a Lycan. And even then, at least they are from the gods." He gave a sniff. "It's a slight step up from human filth, contaminating the bloodline." Reno considered what he had just heard. You have never been concerned, but what about the organization as a whole? That is hard to say. The purest organization circles the globe. Some branches might concern themselves with the distinction between shifters and non-shifters. Victor stared down at his hand and checked his fingernails. His tone struck Reno as being overly casual. The man knew something. Are there members of such a branch operating locally? Victor cocked his head to the side. How much is the information worth? I'll let you live. Reno curled his lips and showed his teeth. There is nothing you can do to me here. Victor complacently folded his hands on his stomach. He was developing a bit of a paunch. High Council might have taken away my freedom, but even the confined have basic rights. You cannot lay a hand on me. A rumble rose in Reno's chest. The man was right, damn it. What do you want? A woman and a steak dinner every day. Reno snorted. Victor chuckled. It was worth a try. Let us say an extra 20 minutes of exercise each day. 15. 10. Knowing that he was actually bargaining with such scum made him want to puke. The corners of Victor's mouth formed a self-satisfied smile, and he nodded. 10 it is. What do you want to know? Who is directing the local group? Who is their next target? How are they carrying out the assassinations? So many questions. Victor pursed his lips, then shook his head. I cannot tell you who is directing the group or who the members are. They do not exchange names and never meet face to face. That is not going to win you extra exercise time. Reno warned. Sorry, that is the way they operate. I can tell you that their next target depends on the location of the assassin. When a fae is located within an assassin's vicinity, they act. It's all based on chance. Chance? Not very efficient. They like to believe that they are guided by the ancient gods. That divine inspiration comes to them during a full moon. If the gods choose to place a fae within the vicinity of an assassin, then it's the gods' will that particular fae should die. Victor casually reached over and took a sip of water before continuing. When he did, there was a certain mocking tone to his voice. It's all very deep and spiritual. Reno barely kept himself from rolling his eyes and focused on the important point. And who are these assassins? Victor gave a faint smile. The rogues, naturally. Such unstable beasts, Lycan society really is better off without them. He took another sip of water and carefully placed the plastic tumbler back on the small bedside shelf. Rogues. A sick feeling churned in Reno's stomach as Victor confirmed what he already knew. When Brad had first noticed the correlation between the dates and locations of murdered fae and the deployment of rogue retrieval, it had seemed a strange coincidence. But when it turned out that each rogue had been involved in a murder, warning bells had immediately sounded in his head. As a man who had battled rogue tendencies all his life, he had an affinity to those who lost the fight. There was something off about the whole scenario, however. He just had not figured out what. How do they convince the rogues to cooperate? Are they paying them, or what? Victor rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Do rogues really need money? Now there is a question. Hadsund, I do not have time for games. No. How unfortunate. It's rather dull here, and I do appreciate a good battle of wits. Reno growled a warning. Very well. Victor sighed. Consider this, is it possible to make a rogue behave? To guarantee it does as you wish. Or do you have to manipulate circumstances so that it appears? A bell sounded, and a guard tapped on the door. Time is up, sir. In a minute, Reno barked at the man. But sir, come now, Reno. You know you have to follow the rules. I'd hate to have to report that you are harassing me. You would be in contravention of the fair and just treatment of the confined act. It's outlined in the book of the law. Victor gave mocking smile. Reno got to his feet, grumbling under his breath, while Victor stretched his arms and then interlaced his fingers before placing them behind his head. It was nice of you to visit, Smith. Do come again. He smirked. I'll think of you during my extra 10 minutes of exercise. It was all Reno could do to keep from knocking the self-satisfied look off the man's face, but he managed to control himself until he was out of the building. Only inside the confines of his vehicle did he let out the string of curses he had been suppressing for the last half hour. Damn, that bastard knew exactly how to get under his skin. Finally, feeling calmer, he pulled out of the parking lot and began to make his way back to Lycan Link while mulling over what he had learned. It had not been a lot, more a confirmation of what he already knew. However, the question remained as to how this purist sect was convincing the rogues to act as assassins. Victor hinted that they were being manipulated rather than paid. And the man was correct when he said rogues were notoriously difficult to deal with. So how did you manipulate them? He scowled, wishing he could find one, just one rogue to interview. If he could, then the case could be blown wide open. Unfortunately, rogue retrieval methods usually resulted in the death of the rogues involved, and that meant tracking down who was manipulating them nigh on to impossible. Reno drummed his fingers on the steering wheel as he paused at a traffic light. He could visit Victor again, try to squeeze more information out of the bastard, but that took time. It would be another week before he could visit the man again without being in danger of a harassment charge. And a week might be too late. Another Fae could be dead by then. Chapter 25, Eve shoved her hands in her pocket and walked briskly away from Rafe's house. The man was a control freak, and she would not put up with it. And his opinion of Damien made her blood boil. Yes, at first Damien had been surly, but over the past few days she would watch the man, seen the sadness on his face, the loneliness. She wanted to comfort him, soothe the furrows from his brow, make him smile. Something about him called to her, made her feel a connection, which was strange given the fact that she would yet to read him empathically. A hint of guilt washed over. She would repeatedly tested her skills on both Damien and Rafe, but had come up blank. Well, now she knew why that was the case with Rafe, but it still left Damien as a big question mark. Was he Fae too? Perhaps, but would not Rafe have mentioned the fact? Unless Rafe did not want to talk about Damien. Their relationship was damned confusing. Given how Rafe often acted, she was surprised he kept Damien around. She shook her head, unable to make any sense out of the situation. Spying a large rock, she used it as a chair and sat down. The sun had burnt off the early mist, and she now had a clear view of the area. This side of Rafe's house faced a meadow of sorts, and was dotted with early spring flowers and clumps of fresh grass. A few songbirds twittered in the distance, while the sun's rays beat down warmly on her shoulders. Tension drained from her body, the earth seeming to soak up the negative energy and replace it with a feeling of peace and relaxation. Propping her chin in her hand, she stared at the tree line where, from her bedroom window, she would seen deer grazing earlier. She would also noticed that a family of rabbits lived under a nearby bush. Perhaps she should consider adding a series of wildlife paintings to her exhibit. Eve froze in place and cautiously turned her head, studying the she wood, the bushes, stand of trees in the distance. In her peek with Rafe, she would totally forgotten about the wolf. The strange being watched feeling had not plagued her since she had been here, but that did not necessarily mean she was safe. It was obviously still in the area. Was the animal poised and ready to pounce on her? There did not seem to be anything around, but she really should not be going for a walk. With a sigh, she realized that meant she was stuck inside the house with Rafe again. Her stomach began to knot at the very idea. True, she often enjoyed his company. He was quiet yet seemed to listen intently to everything she said. When he did speak, it was always deep and insightful, inspiring interesting conversations. And he had a dry sense of humor that made her laugh, if only she could get a handle on how he felt about her. 2 nights in a row now he would wanted her, and the other morning in the kitchen he would seemed possessive. Yet at the same time he said he was not looking for a relationship, that because they were both Fae, it could not work. Yet if that was the case, why was he acting as if he were jealous of Damien? She ran her hands through her hair. God, she hated it when people said their status was complicated, yet here she was in the same situation. A sound from behind had her spinning around, muscles tensed and ready to run only to relax when she saw it was Rafe. Before he could speak, she started talking. I know. I cannot go wandering around. It's dangerous out here. He nodded. Glad you realize it. His expression was as deadpan as when she would first met him, save for telltale twitching of the muscle in his jaw. If you want to spend some time outside, maybe do some drawing, I can stay with you and act as a lookout. Surprised by the offer, she studied him, noting his calm tone and relaxed stance. If it was not for that little twitch, no one would ever suspect he was upset. Knowing this must be his attempt at a peace offering, she agreed. I'd like that. I'll grab my sketchpad while you go find your gun. Gun? Oh. Right. They each gathered what they needed, casting the occasional glance at each other, neither seeming to want to break the momentary truce. Eve settled back on the rock and began to do some studies of the local plants, while Rafe sat on the ground not far away, the gun lying at his side. Time ticked past, the sun warming her shoulders and the occasional drone of a bee helping to ease the tension of their earlier disagreement. It was a pleasant, companionable silence, and she cast a glance at Rafe, a smile hovering on her lips as she took in his profile. His eyes were at half-mast, and he appeared deep in thought. Flipping to a new page in her book, she began to draw him with sure, quick strokes of her pencil. There was something about his posture that she itched to capture. It was confident and relaxed, yet there was an undeniable awareness about him, as if he was completely attuned to his surroundings. She managed to complete several sketches before he finally looked her way, the corner of his mouth quirking. Darn, it appeared he would known what she was about. Expecting him to make a comment, she was surprised when he merely stood up and stretched. I am going to go for a short walk around the meadow. I'll keep you in sight so you do not have to worry. All right. She would been going to ask to go with him, but decided not to push her luck. Things were good between them right now. Best not to rock the boat. Cool and distant seemed to be the way he wanted things, so that is what she do. Rafe walked the perimeter of the meadow, testing the air and casually noting the signs left by various forms of wildlife. He had not had time to patrol this area lately, keeping watch over Damien, and Eve had taken up most of his time. A short morning run was all he allowed himself, and with Eve around, it had to be in human form. His wolf missed roaming freely. Even at his home near the clinic, there was a ravine where the wolf could go for a run. She would spend the last half hour studying him, her gaze moving from his face to his chest, and lower still, before sweeping back up only to repeat the process. It had been soothing, almost as if she were stroking him over and over. His limbs had relaxed, and his lids had felt heavy. Indeed, he could have fallen into a trance if he had not been guarding her. He looked back to where she was sitting. There was almost a glow coming off her that most would attribute to a mere trick of the sunlight on her hair, but he knew better. The fae in her was growing stronger, tapping into the natural energy in the world around her as she progressed through the awakening. Did she hear the whispering of the trees yet, he wondered. Sense the hum of creation. As only a one-quarter fae, he lacked the same strong connection that a more pure-blooded fae might have. That was the price he paid for being able to shift. Would you rather talk to a shrub than me? His wolf looked at him out of the corner of its eyes, its tone offended. Of course not. Trees do not have an opinion on anything. Rafe countered in his head. Trees do not talk at all, his wolf corrected. The creature really was too pedantic at times. They just stand there, giving indistinct whispers. At least that is what the fae would have us believe. The beast then sniffed, obviously suspicious of that claim. Which is why I much prefer having you. Rafe assured his inner animal, ignoring its last comment. His wolf loved a good debate, and was prone to making inflammatory remarks just so it could enjoy the argument that ensued. Now, however, was not the time. The creature subsided, content that it was appreciated, and Rafe chuckled softly. With one more glance at Eve, he continued his examination of this corner of his territory. There was nothing out of the ordinary except a few paw prints. They had him biting back a growl, as memories of Damien's defiance came to mind. His self-control was being stretched to he stopped mid-thought, his brain registering something. About to move on, he now paused and examined the paw prints again, noting the wolf's stride. Definitely a wolf, but were they really Damien's? Damien had an almost imperceptible limp that should be notable in the pattern of his gait. He tried to bring an image of Damien's tracks to mind, but was not positive. Crouching down, Rafe studied the prints more carefully. They were new enough that there should have been a scent, but there was not. Picking up a piece of the soil, he brought it up to his nose and focused all his attention on the sample. There was nothing except a faint residue of flowers. His hand curled into a fist, crushing the clump of dirt into powder as a nasty suspicion came to mind. Rising to his feet, he glanced back at Eve. She was still sitting on the rock, sketching. Keeping half his attention on her, Rafe began to follow the tracks, continually testing the air, yet finding no trace of wolf. A small tuft of fur was caught on a branch, and he plucked it off. It was black like Damien's. No scent, but definitely a wolf present. He was beginning to build a picture, and it was not a pretty one. Pulling out his cell phone, he called Reno. "Smith here." "Reno, what kind of game are you playing here?" "Game." "Rafe, do not try to bullshit me. You have got Damien planted as a mole snooping around here, and I want to know why." "Damien a mole? Now what makes you think that?" "Wolf tracks. Tracks that have no scent. Rumors have been circulating for ages that Lycan lynx developed scent masking technology." He shook his head, unable to believe Reno would stoop so low. "Now, I'll ask you again, why is Lycan lynx spying on me? Are they investigating my last case? Or wondering why I demanded an investigation of rogue retrieval? Is it the funding money? To the best of my knowledge, there are no operatives in your area. And the scent mask is considered classified information." The creak of leather could be heard as Reno settled back in his chair. "Yeah, and no one knows about the tooth fairy either." He snorted. Did Reno really believe there was such a thing as a secret within the walls of Lycan Link? "Cut the crap. If it's not Damien, then who else has access to the scent mask?" "No one. At least not legal access." Rafe paced back and forth, still keeping an eye on Eve, while weighing the veracity of Reno's tone. He exhaled gustily. "All right. I'll assume you're telling me the truth. That is big of you." He ignored Reno's comment and continued. "Then why would Damien, a rogue enforcer, be using an illegally acquired scent mask and conducting surveillance on me? No reason I can think of. What makes you suspect that? A tuft of black fur, tracks around the perimeter of my yard and no scent. What other conclusion could I come to? Shit. You have just provided me with the missing puzzle piece." "What puzzle?" Rafe gripped the phone tighter. "I cannot tell you, but things will be resolved soon." Reno, he started to protest, but the other man had already hung up. Rafe put his phone away while cursing under his breath. He did not have a clue as to what Reno was talking about. All he knew was that he did not want Eve involved in anything dangerous, and for that he needed to keep her near him so he could protect her. The best place for that was inside, but ordering her around was not going to get him very far, especially not after their earlier blow-up. He returned to where Eve was working and strove to keep his tone from sounding too demanding. "I need to get back to work. Would you mind finishing your pictures another time?" She nodded and gathered her things without a word. Not quite forgiven yet, he decided. But at least she was not ripping a strip off of him either. Once inside, she went to her room and shut the door. He stared at the closed panel before sighing and turning away. It was for the best. Two empaths in a relationship were not a good idea. It was too intimate, too intense. They became lost in each other to the exclusion of the rest of the world. Little wonder pure-blooded fae were almost unheard of anymore. Over the centuries, they would avoided breeding with their own kind in order to maintain some individuality. He walked across the room and noticed the throw rug was still bunched in the corner of the foyer. He would meant to deal with it yesterday, but the arrival of Eve's friend had caused him to forget. It was muddy and needed a good washing. Intent on throwing it in the laundry, he paused, his hand on the wall. The plaster was smooth and cool under his palm, the white surface reminding him of Eve's fair skin. He would taken Eve in that very spot less than 48 hours ago. Even now he could recall the sensations. The feel of her limbs wrapped around him, her scent filling his lungs, her soft cries as he buried himself in her over and over. His body hardened at the memory. Damn! Grabbing the rug, he stalked to the laundry room, trying to ignore the ache in his groin. He needed to concentrate on keeping her safe, not sex. Damien was up to something. Another black wolf was in the area, and what were the chances of that? Reno might claim he knew nothing about a mole, but the man was not being totally honest with him. He was sure of it. A black wolf that was hiding it sent Rafe, rubbed his chin, and tried to figure out what the hell was going on. Chapter 26, Reno. Brandy and Brad sat in the Lycan Link cafeteria. A spring thunderstorm was raging overhead. Wind whipped the rain against the window panes. The pounding of millions of tiny drops combined with the rumble of overhead thunder to make a cocoon of white noise that effectively blocked out the conversations from nearby tables. It would seem the gods were providing some measure of security for his meeting, Reno mused. The anti-Fae group were not the only ones who could find signs in mere coincidences. You are sure? Brad gripped his fork tightly, concern evident in the way he ignored his meal. Reno took a swig of his coffee. Given what Rafe told me, I have no doubt. We have been wrong before, with deadly consequences. Brandy looked at him with concern, lines of strain showing on her face. This operation is a crapshoot, babe. You know that. We gamble and hope we're right, but there are no guarantees. Reno met her gaze and wished he could offer her the assurances she wanted, but he could not. She was too tender-hearted for this kind of operation. Hell, it ate away at him too, and he was supposedly a trained, emotionless enforcer. Every time he thought of the victims, they would fail to save bile rose in this throat. Well, if this is our best bet, then we need to move before it's too late. Brandy began tapping her foot, obviously wanting to do something. Reno placed a calming hand on her arm. We have to move cautiously. If we go rushing in, guns blazing, we'll scare them off. Catching some of the key players in this operation is paramount. He could feel her muscles tense under his hand. She would always had soft spot for Damien and would find this next bit difficult. He knew he would. Sitting back and letting things unfold as they must eat away at his gut. But this was how Captain Fielding had orchestrated the plan. And with the captain on special assignment, making sure it played out as it must was his responsibility. It's the only way, Brad agreed. Given what Rafe told you, the fact that Damien is in the area, and a part Fae female as well, I'd say it's highly likely that we have found the next target. Do we know anything about her? Brandy asked. Brad shared what he had learned. Information is scant, but it appears she has just entered the awakening phase and possibly has not even made contact with another of her kind. There is no record of who registered her, which is a bit unusual, though it could have been some elderly family member who saw potential in her as a child. Anyway, her name's Eve. This is awful. Brandy interrupted, scowling. The poor girl is being targeted for what she is, and she has barely even realized it herself. Rafe is in the area. He might know her. Reno rubbed his neck. Thing is, do we tell Rafe what is going down or not? He could become overly protective of her. And we need the attempt to be made, otherwise all we have is speculation. Brad finally took a mouthful of food and chewed thoughtfully. I wonder if they would try to go after him as well. Dr. McRae is registered as a Lycan, even though he's 1/4 Fae. Brandy shivered and wrapped her hands around her coffee cup. The outer door near where they sat had opened, and a blast of cool, damp air washed over their table. Several Lycan employees walked by, complaining about the change in the weather. Reno grunted. That is right. It's not the common knowledge you might think it is. It's only recently that he's been more open about the fact. In the early years, it actually hindered him professionally. So his presence is likely immaterial to the operation in the eyes of the anti-Fae group. We can keep him in the dark about the girl, but what about from the standpoint of his relationship with Damien? Brad asked. You asked Rafe to keep an eye on him. Can you now tell him to back off? Reno chuckled. He and Damien have been locking horns, since the moment they met. I have had several phone calls from Rafe asking when I was coming to get Damien out of his hair. But will he turn a blind eye? Let things unfold as they must, or would he feel professionally obligated to step in? Brad spoke in a lowered tone, watching out of the corner of his eye as the table beside them filled up with Lycans. Reno noted how a few of the newcomers stared speculatively at them. Idle curiosity or something more. Hell, he was suspicious of everyone lately. It would be good to have this over with. Apparently, his mate felt the same way. I do not like this, not one bit, but if it has to go down, I want it to work the first time. Brandy compressed her lips and sat up straighter. Perhaps we should think of a reason to have Dr. McRae recalled, to ensure he's out of the way and does not unintentionally interfere with the operation. Good idea. Reno playfully tugged a lock of her hair. I can come up with something based on the investigation into rogue retrieval. Rafe initiated it, so perhaps he should be here for an interview. Sounds good to me. Brad nodded. Send out an urgent request for him to be here as soon as possible. I have a feeling things are going to start to happen fast. Me too. Reno said, staring out at the storm-swept sky. Me too. Chapter 27, Rafe lay in his bed staring at the ceiling. He would counted the wooden beams, studied the plaster for cracks, and noted the cobwebs on the overhead light fixture. Rolling his head to the side, he checked the clock. Damn. 2 in the morning, and he had not slept yet. Sadly, it was not that unusual anymore. Ever since Eve had come into his life, he and sleep were, more often than not, mere passing acquaintances. Soft sounds from her room revealed that she was turning in her bed. Was she awake as well, or perhaps plagued by erotic dreams of the two of them together? He almost hoped she was. Why should he be the only tortured party? He tried to concentrate on something other than the woman who slept on the other side of the wall, but as running out of options. He would already gone over his latest funding proposal and reviewed repairs for each cabin. What else was there? His last case, but that was a road he did not want to walk down, not just yet. Guilt still ate away at him over the rogue's death. Not that he would directly caused it, but he still felt there must have been some sign that he would missed, something in the man's history that he would overlooked. Of course, the rogue's future had not been a promising one. Accused of killing a young woman, the man would have faced high counsel once he was considered stable enough. When the word had come to the clinic, he would have had severe injuries due to resisting capture. Indeed, some staff were surprised he was alive at all given rogue retrieval's recent history. Yet the man had survived, though he claimed to have no memory of killing anyone. Amnesia was a clever defense, of course. Or he could have had a blackout, his wolf taking complete control, but somehow Rafe had never felt that quite fit with what he would observed. Idly, he traced the scar on his abdomen. Everything about the case had seemed wrong. Even down to Annette warning him, the man was agitated. Rafe felt himself tensing up the more he considered the case, and forced himself to put the matter aside. He was trying to relax, to get to sleep, and this was not the way. With a sigh, he threw off the thin sheet that covered him and got up. Wandering over to the window, he opened it and let the cool air wash over his naked body. It was a still night, the waning moon large enough to illuminate the meadow beside his home. Frost glistened on the new grass and tree branches, while the musty scents of the spring thaw drifted by. His wolf stirred restlessly. The beast had not been for a run in ages. He would even foregone the full moon in favor of guarding Eve. Plus, being in wolf form around an empath was dangerous. Werewolves had no defense against empathic abilities when they were in their animal state. Cocking his head, he listened for any sounds coming from her bedroom. Soft, rhythmic breathing meant she was sleeping. Perhaps, if he stayed near the house after a moment's hesitation, he swung his leg over the windowsill and slipped outside, avoiding the front door in case she heard him walking down the hallway. His breath was visible as the cold night air wrapped around him, causing goosebumps to rise on his flesh. He did not care, though, enjoying the feeling of freedom, of having the moonlight bathe his body in its pearly glow. The beast inside was impatient, sensing its release was close at hand. Rafe gave a half smile and relented to its urgings. Closing his eyes, he gathered the energy within him, pulling it in tighter and tighter, drawing out the exquisite moment when he hovered on the edge of conversion. Then he let go, the release of energy washing over him with a speed that would have left the untutored breathless. A deep sigh escaped him, and he settled back, content to let his wolf roam unrestrained. The ground, that moments before had chilled his bare feet, was barely noticeable to leathery wolf paws. Indeed, it splayed its toes, digging its claws into the frosty soil while giving a huff of pleasure at finally being free. Cool air rushed into its lungs as it stretched its muscles and shook out its fur. Freedom after such a long confinement was a heady thing, and it wagged its tail while staring about with keen eyes. Steam from its own breath faintly blurred the animal's vision. The world was starker as a wolf, shades of gray replacing color, but also granting an increased acuity, the slightest movement easily noticed. Nothing did move, however. There were no sounds of scrabbling claws or the near-silent beat of owl wings. On this early spring night, he appeared to be the only creature about. A whine of disappointment escaped as it had hoped for a hunt, but no game was apparent. That did not mean the night was a complete loss, however. Lowering its head, the wolf began to move, snuffling the ground, searching for a trail to follow. The musty sense of mold rose from the soil as last year's vegetation began to thaw and decompose. His human scent lingered from earlier in the day, as did the females and the rogues. He snorted, pushing the traces of the other male animal from his nostrils. His wolf had no great love for the interloper. Shaking its head vigorously, so its ears flapped against its skull, the wolf erased the thought of the rogue and set off to explore in another direction. Field mice had been in the area earlier, a rabbit as well. For several minutes, the wolf happily explored the meadow. When it came to the location of the scentless tracks from earlier in the day, some time was spent trying to determine how such a thing was possible. The beast longed to follow the visual trail, to see where this other wolf had gone, but that would mean leaving the female unguarded, and he was not about to chance that. All too soon his humans signaled it was time to go home, and with a sigh the wolf turned and loped back towards home. About halfway back, a light appeared in one of the windows, and the silhouette of a woman could be seen. He froze in place. The female must have woken up and was now wandering through the house. Dropping to his belly, he began to commando crawl through the grass. Both wolf and man prayed its height was sufficient to hide their presence. When they came to the shelter of a bush, they shifted forms, the wolf only too pleased to let the man figure a way out of this predicament. Rafe crouched in the shelter of the bush. He needed to sprint from his present location to the side of the building, and then slink under the windows until he reached the one for his room. Eve was still visible, which was good as it meant she likely had not realized he was not in his room. Unless she would already gone looking for him first, and was now wondering where he was, he cursed, softly not enjoying feeling as if he were part of some bad slapstick comedy. Buck naked and hiding in the bushes. Having had no clothes on when he would phased into a wolf, he could not think clothes back on when he shifted to human. A growl of frustration escaped him, and he curled his toes against the coldness that was starting to creep up his legs. 1 minute, then unerthelessly, she moved away from the window, and he darted across the open space heading towards his bedroom. Once there, he grabbed the window ledge and began to lift himself up. Barely had he begun the maneuver when he heard Eve knocking on his bedroom door. An unfamiliar wave of panic washed over him, and he scrambled to get inside, but the door was already being pushed open. Eve opened Rafe's bedroom door without waiting for him to respond to her knock. Urgency meant that social niceties would have to wait for another time. "Rafe, come quick." There is a Eve stopped mid-sentence, her mouth ajar. She had not been in Rafe's room since that first day, when she would madly rushed about checking that the doors and windows were locked. At that time, she had not paid too much attention to the daycare. And now, well vaguely, she noted the rumpled covers on the large king-sized bed, the landscape on the wall, the minimal clutter. What really drew her attention was the icy cold air that filled the room. The curtains that were fluttering in the breeze and Rafe, McCree, climbing in his bedroom, window completely in the nude. The light spilling in from the hallway revealed him in all his glory. One leg was drawn up and resting on the window ledge, the other was hanging down, stretching to touch the floor. His muscles were still bunched from the effort of levering himself up. She gaped at him, not sure if she was more surprised that he was naked, or that he had obviously been outside like that. "You were looking for me." Rafe nonchalantly finished climbing in the window, and then snagged a robe from a nearby chair. After pulling it on, he tied it shut and then closed the window before giving her an inquiring look. Realizing she had been staring at him, Eve felt her cheeks heat up, and she belatedly averted her eyes. The covers on his bed were a tangled mess. If she did not know better, she would say he had been having a sexy romp. However, since she was the only other person here, that did not seem likely. Yeah. I got up to get a drink and was looking outside when I saw a wolf. It was different from the last one, more of a chocolate brown, and slinking towards the house. Sorry I barged in." She flicked a glance at his bare legs and then the window before averting her eyes again. "I sort of panicked." "Another wolf." Rafe looked concerned and ushered her from his room. "Where did you see it?" She led the way to the kitchen, shivering slightly in her sleep shirt. The cool air in Rafe's room had penetrated the thin material. Rubbing her hands up and down her arms in an attempt to warm up, she nodded towards the window that faced the meadow. "It was right over there, where we were early today." Rafe glanced outside. "And you are sure it was not the same wolf?" "It's awfully dark outside." Eve shook her head. "The moon is still nearly full. I had an excellent view, and I am positive it was not black." He was silent for a moment. She could almost see the wheels turning in his head. What was he thinking about? When he answered, he seemed to be weighing his words carefully, as if not sure of her reaction to what he was about to say. "I suppose there could be 2 wolves in the area." 2 wolves stalking us. That was not very comforting. Her consternation must have shown on her face, for Rafe stepped closer and placed his hand on her shoulder. The thin material of her sleepwear was no barrier against the heat that generated from his body. It chased away the chill, and she relaxed her tense muscles. Biting her lip, she held back the contented sigh that filled her. "Do not worry, they will be gone soon." She looked up at him, saw the concern in his eyes, the faint lines of worry that marred his brow. He looked tired, too, as if he had not slept properly in ages. Without thinking, she reached out and cupped his face, gently rubbing her thumb over his jaw. It was rough with stubble, and she shivered, imagining how it would feel against other parts of her body. Slowly, she trailed her hand down to his chest and let it rest when her palm was over his heart. They stood there, staring into each other's eyes, a warm cocoon-like sensation imperceptibly wrapping itself around them. Eve felt herself being pulled into the depths of his eyes, like she was melting into a pool of warm chocolate. A feeling of peace and security spread through her. No matter what happened, she knew Rafe would take care of her. His strength and caring flowed into her, filling her with a sense of contentment. A smile hovered on her lips, and she pushed the same positive feelings towards him, wanting to give as much as she was receiving. His eyelids lowered, and the corner of his mouth curled up just before a contented, rumbling sound came from deep within his chest. Startled, Eve broke eye contact and jerked her hand away from his chest, staring in surprise as the muscular wall in front of her, where the noise seemed to have originated. Rafe coughed and cleared his throat, stepping back. Eve blinked, questioning what she had heard, or at least thought she had heard. It must be all this talk about wolves that was affecting her mind. For a split second, she could have sworn the man had sounded just like a contented wolf. At the same time, the feeling of well-being that had filled her moments before began to fade. Realization hit that she had been forging a bridge with Rafe once again, and the idea pushed any questions about rumbling sounds to the back of her mind. Shock and embarrassment filled her. "I am sorry. I should not have done that." The words felt inadequate to Eve. She had just invaded his feelings, shared her inner self with a man who had stated earlier in the day that he was not looking for a relationship with her. "My fault as well, and no harm was done." Rafe's eyes seemed harder now, the welcoming warmth notably absent. His face was stony, too. "As I explained to you earlier today, It's a common hazard that two empaths encounter once they have formed an initial bridge. But we were not even trying. She frowned, perplexed at how easy it had been. Surely, if all the Fae who have ever been or close to each other have this problem, he finished her thought for her. They end up having awkward moments, such as we just had. Originally, I suppose the bridging existed to build a sense of community between members, but in the end, it felt invasive to those that wanted to be more independent. Which is one of the reasons why the Fae tend to seek relationships outside of the species. Eve looked away, staring out the window. The moon was still almost full, a silvery orb all alone in the blackness of space. Rather like how she felt at the moment. She did not like how Rafe had called their moment awkward and invasive. She would thought it was quite lovely, warm and intimate and comforting. However, if that was how he felt about it, she would better stay on her guard around him. Just as she came to that conclusion, Rafe reached out and tucked her hair behind her ear, the slight brush of his fingers over her cheek sending a streak of warmth through her. "Do not." His voice was gruff. "Do not what?" She slid him a sideways look. "Do not think that I dislike experiencing you. It's just better if we show some restraint. In the end, it would be too difficult to part." "And do we have to part?" She could not believe she would said that, and inwardly cringed. He exhaled slowly, regret showing on his face. "Yes. Eventually. We're too different. There are parts of my life you would never understand." She turned to face him fully, studying his features, his firm jaw, the arch of his brow, his now shuttered eyes. Such a puzzle he presented. Reaching out, she touched his mouth, then ran her fingertips over his jaw, down his throat to linger on the expanse of bare chest revealed by his gaping robe. A smile quirked her mouth. "Like I'll never understand why you were wandering outside naked when it's barely above freezing." His eyes crinkled, amusement showing in them. "That is exactly it. You would never understand." Eve cocked her head. "You could always try me." Interest flared in his eyes, and then he shook his head, laughing softly. "Do not tempt me, Eve. Do not tempt me." An imp must have taken possession of her, for suddenly she found herself standing on her tiptoes, pressing a kiss to his lips before spinning away and heading back to her room. "Me? Tempt you? Rafe McRae, what kind of a girl do you think I am?" As she shut her door, the sound of him chuckling made her grin.